For everyone who has ever closed the final page of Gone with the Wind and asked, what happened next? This is the answer. We present Scarlett, the authorized and best-selling sequel written by Alexandra Ripley. The story picks up right where we left off with Scarlett O'Hara, heartbroken but undefeated, vowing to win back the love of her life, Rhett Butler. Her quest will take her from the struggling society of the Reconstruction South to the misty shores of her ancestral home in Ireland. It is a sweeping journey of determination, scandal, and reinvention as Scarlett fights for her legacy and the one man she can't live without. This abridged audiobook is brought to life by the unforgettable voice of the great Dixie Carter. So, settle in for this epic continuation. If you enjoy returning to these classic stories, please take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel for more. And now, the story of Scarlett O'Hara continues.
Simon & Schuster Audio presents Scarlett, the sequel to Margaret Mitchell's Gone with the Wind by Alexandra Ripley. Read by Dixie Carter.
This will be over soon, and then I can go home to Tara. Scarlett O'Hara, Hamilton Kennedy Butler stood alone, a few steps away from the other mourners at Melanie Wilkes' burial. It was raining. The black-clad men and women held umbrellas over their heads. They leaned on one another, the women weeping, sharing shelter and grief. Scarlett shared her umbrella with no one, nor her grief. She felt nothing. She was numbed by loss. She would mourn later when she could stand the pain. She held it all away from her, all pain, all feeling, all thinking, except for the words that promised healing from the pain to come and strength to survive until she was healed. This will all be over soon, and then I can go home to Tara. The minister's voice penetrated the shell of numbness. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Millie can't be dead. She can't be. Scarlett's head jerked to one side, denying the open grave, the plain pine box being lowered into it. Scarlett looked at the people surrounding the grave, and hot anger surged through her. None of them care as much as I do. None of them have lost as much as I have. No one knows how much I love her. Mellie knows, though, doesn't she? She knows. I've got to believe she knows. They'll never believe it, though. Not Mrs. Merriweather, or the Meads, or the Whitings, or the Elsings. Look at them, bunched up around India Wilkes and Ashley like a flock of wet crows in their mourning clothes. They're comforting Aunt Pitty-Pat, all right, even though everybody knows she takes on and cries her eyes out over every little thing, down to a piece of toast that gets burnt. They act as if I wasn't even here. Not even Ashley. He knew I was there those awful 2 days after Mellie died, when he needed me to manage things. They all did. Even India, bleating at me like a goat. Well, I won't give them the satisfaction of seeing me cry all by myself. I mustn't cry. Not here. Not yet. When I get to Tara, I can cry. Scarlett lifted her chin. Her teeth clenched to stop their chattering from the cold, to hold back the choking in her throat. The jagged pieces of Scarlett's shattered life were all around her there in Atlanta's Oakland Cemetery. A tall spire of granite, gray stone streaked with gray rain, was somber memorial to the world that was gone forever, the carefree world of her youth before the war. It was the Confederate memorial. It stood for so many lives lost, the friends of her childhood, the gallants who had begged for waltzes and kisses in the days when she had no problems greater than which wide-skirted ball gown to wear. It stood for her first husband, Charles Hamilton, Melanie's brother. It stood for the sons, brothers, husbands, fathers of all the rain-wet mourners on the small knoll where Melanie was being buried. There were other graves, other markers. Frank Kennedy, Scarlett's second husband, and the small, terribly small grave with the headstone that read Eugenie Victoria Butler, and under it Bonnie, her last child and the most loved. The living as well as the dead were all around her, but she stood apart. The crowd had overflowed the church, and now it spread in a wide, uneven, dark circle around the bitter slash of color in the gray rain, the open grave dug from George's red clay for the body of Melanie Wilkes. White and black, their faces all streaked with tears. The old coachman, Uncle Peter, stood with Dilsey and Cookie in a protective black triangle around Bo, Melanie's bewildered little boy. The older generation of Atlanta was there with the tragically few descendants who remained to them. Aunt Biddy Pat Hamilton and her brother, Uncle Henry Hamilton, forgot their ages-old feud in mutual grief for their niece. Younger, but looking as old as the others, India Wilkes sheltered herself and watched her brother Ashley from grief and guilt-shadowed eyes. He was bareheaded in the rain, unaware of the proffered shelter of umbrellas. Ashley, tall and thin and colorless, his pale gilt hair now almost gray, his pale, stricken face as empty as his staring, unseeing eyes. He stood erect, his stance a salute, the inheritance of his years as a gray uniformed officer. Ashley. He was the center and the symbol of Scarlett's ruined life. For love of him, she'd ignored the happiness that had been hers for the taking. And now Rhett was gone. She'd betrayed her only friend, scorned Melanie's stubborn loyalty and love, and now Melanie was gone, and even Scarlett's love for Ashley was gone, for she'd realized, too late, that the habit of loving him had long since replaced the love itself. But now, when she didn't love him, Ashley was hers, her legacy from Melanie. She had promised Mellie she'd take care of him and of Bo, their child. Scarlett stood apart and alone. There was only gray space between her and the people she knew in Atlanta, space that once Melanie had filled, keeping her from isolation and ostracism. She held her chin high, into the wind, accepting its assault without feeling it. This will be over soon, and then I can go back to Tara. A black-veiled lady whispered to her companion. Look at her, hard as nails. I heard that the whole time she was handling the funeral arrangements, she didn't even shed a tear. No heart at all. You know what folks say. She has heart aplenty for Ashley Wilkes. Do you think they really did? The people nearby hushed them, but they were all thinking the same thing. The awful hollow thud of earth on wood made Scarlett clench her fists. The cry that shattered the solemnity was Ashley's. Mellie! 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 He stumbled towards the deep, muddy pit like a man newly struck blind, his hands searching for the small, quiet creature who was all his strength. But there was nothing to hold, only the streaming silver streaks of cold rain. Scarlett looked at Dr. Meade, India, Henry Hamilton. For the love of God, he's going to break his neck, and they're all standing there watching, gawping at him, teetering on the edge of the grave. She began to run, slipping and sliding on the wet grass. "Ashley, stop! Ashley!" She grabbed Ashley around the waist, tried to pull him away from the danger. He fought her. "Ashley, don't! Melly can't help you now." He halted, and his arms dropped to his sides. He moaned softly, and then his whole body crumpled in Scarlett's supporting arms. Just when her grasp was breaking from the weight of him, Dr. Meade caught Ashley's limp arms to lift him erect. "You can go now, Scarlett. There's no more damage left for you to do." "But I—" She looked at the faces around her, the eyes avid for more sensation. Then she turned and walked away through the rain. The crowd drew back as if a brush of her skirts might soil them. Scarlett walked to her carriage, ignoring her coachman Elias's hand held out to help her. She had to get to Tara. She had to. Mammy was there. Mammy would put her brown arms around her. Mammy would hold her close, cradle her head on the breast where she'd sobbed out all her childhood hurts. Mammy would hold her and love her, would share her pain and help her bear it. "Hurry, Elias, hurry." Scarlett made the train with time to spare. There was a loud burst of steam. Scarlett held her breath, listening for the first clunking revolution of the wheels. There it was. Then another, and another, and the rattling shaking of the car. She was on her way at last. Everything was going to be all right. At Tara, there'd be a fire in the living room, crackling from pine cones thrown onto the logs, and the curtains would be drawn, shutting out the rain and the darkness and the world. She'd lay her head on Mammy and tell her all the horrible things that had happened. Then she'd be able to think, to work everything out. Scarlett sighed heavily. Her sister Sue Ellen was the lady of the house at Tara now. Crybaby of the house was more like it. All Sue Ellen ever did was whine. It was all she'd ever done. And she had her own children now, whiny little girls just like she used to be. Scarlett's children were at Tara, too, Wade and Ella. She'd sent them with Prissy, their nursemaid, when she got the news that Melanie was dying. That gave all the old cats in Atlanta one more thing to gossip about. What an unnatural mother she was. She couldn't have gotten through those terrible days and nights after Mellie's death if she'd had Wade and Ella. Only 5 miles to Tara now. Soon I'll be home, Scarlett thought. Home. Will Benteen, Sue Ellen's husband, was waiting on the platform. It was a shock to see Will. The first seconds were always a shock. If she could have had a brother, she'd wish he could be just like Will. Except for the wooden peg leg, and of course not a cracker. It was just that there was no mistaking Will for a gentleman. She forgot it when she was away from him, and she forgot it when she was with him for a minute, because he was such a good, kind man. Even Mammy thought a lot of Will, and Mammy was the hardest judge in the world when it came to who was a lady or a gentleman. "Oh, Will, I'm so glad to see you that I'm practically crying for joy." "I'm glad to see you too, Scarlett. It's been a long time. We better get moving if we're going to beat the dark." Scarlett was as silent as Will on the long drive to Tara, drinking in the remembered quiet of the countryside, refreshing herself with it. But when the house came in sight, she let out a cry of despair. The front of Tara was covered by vines. Ugly cords hung with dead leaves. 4 windows had sagging shutters. 2 had no shutters at all. "Will, what happened?" "Nothing happened except summer, Scarlett. I do the fixing up for the house in winter when there's no crops to tend. It's not October yet." "Oh, Will, why on earth won't you let me give you some money? It looks downright trashy." "We make out all right, Big Sam and me. Your money ain't needed." Scarlett bit her lip. She'd run up against Will's pride often before, and she knew that he was unbendable. He was right that the crops and the stock had to come first. She could see the fields now stretching out behind the house. The red earth looked warm and fertile, and she relaxed. This was the heart of Tara. The door of the house flew open, and the porch filled with people. Sue Ellen stood in front, holding her youngest child in her arms above the swollen belly that strained the seams of her faded cotton dress. Scarlett forced a gaiety she didn't feel. "Good Lord, Will, is Sue Ellen having another baby? You're going to have to build on some more rooms." "We're still trying for a boy." Scarlett waved, wishing she'd thought to buy some toys to bring the children. Her eyes ran over the faces, searching out the black ones. Prissy was there. Wade and Ella were hiding behind her skirts, and Big Sam's wife, Delilah. But where was Mammy? Scarlett called out to her children, "Hello, darlings, Mother's here." Then she turned back to Will and put a hand on his arm. "Where's Mammy, Will? She's not so old that she can't come to meet me." "She's sick in bed, Scarlett." Scarlett jumped down from the still-moving wagon and ran to the house. "Where's Mammy?" she asked Sue Ellen. "A fine hello, that is, Scarlett, but no worse than I'd expect from you. What do you think you were doing, sending Prissy and your children here without so much as a by your leave, when you know that I've got my hands full and then some?" Prissy pulled on Scarlett's sleeve. "I knows where Mammy is, Miss Scarlett, I knows. She's powerful sick, so we fixed up that little room, the one what used to be where all the hams was hung. It's nice and warm there, next to the chimney." Prissy was talking into thin air. Scarlett was at the door to Mammy's sick room, holding onto the framework for support. That thing in the bed wasn't her Mammy. Mammy was a big woman, strong and fleshy with warm brown skin. It had been hardly more than 6 months since Mammy had left Atlanta, not long enough to have wasted away like this. This creature was gray and shriveled, hardly making a rise under the faded patchwork quilts. Scarlett's skin crawled. Then she heard Mammy's voice. "Now, Missy, ain't I done told you and told you not to set foot outside without you wears a bonnet and carries a sunshade? Told you and told you." Scarlett fell to her knees beside the bed. "Mammy, it's Scarlett. You're Scarlett. Everything's gone wrong, Mammy." "Don't cry, child. Ain't nothing so bad it can't be fixed. Hush now. It's only 1 cup. And you got another tea set anyhow, just as pretty. You can still have your tea party just like Mammy promised you." "Mammy, listen to me. It's Scarlett. You've got to know me, Mammy. It's me, Scarlett." Will's big hands closed around her wrists. "She's happy when she's like that, Scarlett. She's back in Savannah taking care of your mother. Those were happy times for her. Let her be." Scarlett allowed Will to help her to her feet. She was numb all over, even her heart. Sue Ellen started immediately to berate her, but Will hushed her. "Scarlett suffered a deep blow, Sue. Leave her alone." He poured whiskey into a glass and placed it in Scarlett's hand. It burned a familiar path through her body, dulling her pain. Scarlett spent all the time she could in Mammy's room, at Mammy's side. She had fastened all her hopes on the comfort of Mammy's arms around her, but now it was her strong young arms that held the dying old black woman. She sang the lullabies Mammy had so often sung to her, and when Mammy talked in delirium to Scarlett's dead mother, Scarlett answered with the words she thought her mother might have said. Sometimes Mammy's rheumy eyes recognized her, and the old woman's cracked lips smiled at the sight of her favorite. Then her quavering voice would scold Scarlett, as she had scolded her since Scarlett was a baby. "Your hair looks purely amiss, Miss Scarlett. Now you go brush it 100 strokes like Mammy taught you." Whatever Mammy commanded, Scarlett promised to do. There was never enough time to obey before Mammy slid back into that other world where Scarlett did not exist. At night, Scarlett kept a solitary vigil. While the house slept and Mammy slept, she was able at last to cry, and her heartbroken tears eased her pain a little. Once, in the small, quiet hour before dawn, Mammy woke. "Why is you weeping, honey? Old Mammy is ready to lay down her load and rest in the arms of the Lord. There ain't no call to take on so." Scarlett kissed her forehead. "I love you, Mammy." "No need to tell me what I knows already." Mammy slid into sleep, escaping from all pain. "Yes, there is a need. There's all kinds of need. I never told Melanie, and I didn't tell Rhett until it was too late. I love you, Mammy. What's going to become of me when I don't have you to love me?" Will was just getting up from the table when Scarlett entered the dining room for breakfast. Farmers couldn't waste time. Wade asked, hopefully, "Can I help you, Uncle Will?" Wade was a nice-looking boy, Scarlett noticed with surprise. Big for his age, too. He looked more like 13 than not yet 12. Scarlett sat with a thump in the chair Wade was holding. "Thank you, Wade Hampton." The ham looked perfect, richly pink and juicy with crisply browned fat rimming it. She dropped her napkin in her lap and picked up her knife and fork. "Mother?" Scarlett broke a cardinal rule of table manners and talked with food in her mouth. Wade, may I please go help Uncle Will in the fields?" Yes, go on." Ella piped up. "Me too." "You're not invited. Fields are a man's business. Girls stay in the house." Sue Ellen said to Scarlett, "Now look what you've done." Scarlett always meant to avoid quarrels with Sue Ellen when she came to Tara, but the habits of a lifetime were too strong. "But I'm not going to let her ruin the first meal I've been hungry for in who knows how long." Scarlett concentrated on swirling butter evenly through the gleaming white mound of grits on her plate. She didn't even lift her eyes when Wade followed Will out the door and Ella sobbed. "Uncle Rhett would let me go too, Mother. Mother, when is Uncle Rhett coming to Tara?" Ella's voice was sharply piercing. Scarlett heard the words in spite of herself, and the rich food turned to sawdust in her mouth. She looked at her red-faced daughter with loathing. Ella had ruined everything. Ella had the ginger-colored curly hair of her father, Frank Kennedy. It stuck out around her tear-blotched face like rusty coils of wire, always escaping from the tight braids Prissy plaited. Ella's body was skinny and angular. No wonder Ella wants Rhett to come, Scarlett thought. He really cares for her, and I don't. She gets on my nerves just like Frank did, and no matter how hard I try, I just can't love her. Scarlett pushed her chair away from the table and stood up. "Ella, that's grown-up business. I'm going to see Mammy." The old woman turned her head away from the spoon. "Tired. I know. Go to sleep, and I won't pester you any more." "Miss Ellie?" "I'm here, Mammy." The old eyes opened halfway. "You ain't Miss Ellen." "It's Scarlett, Mammy. Your very own Scarlett." "Miss Scarlett, I wants Mr. Rhett something to say." How Scarlett needed Rhett, especially now. If he could just be here with me, feeling the same sorrow I feel. Rhett loved Mammy, too, and Mammy loved him. He never worked so hard to win anyone over in his life, Rhett said. He'll be so broken-hearted when he learns that she's gone. He'll wish so much that he'd been able to say goodbye to her. Of course. What a fool she was being. "Oh, Mammy, darling, thank you. I came to you for help, for you to make everything all right again. And you will, just the way you always did." She was sure Rhett would come. He'd be at Tara in 2 days if he left Charleston as soon as he got the wire. But Rhett didn't come in 2 days, or 3, or 4, or 5. Scarlett stopped listening for the sound of wheels or hoofbeats on the drive. She'd worn herself ragged, straining to hear, and now there was another sound that took all her attention. The horrible noise that was Mammy's effort to breathe. Wanted to wait for Miss Rhett. You don't need to hang on, Mammy. You can rest. He couldn't come. Sue Ellen's on her way, and Mr. Will. A shadow fell across the bed, and Mammy smiled. She wants me. Move over. Let me get near Mammy. Rhett had come. What a fool I was to give up hope like that, Scarlett thought. Mammy's voice sounded strong, as if she had saved her strength for this moment. I want you to do something for me. Anything, Mammy, Rhett said. I'll do anything you want. Bury me in my fine red silk petticoat, what you give me. See to it. I'll make sure it goes with you to heaven, Mammy. You take care of Miss Scarlett. She needs caring, and I can't do no more. I will, Mammy. Mammy's command was faint but stern. You swear it. I swear it. Scarlett let her breath out with a sob. Oh, Mammy, darling, thank you, Mammy. Rhett's big hand moved gently across Mammy's face, closing her eyes. She can't hear you, Scarlett. She's gone. That's a whole world gone, an era ended. May she rest in peace. Will added from the doorway. Amen. Sue Ellen began to weep loudly. Her last thought was for you, Scarlett. You were always her favorite. Will took his wife in his arms, patting her back. Scarlett ran to Rhett and held her arms up to embrace him. Oh, Rhett, I've missed you so. Rhett circled her wrists with his hands and lowered her arms to her side. Don't, Scarlett. Nothing's changed. What do you mean? Don't force me to say it again, Scarlett. You know full well what I mean. I don't know. I don't believe you. You can't be leaving me, not really. You promised Mammy. You were such a child, Scarlett. You've known me all these years, and yet when you want to, you can forget all you've learned. I lied to make a dear old woman's last moment happy. Remember, my pet, I'm a scoundrel, not a gentleman. He walked toward the door. Don't go, Rhett, please. Then she put both hands over her mouth to stop herself. She saw the triumph in Sue Ellen's eyes and the pity in Will's. He'll be back. He always comes back. If I say it often enough, she thought, maybe I'll believe it. She took a deep breath. Oh, where's Mammy's petticoat, Sue Ellen? I intend to see that she's buried in it. Scarlett was able to stay in control of herself until the dreadful work of bathing and dressing Mammy's corpse was done. I need air, she thought. I need to get out of this house, away from all of them. She was so confused, so tired. Scarlett had been tired before, worse tired than this. When she'd had to get to Tara from Atlanta with the Yankee armies on all sides, she hadn't let tired stop her. When she picked cotton until her hands were raw, when she hitched herself to the plow like she was a mule, she hadn't given up because she was tired. She had to find a way to get him back. She'd always been able to get any man she wanted, and Rhett was a man like any other man, wasn't he? No, he wasn't like any other man. And that's why she wanted him. She shivered, suddenly afraid. She'd always won, one way or another, until now. She had to think, to remember what Red had said the night he left Atlanta. Her mind seized on an almost forgotten sentence. She had found what she needed. Rhett had offered her a divorce. Then, after her furious rejection of the offer, he had said it. "I'll come back often enough to keep gossip down." Scarlett smiled. She hadn't won yet, but there was still a chance. A chance was enough to go on with. The graveyard at Tara was not very large. The wind had a bite in it, for all that the sky was so blue and the sun so bright. I used to love the fall in the country, riding through the woods. The ground looked like it had gold on it, and the air tasted like cider. She looked at the gravestones. Gerald O'Hara, born County Meath, Ireland. Ellen Robillard O'Hara, born Savannah, Georgia. Gerald O'Hara, Jr. 3 tiny stones, all alike. At least Mammy was being buried here, next to Miss Ellen, her first love, and not in the slave's burial plot. Weeds all over the place, the graveyard's downright shabby. This whole funeral is downright shabby. Mammy would have hated it. Poor Mammy. Poor Mother. She died and was buried without a priest, too. Scarlett looked at the unkempt graveyard, then over at the shabby front of the house. I'm glad Mother isn't here to see this. It would break her heart. Scarlett could, for a moment, see the tall, graceful form of her mother as clearly as if Ellen O'Hara were there among the mourners at the burial, always impeccably groomed, her white hands busy with needlework or gloved to go out on one of her errands of mercy, always soft-voiced, always occupied with the perpetual work required to produce the orderly perfection that was life at Tara under her guidance. How did she manage it? Mother of God! I came to Tara to get some rest, and all I found were more problems. Can't I ever get any peace? Will quietly and firmly provided Scarlett with that respite. He sent her to bed and gave orders that she wasn't to be disturbed. She slept for almost 18 hours, and she woke with a clear plan of where to begin. Sue Ellen's voice was sickeningly honeyed. "I hope you slept well." Scarlett's eyes glittered dangerously, but when she answered, her words were equally sweet. "I hardly felt my head touch the pillow, and I was gone. The country air is so soothing and refreshing." Scarlett needed to stay on good terms with Sue Ellen. She smiled at her sister. "What's so funny, Scarlett? Do I have a spot on my nose or something?" "I'm sorry, Sue. I was just remembering a silly dream I had last night. I was such a horrid little girl. I don't know how you and Corinne put up with me. Even when we got older, I drove you and Corinne like mules when we had to pick the cotton after the Yankees stole everything. You nearly killed us. There we were half dead from the typhoid, and you dragged us out of bed and set us out in the hot sun." Scarlett nodded encouragement, making little noises of contrition. "I feel so mean, and there's just nothing I can do to make up for all the bad times I put you through. I do think Will is wicked not to let me give y'all any money. After all it is for Tara. Men are so bullheaded. Oh, Sue Ellen, I just thought of something. Do say yes. It would be such a blessing to me if you did. And Will couldn't possibly fuss about it. What if I left Ella and Wade Hampton here and sent money to you for their upkeep? It would be so good for them, poor old city creatures. I guess it would run about $100 a month just to feed them and buy them shoes." Sue Ellen was speechless, Scarlett noted with satisfaction. "I'll write a nice fat bank draft after breakfast." Scarlett was beginning to feel much better with a good sleep behind her, a good meal in her stomach, and the children taken care of. Scarlett knew she should go back to Atlanta. She still had to do something about Beau. Ashley, too. She'd promised Melanie. But she'd think about that later. Sunlight through the window behind her illuminated the painting on the wall opposite, above the scarred sideboard. Will had done a grand job repairing the furniture that the Yankee soldiers had broken up, but even he couldn't remove the deep gouges they'd made with their swords, or the bayonet wound in Grandma Robillard's portrait. Her mother's mother was the only ancestor who really interested Scarlett, and it frustrated her that nobody would ever tell her enough about her grandmother. Married 3 times, she had learned that much from her mother, but no details. There had been duels fought over Grandma, and the fashions of her day had been scandalous. Scarlett grew more and more despondent as she went from room to room. The sitting room showed the signs of poverty. Every time she came home, there were more changes and more shabbiness. It should be mine. I'd take better care of it. Pa always said he'd leave Tara to me, but he never made it well. That's just like Pa. He never thought of tomorrow. Scarlett frowned, but she couldn't really be angry at her father. He was like a naughty child, even when he was in his 60s. The one I'm mad at, still, is Corinne. She was stubborn as a mule when she made up her mind to go into the convent, and I accepted it finally. But she never told me she was going to use her 1/3 share of Tara as her dowry for the convent. It's not fair. I'm the one who saved Tara from the Yankees and the carpetbaggers. It's mine, no matter what the law says, and it'll be Wade's someday. I'll see to that, no matter what it takes. She hurried outside. On the far side of the field, Scarlett saw Wade helping Will and Big Sam mend a downed piece of fence. Good for him to be learning, she thought. It's his heritage. I'd better scoot back to the house. I forgot to write that bank draft for Sue Ellen. She had to ask Sue Ellen what day it was, and she was shocked by the answer. October 11, 1873. More than 3 weeks since Mellie's death. The date had other meanings, too. It was more than 6 months ago now that Bonnie died. She could re-enter the world. I missed the store. The account books are most likely in a fearful mess. And Rhett will be coming to Atlanta to keep gossip down. I've got to be there. Home to Atlanta. Tara's not home for me anymore, no matter how much I love it. It's time for me to go. The noise and push in Atlanta was a tonic to Scarlett's spirit. So was the disorder on her desk at the house. There were stacks of newspapers to be read, piles of daily business accounts from the general store she owned, and mounds of bills to be paid. Scarlett reached eagerly for the store accounts. Then her hand stopped in midair when a large square envelope on top of the newspapers caught her eye. It was addressed simply Scarlett, and the handwriting was Rhett's. Rhett's letter began. Believe me when I say you have my deepest sympathy in your bereavement. Mammy's death is a great loss. I am grateful that you notified me in time for me to see her before she went. Scarlett looked up in a rage. Grateful, my foot! So you could lie to her, and to me, you varmint. She wished she could burn the letter and throw the ashes in Rhett's face. Her hand fumbled for the box of matches, but when she held it, she dropped it at once. I'll die wondering what was in it, she admitted to herself. She would find her life unaltered, Rhett stated. The household bills would be paid by his lawyers, and all monies drawn from Scarlett's bank account by check would be replaced automatically. Then he does still love me. This proves it. No man would ever spoil a woman the way Rhett spoiled me all these years unless he loved her to distraction, and he's going to keep on giving me everything and anything I want. She slept extremely well that night. The store had done well in her absence, and the supper was satisfying in her stomach. It was good to be home, especially with Rhett's letter resting safely beneath her pillow. She woke and stretched luxuriously. The crackle of paper beneath her pillow made her smile. She began to plan her day. The store would have to wait. She had other obligations to see to first. Whatever possessed me to promise Millie that I'd take care of Ashley and Beau? I'd best go there first. When her carriage pulled up in front of Ashley and Melanie's house on Ivy Street, Scarlett saw that the mourning wreath was gone from the door, and the windows were all shuttered. India, she thought at once. Of course. She's taken Ashley and Beau to live at Aunt Pittypat's. Ashley's sister India was, and always had been, Scarlett's implacable enemy. Scarlett bit her lip and considered her dilemma. India and Aunt Pittypat, 2 old maids. They're ready to worship anything in pants, even short pants. If only she hadn't promised Melanie. But she had. India answered her knock. She looked at Scarlett's fashionable fur-trimmed morning costume, and a tight, satisfied smile moved across her lips. Smile all you like, you old crow, thought Scarlett. I've come to see how Ashley is. You're not welcome here. India began to close the door. Scarlett pushed against it. India answered by putting her shoulder to the door and resisting the pressure of Scarlett's 2 hands. The undignified struggle lasted for only a few seconds. Then Scarlett heard Ashley's voice. Is that Scarlett, India? I'd like to talk with her. The door swung open and Scarlett marched in, noting with pleasure that India's face was mottled with red splotches of anger. Ashley came forward into the hallway to greet her, and Scarlett's brisk steps faltered. He looked desperately ill. Scarlett's heart turned over. She no longer loved Ashley the way she had for years, but he was still a part of her life. There were so many shared memories over so much time. Dear Ashley, come and sit down. You look tired. They sat on a settee in Aunt Pitty's small, fussy, cluttered parlor for more than an hour. India stood in the arched doorway, a dark, still spectator. Scarlett spoke seldom. Ashley recounted stories of his dead wife's kindness, unselfishness, nobility, her love for Scarlett, for Beau, and for him. His hand groped blindly for Scarlett's, and he grasped it with such despairing strength that her bones rubbed together painfully. Scarlett, I can't go on without her. I can't. Scarlett pulled her hand away. She had to break through this shell of despair that bound him, or it would kill him. She was sure. Listen to me, Ashley Wilkes. Do you think you're the only person who loved Millie and depended on her? I did, more than I knew. I expect a lot of other people did, too. But we're not going to curl up and die for it. I'm ashamed of you. Millie is, too, if she's looking down from heaven. Do you have any idea what she went through to have Beau? Well, I know what she suffered, and I'm telling you it would have killed the strongest man that God ever made. Now you're all he's got. Is that what you want Millie to see? That her boy is all alone, practically an orphan, because his pa feels too sorry for himself to care about him? Do you want to break her heart? Because that's what you're doing. You pull yourself together. Do you hear me, Ashley? Think about somebody besides yourself. Scarlett walked from the room, pushing India out of the way. As she opened the door to the porch, she could hear India. My poor darling Ashley, don't pay any attention to the horrible things Scarlett said. She's a monster. Scarlett stopped and turned. She withdrew a calling card from her purse and dropped it on the table. I'm leaving my card for you, Aunt Pitty, since you're afraid to see me in person. Take me to Mr. Henry Hamilton's law office, Scarlett told her coachman. Uncle Henry was terrifying to most women, but not to Scarlett. She could understand that growing up in the same house with Aunt Pittypat had made him a misogynist, and she knew he rather liked her. He was her lawyer, and knew how shrewd she was in her business dealings. She walked into his office without waiting to be announced. Do come in, Scarlett. Are you in a hurry to sue somebody? I'd like to shoot somebody. Isn't it true that when Charles died, he left me all his property and half of Aunt Pittypat's house on Peachtree Street? You know it is. My God, Scarlett, don't tell me you want to move in there. Of course not, but I want Ashley out of there. India and Aunt Pitty are going to sympathize him into his grave. He can go back to his own house. I'll find him a housekeeper. Are you sure that's why you want him back in his own house? God's nightgown, Uncle Henry. Are you turning into a scandalmonger in your old age? Don't show your claws to me, young lady. Settle back in that chair and listen to some hard truths. You've got maybe the best business head I ever met, but otherwise you're about as dim-witted as the village idiot. Scarlett scowled, but did as she was told. Now, Scarlett, about Ashley's house. It's already been sold. I drew up the papers yesterday. So, now Ashley's with his sister and his aunt, according to my advice, and that doesn't suit you. No, sir, it doesn't suit at all. He looks awful, and they're making him worse. I gave him a good talking to, tried to snap him out of the state he's in. I know it won't stick, not as long as he's in that house. I don't care what you heard or what you think, Uncle Henry. I'm not after Ashley. I made a deathbed promise to Melanie. Henry Hamilton leaned back in his chair. He touched his fingertips together, resting his arms on his ample stomach. You're the last person who can help Ashley right now, Scarlett. I told you I was going to deliver some hard truths, and that's one of them. Right or wrong, and I don't care to know which. There was a lot of speculation about you and Ashley at one time. Miss Millie stood up for you, and most people followed her lead. For love of her, mind you, not because they were especially fond of you. India thought the worst and said it. It wasn't a pretty situation, but folks accommodated themselves like they always do. Things could have rocked on like that forever, even after Melanie's death. But you couldn't leave well enough alone. Oh, no. You had to go make a spectacle of yourself at Melanie's very graveside. He held up one hand. I know what you're about to say. Ashley was about to throw himself in the grave, maybe break his neck. For such a smart girl, you don't understand the world at all. If Ashley had pitched himself into the coffin, everybody would have called it touching. What you did broke the rules. You laid hands on a man who wasn't your husband, in public. You broke up the last rites of a saint. There's not a lady in this town who isn't lined up on India's side right now. God help you, Scarlett, because I can't. When Christian ladies turn on you, you better not hope for Christian charity or forgiveness. It's not in them. That's why I've always kept my distance from the misnamed gentle sex. Leave Ashley where he is. Some sweet-talking little lady will come along one of these days and snap him up. You leave Pitty Pat's house the way it is, including your half. And don't stop sending money through me to pay the bills, the way you've always done. That'll satisfy your promise to Melanie. Scarlett was seething. She might have known that she'd get no help from Uncle Henry. Scarlett couldn't sleep that night. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw the wide front door of Aunt Pitty's house closed and bolted against her. It was India's doing, she told herself. Scarlett shook off her gloominess, straightened her spine. She didn't have to be lonely at all. And it didn't matter if Atlanta's old guard never spoke to her again, ever. She had plenty of friends. She was going to give a party. The friends Scarlett was planning to entertain were the most flamboyant and most successful of the horde of scavengers that had descended on Georgia in the days of the Reconstruction government. Many of the original group had left when the government was ousted in 1871, but a large number stayed to enjoy the tremendous fortunes they had made picking the bones of the dead Confederacy. Rhett had always despised them. He dubbed them the dregs and left the house when Scarlett gave her lavish parties. Scarlett thought he was silly. Rich people are ever so much more fun than poor people. Their clothes and carriages and jewels are better, and they give you better things to eat and drink. Scarlett tilted her head to admire the crisp white ruffles of the Mary Stuart-style cap. The point at the forehead was really very becoming. It emphasized the black arch of her eyebrows and the shining green of her eyes. Her hair looked like black silk. Just then the doorbell sounded. She moved towards the entrance hall to greet her friends. They arrived in a steady stream for almost an hour, and the house filled with the sound of loud voices, the overpowering smell of perfume and powder, the brilliant colors of silks and satins, rubies and sapphires. They were so happy to see her again. They'd missed her so much. She glanced over the silver dishes and trays on the long polished table to see that the servants were keeping them all replenished. Quantities of food, excesses of food, were important to her. Her friend Mamie Bart caught her eye and smiled. A streak of buttery sauce from the half-eaten oyster patty in Mamie's hand had dribbled from the corner of her mouth down onto the diamond necklace round her fat neck. Scarlett turned away in disgust. A burst of laughter drew her attention, and she drifted toward the trio of men who were its source. Bill Weller was bragging. Scarlett was smarter when she was sound asleep than Bill Weller on his best day. If he was making money, she wanted to know how.
These dumb Southerners, they've been a problem for me ever since I came down here. You just can't do nothing with a man who don't have natural human greed. So all the triple your money deals laid a big egg. I tell you, boys, it hurts my pride. I ain't the revival preacher kind. I like to sit behind my desk and let my employees do the hustling. That's just what I was doing when I looked out my window and saw a funeral going by. It was like lightning striking. There ain't a roof in Georgia that don't have some dearly departed once lived under it. The mothers and the widows are the easiest, and there's more of them than anything else. They don't blink an eye when my boys tell them that the Confederate Veterans Memorial are putting up monuments on all the battlefields, and they pay out quicker than you can say Abe Lincoln for their boy's name to be carved in the marble.
Scarlett felt as if she were going to be sick. The mothers and widows Bill Weller was cheating were her own people. He might be sending his men to any woman in Clayton County who had lost a son or brother or husband. That's the most low-down, filthy story I ever heard in my life. What do you know about Southerners, about decent people anywhere? The dining room and the glittering silver dishes of elaborate food were in front of her. Her gorge rose at the mixed smells of the rich, greasy sauces and spattered spittoons. Dregs? That's what you are. Dregs. Get out of my house. Get out of my sight. You make me sick. A shoving, angry stampede began, and in less than 10 minutes the rooms were empty of everything except the debris left behind. Scarlett made her way through spilled food and champagne, broken plates and glasses without looking down. She must keep her head high, the way her mother had taught her. She imagined that she was back at Tara with a heavy volume of novels balanced on her head, and she climbed the stairs with her back straight as a tree. Later that night, when the house was quiet and dark, Scarlett went downstairs for a drink to help her sleep. All evidence of the party was gone, except for the elaborate flower arrangements and the half-burned candles in the 6-armed candelabra. The brandy sent a relaxing warmth through her body. Scarlett sighed. Thank God. Another drink and my nerves should stop jumping around like they're doing. Mustn't hurry, she thought, pouring. It's not ladylike. The candles burned low and the decanter slowly emptied, and Scarlett's usual control over her mind and memory was loosened. This was the room where it had all begun. Rhett was drunk. She'd never seen him really drunk like that. He could always hold his liquor. He was drunk that night, though, and cruel. But then he carried her up to her room, forced himself on top of her, except that he didn't have to force her to accept him. She came alive when he handled her, when he kissed her lips and throat and body. She burned at his touch, and she cried out for more, and her body arched and strained to meet his again and again. No lady would ever feel the wild wanting she had felt. No lady would do the things she had done. Scarlett tried to push her thoughts back into the crowded, dark corner of her mind where she kept the unbearable and unthinkable. And her mind, so carefully taught by her mother that ladies did not have animal impulses, could not control the passionate demands of her body to feel rapture and surrender again. Scarlett's hand held her aching breasts, but hers were not the hands her body longed for. She dropped her arms onto the table in front of her, her head onto her arms, and she abandoned herself to the waves of desire and pain that made her writhe, made her call out brokenly into the empty, silent, candlelit room. Rhett. Oh, Rhett, I need you. Scarlett hurried home from the store every morning so she'd be there if Rhett was on the midday train. In the evening, she wore her most becoming gown and pearls for supper in case he was coming some other way. The long table stretched before her, gleaming with silver and heavy damask starched to a shine. It was then that she began to drink steadily, to shut out the silence while she listened for his footsteps. She didn't think anything of it when she began having sherry in the afternoon. After all, taking a glass or two of sherry was a ladylike thing to do, and she hardly noticed when she changed from sherry to whiskey, or when she first needed a drink to do the store accounts because it depressed her that business was falling off so, or when she began leaving the food on her plate because alcohol satisfied her hunger better, or when she began to take a glass of brandy as soon as she got up in the morning. She hardly even noticed when summer became fall. Her maid Pansy brought the afternoon mail to the bedroom on a tray. Lately Scarlett had tried sleeping for a while after dinner. It filled up part of the afternoon, and it gave her some rest, a relief denied to her at night. "I need a drink. It's almost dark. There's nothing wrong with a drink in the evening. I'll just sip a small brandy very slowly while I finish reading the mail." The bottle hidden behind the hat box was almost empty. Scarlett fumed. "Damn that Pansy. Must have been Pansy who drank it. No matter, I'll take the letters down to the dining room. After all, it's my house and my decanter and my brandy, and I can do what I choose." Scarlett hurried downstairs and to the dining room, where she tossed her mail onto the table in a heap. She poured brandy into a glass and drank a reviving swallow at the sideboard. Now she'd just sip her drink while she calmly read her letters. Her hand stopped when it touched a thin, crackling onion skin envelope addressed in a spidery script. "Aunt Eulalie." She downed the remainder of her brandy and ripped open the letter. She always hated the preachy, prissy missives from her dead mother's sister, but Aunt Eulalie lived in Charleston. She might mention Rhett. His mother was her closest friend. Scarlett's eyes moved rapidly, squinting to make out the words. "The unseasonably warm autumn, Aunt Pauline having trouble with her knee, a visit to Sister Mary Joseph." Scarlett made a face. She couldn't think of her baby sister Corinne by her religious name, even though she'd been in the convent in Charleston for 8 years. Rhett's name leapt from the tangle of words. It does one's heart good to see a cherished friend like Eleanor Butler find happiness after so many sorrows. Rhett is quite his mother's gallant, and his devotion has done so much to redeem him in the eyes of all those who deplored the wild ways of his younger days. It is beyond my comprehension, and also that of your Aunt Pauline, why you insist on maintaining your unaccountable preoccupation with trade when you have no need to remain associated with the store. I have deplored your actions in this regard on many past occasions, and you have never heeded my pleas that you abandon a course of action so unsuitable to a lady. I therefore ceased to refer to it some years ago. But now, when it is keeping you from your proper place by the side of your husband, I feel it my duty to once again allude to the distasteful matter." Scarlett threw the letter onto the table. So that was the story that Rhett was handing out, that she wouldn't leave the store and go to Charleston with him. She strode to the sideboard, splashed brandy into her glass. Some fell onto the gleaming wooden surface. A swipe with her sleeve mopped it up. He'd probably deny it, the skunk. Her hand lifted the glass to her lips, and Scarlett drank deep. The movement caught her eye, reflected in the mirror above the sideboard. She looked into her own eyes. They widened in shock at what they saw. She hadn't really looked at herself for months, and she couldn't believe that pale, thin, sunken-eyed woman had anything to do with her. What had happened? Her hand reached automatically for the decanter, providing the answer. Scarlett pulled her hand away, and she saw that it was shaking. She wanted a drink more than she'd wanted anything in her life. Her tongue darted across her lips. Her right hand moved on its own volition, closed around the neck of the glittering diamond-cut glass. Then she drew in a long breath and swung her arm with all the strength she could find. The decanter sparkled blue and red and violet in the sunlight as it crashed into the large mirror. For an instant, Scarlett saw her face cracking into pieces, saw her twisted smile of victory. Scarlett was crying, and laughing and shouting. Coward! 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 She stared at the place where her reflection had been, but it was gone. She laughed unevenly. It shouldn't take more than a few weeks to get over her weakness and get back to looking her best. She wouldn't let it. She had to be strong and beautiful, and she had no time to waste. She'd lost too much of it already. Rhett hadn't come back to her, so she'd have to go to him, to Charleston. Scarlett sent a telegram to her aunts in Charleston from the station in Augusta, where she had changed to the South Carolina Railroad line. She had thought it all out. There was no risk that her aunts would wire back some excuse to keep her from coming, because she was already on her way. Not that they'd be likely to. Eulalie was forever begging her to come see them, and hospitality was still the unwritten law of the land in the South. She had to have her aunt's house and protection to begin with. Charleston was a mighty stuck-up, proud place, and Rhett was obviously trying to turn people against her. All the demands of her business were in Uncle Henry's hands. Her responsibilities to Melanie were taken care of. Her children were settled at Tara. For the first time in her adult life, she was free to do anything she wanted to do, and she knew what that was. She'd prove to Rhett that he was wrong when he refused to believe that she loved him. Pauline and Eulalie threw open the door of their house the moment the buggy stopped. Golden light streamed out onto the path from the sidewalk, and Scarlett ran through it to the sanctuary it promised. But they looked so old, she thought when she was close to her aunts. I don't remember Aunt Pauline being skinny as a stick and all wrinkled like that. And when did Aunt Eulalie get so fat? She looks like a balloon with gray hair on top. Eulalie exclaimed, "Look at you. You've changed so, Scarlett. Why, I'd hardly know you. Look at Scarlett, sister. She's grown up to be the image of Ellen." Pauline sniffed. "Ellen was never this thin, sister. You know that. There's a clear resemblance, though, I will say that." Scarlett smiled. There was no greater compliment in the world that anyone could pay her. The aunts fluttered and argued about the business of settling Pansy in the servants' quarters and getting the trunks carried upstairs to Scarlett's bedroom. Scarlett settled herself gratefully on a settee in the drawing room. She all but dozed off during supper. Her aunts had soft voices with a characteristic low country accent that elongated vowels and blurred consonants. Even though their conversation consisted largely of politely expressed disagreement on everything, the sound of it was most lulling. She learned what she wanted to know almost as soon as she stepped across the threshold. Rhett was living at his mother's house, but he was out of town. Aunt Pauline had a sour expression. "Gone north," Aunt Eulalie reminded her. "But for good reason, sister. He's in Philadelphia buying back some of the family silver that the Yankees stole." Scarlett awoke in the morning with a sense of well-being, but her Aunt Eulalie punctured Scarlett's bubble before she'd finished her first cup of breakfast coffee. "So we sent our maid Susie with a note to Eleanor Butler. We'll call on her this morning. Would you please pass the syrup, Scarlett?" Scarlett's hand reached out automatically, but she knocked over the pitcher, spilling the syrup. Rhett's mother. She wasn't ready to see Rhett's mother yet. She'd only met Eleanor Butler once at Bonnie's funeral. She had to get away from Pauline and Eulalie. She had to pull herself together. "I better go look at my clothes. Pansy'll have to press the wrinkles out of whatever I'm going to wear." Scarlett followed her aunts out into the bright day. She gasped. Sun-reflected warmth from the white, crushed shell of the path and settled on her shoulders like a weightless blanket. "Oh, aunties, this feels wonderful. I hope your carriage has a fold-down top." Aunt Eulalie laughed. "Dear child, there's not a living soul in Charleston with a carriage anymore except for Sally Bruton. We'll walk. Everyone does." Aunt Pauline corrected. "There are carriages, sister. The carpetbaggers have them." "You could hardly call the carpetbaggers living souls, sister. Soulless is what they are, else they couldn't be carpetbaggers. Vultures. Buzzards." On the far side of the elevated promenade, The green-brown waters of Charleston's harbor stretched before her to the horizon. To Scarlett's left, flags fluttered on the tall masts of ships along the wharves. To her right, the trees of a long, low island glowed a bright green. The sunlight glittered on the tips of tiny pointed wavelets, like diamonds scattered across the water. The salt, sweet, light breeze caressed her neck. The promenade was so wide they walked 3 abreast along it. Twice they met other people. Then Scarlett saw that the next walkers approaching them were men in blue uniforms. "Auntie, there are Yankee soldiers coming at us." "Keep walking. They'll have to get out of our way." Who would have thought that Scarlett's skinny old aunt could be so brave? Pauline and Eulalie sailed past the soldiers as if they were not there. "Why are there so many damn Yankees in Charleston, Auntie? I saw some at the depot, too." "My goodness, Scarlett, didn't you know? Charleston is still under military occupation. They'll likely never leave us alone. They hate us because we threw them out of Fort Sumter and then held it against their whole fleet. And heaven only knows how many regiments." The sisters' faces were glowing with pride. Scarlett whispered, "Mother of God." She knew what military government meant. The helplessness and the rage, the constant fear that they'd confiscate your house or put you in jail or shoot you if you broke one of their laws. Pauline steered Scarlett. "Come along, Scarlett. We cross here. The Butler house is the one with the fresh paint." Scarlett stared at the house. Not a house, a mansion. Shining white columns soared 100 feet to support the roof overhang above the deep porches along the side of the tall, imposing brick house. In time, she found herself standing inside a door, looking at a tall, elegant woman with shining white hair crowning a lined, lovely face. Eleanor Butler put her hands lightly on Scarlett's shoulders and bent to kiss her cheek. "My dear child, you look so pale." Scarlett closed her eyes. The faint scent of lemon verbena surrounded her, floating gently from Eleanor Butler's silk gown and silken hair. It was the fragrance that had always been part of Ellen O'Hara, the scent for Scarlett of comfort, of safety, of love, of life before the war. Scarlett felt her eyes spilling uncontrollable tears. There. It's all right, my dear. Whatever it is, it's all right now. You've come home at last. I've been longing for you to come." Miss Eleanor put her arms around her daughter-in-law and held her close. Eleanor Butler was a Southern lady. Her slow, soft voice and indolent, graceful movements disguised a formidable energy and efficiency. Ladies were trained from birth to be decorative, to be appealingly helpless and empty-headed and admiring. They were also trained to manage the intricate and demanding responsibilities of huge houses, while always making it seem that the house, the garden, the kitchen, the servants ran themselves flawlessly. Somehow the ladies of the South did it. Eleanor soothed Scarlett with gentle words and fragrant tea, flattered Pauline, and diverted Eulalie. She also murmured to Manigo, her manservant, that her maid, Celie, would help him and Scarlett's maid transfer things from her aunt's house to the big bedroom overlooking the garden where Mr. Rhett slept. Scarlett felt like a girl again, safe from all harm, sheltered by a mother's all-powerful love. When Aunt Eulalie hurriedly swallowed the last of the cake, Eleanor Butler stood, pulling Scarlett up with her. "I have to pick up my boots from the cobbler this morning, so I'll take Scarlett along and introduce her to King Street. No woman can possibly feel at home until she knows where the shops are." The walk to Charleston shops was pure pleasure in the warm, bright winter sunlight. King Street was a revelation and a delight. Stores lined it for block after block, dry goods, hardware, boots, tobacco and cigars, hats, jewelry. It seemed that everything and anything could be bought on King Street. There were crowds of shoppers, too, and dozens of smart buggies and open carriages with liveried drivers and fashionably dressed occupants. We'll go to the market tomorrow and meet everyone you should know there. It's the traditional place to learn all the news, too. The paper never prints the really interesting things. In front of them was a park. Small children were running, rolling hoops, tossing balls in the grass under the watchful eyes of turbaned black housemaids sitting on benches. Mrs. Butler's cheeks had splotches of bright color. Scarlett, I hope you'll forgive me. I know I shouldn't, but I have to ask. What is it, Miss Eleanor? Have you and Red ever thought of another child? I understand that you'd be afraid to repeat the heartbreak you felt when Bonnie died. Had Mrs. Butler read her mind? She was counting on getting pregnant as soon as possible. Red would never send her away then. Miss Eleanor, I want a baby more than anything else in the whole world. Thank God. I do so long to be a grandmother again. You see, Rosemary, Red's sister, I'm very much afraid that there'll never be anyone for Rosemary to marry. Scarlett's mind worked furiously, fitting together the pieces of Rhett's family. Really, what did any of them matter? It was his mother that Rhett loved so much, and his mother wanted them together with a baby, 2 babies, a dozen. I'm just longing for a baby, Miss Eleanor. We'll convince Rhett, the 2 of us. You've made me very happy, Scarlett. Let's go home now. It's only around the corner there. Then I think I'll have a little rest before dinner. My committee is meeting at the house this afternoon, and I need to have my wits about me. We raise money with cake sales and bazaars of handcrafts and such for the Confederate Home for Widows and Orphans. God's nightgown, were they all the same, these Southern ladies? It was just like Atlanta. Always Confederate this and Confederate that. Couldn't they admit the war was over and get on with their lives? She'd have a headache. No, she'd go to the committee meeting. She'd even work on the committee if they asked her. She was never going to make the mistakes here she'd made in Atlanta. She was never going to be shut out and lonely again, not even if she had to wear the stars and bars embroidered on her corsets. That sounds mighty nice, Miss Eleanor. I was always a little sad that I never had time for extra work in Atlanta. My former husband, Frank Kennedy, left a fine business as an inheritance for our little girl. I felt it was my duty to watch over it for her. That should take care of that story Rhett was telling. Eleanor Butler nodded comprehension. Scarlett lowered her lashes to hide the delight in her eyes. Scarlett and Eleanor Butler were drinking coffee on the second-floor balcony when Mrs. Butler laughed and gestured toward the street. Here comes my committee. I'd recognize that sound anywhere. Scarlett ran to the railing above the street to look. A pair of horses was racing toward her, pulling a handsome dark green brougham with yellow-spoked wheels. The wheels gave off silver flashes of light and also the merry jingling sound. The carriage slowed, then stopped in front of the house. Scarlett had never seen anyone like the driver on the high seat on the front of the carriage. She was half standing, pulling on the traces with all her might, her ugly face screwed up with determination. She looked for all the world like a dressed-up monkey. What a peculiar turnout of people. Miss Eleanor's committee surely is different from the bunches of old cats who run everything in Atlanta. Scarlett, do come meet Sally Bruton. She was trying not to stare, but staring nonetheless at Sally Bruton, the monkey-faced driver of the carriage. Sally Bruton was a tiny woman in her 40s. She was shaped like a thin, active young boy, and her face did, in fact, greatly resemble a monkey's. My dear Miss Scarlett, you must think us as mad as March hares. I am the only surviving carriage possessor in town, and I find it impossible to keep a coachman. I do the driving myself. I'm an appallingly bad driver, so whenever I take the carriage out, I'm required by my humanitarian husband to bedeck it in bells as advance warning to people to get out of my way. The fact is, I adore careening through the streets, scattering scallywags and carpetbaggers to the 4 winds. There was a girl in the doorway, a young girl with shining brown hair that grew in a widow's peak above her soft brown eyes. She looks for all the world like Melanie when I first knew her, Scarlett thought. The girl stopped, her lips parted, her eyes on Scarlett. Good afternoon. I don't think we've met. I'm Anne Hampton. Eleanor hurried to the girl's side. She was holding a steaming teacup. Scarlett, Anne is our expert on the Confederate home. She graduated from the school last year, and now she's teaching there. Anne Hampton, Scarlett Butler. Let's come to order. I don't want anyone distracted by an empty stomach. Scarlett, just pull that bell rope, please, my dear. Scarlett yanked the bell rope and saw the door open. Rhett pushed the door with his foot. His hands were holding a huge silver tray laden with gleaming teapot, urn, bowl, sugar bowl, milk pitcher, strainer, and 3 tea caddies. He was smiling with delight at his surprise. Did you ring for tea, Mrs. Butler? India, China, or chamomile? Scarlett couldn't breathe. How handsome he was. Mrs. Butler grabbed a napkin and wiped her eyes. Rhett, oh, darling, I'm afraid I'm going to make a spectacle of myself. You said some silver in Philadelphia. I had no idea it was the tea service and intact. It's a miracle. Look at me, Scarlett begged silently from the shadowy corner. She couldn't stand another minute of it. She ran forward. Rhett, darling. His head turned toward her, and she stopped. His face was rigid, blank, all emotion withheld by an iron control. Then his lips turned downward at one corner in the sardonic smile she knew so well and feared so much. It's a fortunate man who receives a greater surprise than he gives. He'd like to kill me, she thought, and the danger of it gave her a strange thrill. Rhett put his arm around her shoulders, his hand clamped like a vise around her upper arm. I'm sure you ladies will excuse us if we leave you. It's been much too long since I've had a chance to talk to my wife. We'll go upstairs and leave you to solve the problems of the Confederate home. He propelled Scarlett out the door without giving her an opportunity to make her goodbyes. Rhett didn't speak while he rushed her up the stairs and into his bedroom. He closed the door and stood with his back against it. What are you doing here, Scarlett? I came because I wanted to be with you. My dear Scarlett, we might have been friends in time when the memories had softened to bittersweet nostalgia. Perhaps we might arrive at that yet, if we are both charitable and patient. But nothing more. Go back to Atlanta, Scarlett. Leave me be. I no longer love you. The blood had drained from Scarlett's face. Her green eyes glittered against her ghostly white skin. I'm your wife, and you are my husband. An unfortunate circumstance that I offered to correct. Divorce you? Never, never, never. And I'll never give you cause to divorce me. I'm your wife, and like a good, dutiful wife should, I've come to your side, abandoning all I hold dear. Your mother is overjoyed that I'm here. What are you going to tell her if you throw me out? Because I'll tell her the truth, and it'll break her heart. Rhett paced heavily from end to end of the big room. Under his breath, he muttered curses, profanity, and vulgarity such as Scarlett had never heard. This was Rhett the rum runner, habitué of the lowest taverns in Havana. Rhett the lawless adventurer, friend and companion of renegades like himself. Suddenly, his animal-like pacing stopped, and he turned to face her. He was Rhett Butler, Charleston gentleman. Check. I overlooked the unpredictable mobility of the Queen, but not mate, Scarlett. So I'll stay? You'll stay until you want to go. I don't expect it to be very long. You were driven out of Atlanta, miraculously minus tar and feathers, and you've been treated decently by ladies who know no other way to treat people, and so you think you found a refuge. Now you are here, in my mother's house and under her wing, because I care greatly for her happiness. I cannot for the moment do anything about it. However, I don't really have to. You'll do what's necessary without any action on my part. You'll reveal yourself for what you are. Then everyone will feel pity for me and compassion for my mother.
And I'll pack you up and ship you back to Atlanta to the silent cheers of the entire community. You think you can pass yourself off as a lady, don't you? You couldn't fool a blind deaf-mute. I'm a lady, damn you. I'll thank you to remember that my mother is a Robillard from Savannah. Rhett's grin in response was maddeningly tolerant. Show me your clothes. They're certain to be new. You've never embarked on an attempt to win back my favors without an arsenal of petticoats and silk frocks, all in the execrable taste that is your hallmark. I won't have you making my mother a laughingstock, so show them to me, Scarlett, and I'll see what can be salvaged. She stalked into the dressing room. Maybe this was a good thing. He'd see her in her shimmy. Scarlett's fingers moved quickly to unhook the dress she was wearing. She stepped out of the pile of rich fabric, then gathered her new dresses in her arms and walked slowly into the bedroom. Dump them on the bed, Scarlett. Her face became livid with anger, but Rhett was not looking at her. He was examining the finery on the bed. He said about the first gown, "Rip off all the lace and keep only one of the avalanche of bows down the side, then it won't be too bad. Give this one to your maid. It's hopeless. This will do if you take off the trim, replace the gold buttons with plain black ones, and shorten the train." It took only a few minutes for him to go through them all. "I'm off now, Scarlett. I can't waste the chance to ride the tide upriver to our plantation. You've got to check up on your workers if you go away and leave them." As if he could see inside her skull, he drawled his final words. "Don't count on sharing my bed either, Scarlett." Before she could say a word, he was gone. The Charleston that had molded Eleanor Butler and drawn Rhett back after decades of adventuring was an old city, one of the oldest in America. First settled in 1682, it had from its earliest days a romantic languor and sensuality foreign to the brisk pace and Puritan self-denial of the New England colonies. Fittingly, the first shots of the Civil War were fired at Fort Sumter in Charleston Harbor. To most of the world, Charleston was the symbol of the mysterious and magical, moss-hung, magnolia-scented South. To Charlestonians as well. The market was the perfect place for Scarlett to begin the life of a Charleston lady. Outsiders could shop there. It was public property. But they found it frustrating. Somehow they could never quite catch the eye of the woman who was selling vegetables, the man selling crabs. Black citizens were as proudly Charlestonian as white ones. When the foreigner left, the whole market rang with laughter. The market was for Charleston's people only. Scarlett followed Mrs. Butler to the end of the market hall, where the rows of tables were crowded with dented, galvanized wash tubs filled with seafood. Scarlett's nose wrinkled at the reek, and she looked at the tubs with disdain. In the next hour, Scarlett was introduced to more than 20 ladies and a dozen varieties of fish. Scarlett saw Sally Bruton's monkey face. "Good morning, Mrs. Bruton." "Good morning, Scarlett." Sally stopped before a table of onions. She grabbed one of the brown paper bags from the table and began to drop onions into it. Impulsively, Scarlett put her hand over the mouth of the bag. "Excuse me, Miss Bruton, but these onions were dug up too soon. They look fine enough, but they won't have any flavor. I know, because it's a mistake I made myself. I'll show you what a good onion should be like." Scarlett sorted with expert eyes, hands, and nose through the baskets on the table. Her chin was belligerent. "You can figure me for a country bumpkin if you want to," she was thinking, "but I am not ashamed that I got my hands dirty when I had to." "Thank you. I'm grateful. I did you an injustice, Scarlett. I didn't think anyone as pretty as you could have any sense." Scarlett shrugged. "I'm mighty particular about root crops. Rhett said one time that he'd known plenty of people to send wine back, but I was the only one who'd do it with carrots. We were the fanciest restaurant in New Orleans, and did it ever cause a rumpus?" Sally laughed explosively. Scarlett didn't know it, but she had just advanced to the highest level of Charleston's tight-knit, stratified society. Doors that would have opened a polite crack for Eleanor Butler's daughter-in-law swung wide for a protege of Sally Bruton's. In what seemed like almost no time at all,
Sunday Mass, followed by breakfast at her aunt's house, and Tuesday afternoon tea with Corinne were welcome, quiet moments in Scarlett's busy schedule. Corinne was radiantly happy in her vocation, so changed from the quiet, withdrawn girl Scarlett remembered. Scarlett's days were a whirlwind of activity. The social rounds were just what she needed after the terrifying loneliness of Atlanta. Atlanta must have been wrong, that's all. Scarlett always wished that Rhett could see her. Oh, if only he'd come home from the plantation. If only she didn't have to wait so long for the season to start. Rhett would be back, Miss Eleanor had promised her. But when will that be, Miss Eleanor? Soon, dear. It's bound to be soon. We haven't had any duck for a month, and roast duck is a particular favorite of mine. Rhett knows that. Several days later, Scarlett came in from her round of morning calls. She demanded of Monica, "Where's Mrs. Butler?" When he replied that she was in the kitchen, Scarlett ran to the back of the house. Eleanor Butler looked up at Scarlett's entry. "Good news, Scarlett. I had a letter from my daughter Rosemary this morning. She'll be home day after tomorrow." Scarlett looked at the table near Mrs. Butler. "Ducks? Those are ducks you're plucking? The plantation boat came. I can go back to the plantation on it to get Rhett." "You can't go alone on a boat with 4 men, Scarlett." "Well, I can take Pansy, whether she likes it or not. Here, give me a sack and some of those biscuits. I'm hungry." "But, Scarlett..." "But me no buts, Miss Eleanor. Just hand me the biscuits. I'm going." Scarlett had thought about it 1,000 times. What it would be like when next she saw Rhett. Certainly she'd never thought of the possibility that she'd show up at his plantation, squashed amid boxes and barrels of God knows what, on a scabby boat that smelled to high heaven, with Pansy as her companion. Scarlett was soaked to the skin and shivering, miserable in body and mind. She looked up through the blur of rain on her face and saw a figure in streaming black oilskins, illuminated by a blazing torch. Rhett leaned forward, one arm outstretched. "Throw me a line. Good trip, boys?" Scarlett pushed against the crates nearest her to stand. She fell back, toppling the topmost crate with a crash. "What the hell? What's making that racket? Are you men drunk?" The boatman chorused. "No, sir, Mr. Rhett." One of them gestured toward the 2 women in the stern of the barge. "My God!" Scarlett was wrapped in a blanket. "Why didn't you stay in Charleston, Scarlett?" "Your mother didn't want to disturb you, but I believe you should know that Rosemary, your sister, will be home day after tomorrow." "Very well. We'll leave tomorrow as soon as the tide turns. The sky is clear. It'll be an easy run." Past Rhett's silhouette, Scarlett could see the night sky. "Come along with me, Scarlett. There's a bedroom where you can sleep." The nightmare began as it had always begun, with the mist. It was years since Scarlett had dreamed it. Again she was running, with her straining heart pounding in her ears, running, stumbling, and running through a thick white fog. She was cold as death, and hungry and terrified. It was the same. It had always been the same. And yet it was not the same, for in the past she had been running and reaching for something unnamed and unknowable. And now, ahead of her, she could glimpse Rhett's broad back, always moving away. And she knew that he was what she was looking for, that when she reached him, the dream would lose its power and fade away, never to return. The fog thickened, and he began to disappear. And she cried out to him, "Rhett! Rhett! Rhett! Rhett!" "Hush! Hush! Hush now. You're dreaming. It's not real." "Rhett?" "Yes, I'm here. You're all right." Strong arms lifted her and held her, and she was warm and safe at last. "Oh, Rhett, it was so awful. I can't remember, but I was cold and hungry, and I was so frightened. Rhett, it was terrible." "There'll be biscuits for breakfast and hominy and butter enough to turn 'em yellow. You'll sleep like a baby. You've always been a good feeder, Scarlett." His voice was amused and tired. She closed her heavy eyelids. The last sound she heard was his warm, gentle laughter. It was like a lullaby. The boat moored to the landing was very different from the scabrous barge that had brought Scarlett and Pansy to the plantation. The sloop moved quickly back to Charleston, caught by the fast river current, sending Scarlett tumbling down from the short ladder stair into a graceless sprawl in the cabin. Overhead, Scarlett could hear a rumble of voices punctuated by Pansy's high-pitched giggle. Rhett was talking. $500,000 in gold. What did you say? I said, Scarlett, I'll give you $500,000 in gold if you will go away. Whatever pleasure you're finding in Charleston can hardly be worth that much to you. I'm offering you a handsome bribe, Scarlett. Your greedy little heart can't possibly prefer a futile attempt to save our marriage to a fortune bigger than you ever hoped for. What's it to be, Scarlett? Scarlett had to find a way to stay. She couldn't go away, not for all the money in the world. I'd be glad to have the money, but not if it means going back to Atlanta right now. I might as well show my cards, 'cause you already know about it. I did some mighty foolish things, and there's no taking them back. Right this minute, I haven't got a friend in the whole state of Georgia. I'm making friends in Charleston, though. You might not want to believe it, but it's true, and I'm learning a lot, too. So I've got a deal to offer you. You stop acting so hateful to me. You act nice and help me have a good time. We go through the season like a devoted, happy husband and wife. Then, come spring, I'll go home and start over. She held her breath. He had to say yes. He just had to. The season lasted for almost 8 weeks, and they'd be together every day. There wasn't a man on 2 feet that she couldn't have eating out of her hand if he was around her that much. With the money, you mean? Well, of course, with the money. You'd take me for a fool? Scarlett was almost certain that she saw him smile. Do you know the name of the river we're on, Scarlett? It's the Ashley River. It calls to mind that estimable gentleman, Mr. Wilkes, whose affections you once coveted. I was a witness to your capacity for dogged devotion, Scarlett, and your single-minded determination is a terrifying thing to behold. You have recently been so amiable as to mention that you have decided to put me in the elevated place once occupied by Ashley. The prospect fills me with alarm. Oh, fiddly-dee, Red. I know there's no point in going after you. You're not nice enough to put up with it. Besides, you know me too well. I do believe that the real Miss O'Hara has joined us. He was mocking, but Scarlett didn't care. She'd won. Scarlett settled back against the cushions, wishing that Rhett's sister wasn't coming home. No matter if Rosemary was as plain as a mud fence, she was still younger than Scarlett, and Rhett's sister to boot. She'd get too much of his attention. Scarlett tensed when she heard the outside door open a few minutes before supper time. Rosemary had arrived. Scarlett looked at the door with apprehension. The young woman who came through it a moment later had a pleasant smile on her face. She looks just like Red. No, it's not that. She's got the same black eyes and hair and white teeth, but that's not what's the same. It's more the way she is. She just kind of takes over, like he does. Scarlett's green eyes narrowed. Rosemary crossed the room in 4 strides. Oh, my, I'll have to teach her to walk. Men don't like women who gallop like that. So this is Scarlett. Instead of touching cheeks in the approved fashion, Rosemary stared frankly at Scarlett's face. Rhett said you were feline. I see what he means with those green eyes. I do hope you'll purr at me and not spit, Scarlett. I'd like for us to be friends. Scarlett's eyes found him, and her temper flared. Rhett was lounging against the frame of the door. Feline, am I? I'd like to scratch that laughter right out of your eyes. Rosemary's bumptiousness was giving her a headache. Rhett's sister was passionately and loudly opinionated and argumentative. During the days that followed, Scarlett recaptured all the giddy excitement of what she remembered as the best time of her life. She was a belle, with men clustered around her at receptions, with her dance card filled as soon as she entered the ballroom, with all her old games of flirtation producing the same admiration that they had before. It was like being 16 again. But it was not long before the thrills became flat. She was not 16, and she didn't really want a string of beaux. She wanted Rhett. She was no closer to winning him back than she had been. He kept up his end of their bargain. He was attentive to her and pleasant to her, with other people. Yet she was sure that he was looking at the calendar, counting the days until he was rid of her. What if she lost? She had to make him notice, make him care. She decided to choose one man from her dozens of admirers, someone he'd have to feel jealous of. Middleton Courtney was tall and fair. He was the epitome of what Scarlett considered a sophisticated man about town. When he bowed over her hand in greeting, Scarlett closed her fingers over his. "Dare I hope that you will honor me with the next dance, Mrs. Butler?" "If you hadn't asked me, Mr. Courtney, it would have broken my poor heart." When the polka ended, Scarlett opened her fan in the slow unfurling known as languishing fall. She fluttered it near her face. "I'm afraid I'm liable to keel right into your arms, Mr. Courtney. Will you be so kind?" She took his proffered arm and leaned on it while he escorted her to a bench beneath the window. "Oh, please, Mr. Courtney, do sit here beside me. I'll get a terrible crick in my neck if I have to look up at you." "I'd hate to be the cause of any injury to such a beautiful neck." He was as skillful as Scarlett at the game they were playing. "I hope my silly weak spell isn't keeping you from dancing with the lady closest to your heart, Mr. Courtney." "But the lady you speak of is the lady closest to my heart right now, Mrs. Butler." "You better be careful, Mr. Courtney. You're liable to turn my head." "I certainly intend to try." His breath was warm on her neck. Very soon the public romance between them was the most talked about topic of the season. Middleton's wife, Edith, looked increasingly drawn and pale. No one could understand Rhett's imperturbability. The yearly races were second only to the St. Cecilia Ball as the crowning event of Charleston's social season. Indeed, there were many people, largely bachelors, who considered them the only event. Before the war, the season had included a full week of racing, and the St. Cecilia Society hosted 3 balls. Then came the years of siege. Nothing was quite the same. There was 1 ball, not 3, and race week was race day. Rhett presented his 3 ladies with green and white striped parasols when they were ready to leave the house, and inserted a white camellia into his buttonhole. "The Yankees are taking the bait. The esteemed Mr. Belmont himself has sent down 2 horses, and Guggenheim has 1. They don't know about the broodmare Sally Bruton's husband hid in the swamp. He has a wonder of a 3-year-old that's going to make every big money pocket a lot bigger than it expected to be." The pistol shot sounded and the race had begun. Scarlett didn't know that she was shouting, jumping up and down, pounding on Rhett's arm. When Sweet Sally won by a half length, she let out a yell of victory. Rhett rubbed his biceps. "I think I'm crippled for life. That swamp rat over the best blood stock in America. I'm going to begin bringing the stables back to life. I've already retrieved some of the cups that Butler horses won when our colors were known all over the world. I'll place my first bet when I have a horse of my own to bet on." Scarlett received small spiritual benefit from Mass the next day. Her whole focus was on her own spirits, and they were very low. She'd hardly laid eyes on Rhett since the races. Walking back after Mass, she tried to make an excuse that would get her out of eating with her aunts, but Pauline wouldn't hear of it. Eulalie was mournful, and Pauline censorious. "We've learned that you haven't written to your grandfather Robillard for years, Scarlett." "Why should I write to him? He's nothing but a crabby old man who's never lifted a finger for me my whole life." Pauline, echoed by Eulalie, found plenty to say about respect for one's elders, loyalty to one's family, duty, manners, and good breeding. Scarlett set her cup on its saucer with a crash. "Don't you dare preach over me, Aunt Pauline. I'm sick to death of it. I don't care a fig for Grandfather Robillard. He was horrid to Mother, and he's been horrid to me, and I hate him. And I don't care if I burn in hell for it." It felt good to lose her temper. She'd been holding it too long. There'd been too many tea parties, too many receiving lines, too many calls, and too many callers. "And there's no need to sit there staring at me as if I had a horn on my head and a pitchfork in my hand either. Grandfather treats everybody like dirt. I'll bet you $100 he never answers all the mealy-mouthed letters you write to him. He likely doesn't even read them. I know I never once read one all the way through. I didn't have to. They were always the same thing, a whining for more money." Scarlett covered her mouth with her hand. She'd gone too far. She'd broken 3 of the unwritten, inviolate rules of the Southern Code of Behavior. She'd said the word money. She'd reminded her dependents of the charity she'd given, and she'd kicked a downed foe. Her eyes, when she looked at her weeping aunts, were stricken with shame. "I'm sorry." A moment passed before Eulalie wiped her eyes and blew her nose. "I heard that Rosemary had a new suitor. Have you met him, Scarlett?" Pauline added, "Is he from a good family?" Scarlett looked at her aunt's worn faces with real affection and respect. They had kept the code. She knew they would keep it until the day they died, and never refer to the way she had broken it. No Southerner would ever deliberately shame another. When the morning was spent, she marveled at the time and rushed to the hall to get her wrap. "I shouldn't have stayed so long. I promised Miss Eleanor I'd be home for dinner." Scarlett kissed Pauline and Eulalie goodbye at the front door. "And do try, if you can, to come with us to Savannah for Father's birthday party. We're taking the train on the 15th after Mass." Scarlett was surprised to find Rhett's mother at home alone. "Rosemary's out to dinner and Rhett's out sailing. What do you say to a quiet dinner on the card table before the fire in the library? How are Eulalie and Pauline?" "They're fine, bossy as ever. They're trying to make me go to Savannah with them for Grandfather's birthday." "Good heavens, you mean he's not dead yet?" Eleanor's brow creased in thought, and she mumbled under her breath as she worked out the arithmetic. "He's over 90, for sure. I know he was in his late 30s when he married your grandmother in 1820. I had an aunt, she's dead long since, who never got over it. He'd been quite attentive to her, but then Solange, your grandmother, decided to notice him, and poor Aunt Alice didn't stand a chance. Alice tried to kill herself, and everything was in an uproar. He was an incredibly dashing man, so handsome, with that wonderful straight bearing the soldiers have, and a French accent, of course. Never mind about that. Tell me more about Grandmother. I don't know how to describe your grandmother. She wasn't like anybody else in the world. Was she very beautiful, Miss Eleanor?" "Yes and no. She was so French. She had a quality of absolute stillness sometimes, and you'd almost forget she was there. Then she'd turn her slanted dark eyes on you, and suddenly you'd find yourself irresistibly drawn to her. Even women felt it. It drove men out of their minds. Often you remind me of her." "How so, Miss Eleanor?" "Your eyes are shaped the same, and you have the same intensity. You fairly vibrate with it. Both of you strike me as in some way more fully alive than most people." Rhett was standing in the doorway, a lamp in his raised hand. He strode over to the bed, closing the door with a kick. "You can't hide from me, Scarlett. Get up. I should have had you killed the minute you set foot in Charleston." Scarlett's lips curved in an uncontrollable smile of victory. She had done it, made him admit that he was jealous. "I don't give a damn that you made a spectacle of yourself. In fact, it was rather diverting to watch a middle-aged woman convince herself that she was still an irresistible girl. Today the joke ceased to be funny. As I left church this morning, an old friend, who is also a close cousin, drew me to one side and volunteered to serve as my second when I challenge Middleton Courtney." "What did you say to him?" "Exactly what I am about to say to you. A duel will not be necessary. My wife is unaccustomed to society and acted in a way subject to misinterpretation because she didn't know any better. Therefore, you will follow my instructions for your behavior at all public appearances until the season is ended. No head-hanging chagrin, my pet. It's not your style, and it would only add fuel to the fire of gossip. You will not leave. Flight would only serve to confirm guilt. But you will distribute your attentions more evenly among the beguiled male population." Scarlett lifted her fist to hit him, but her bald hands fell ineffectually on his chest. There was no point in fighting Rhett. She'd have to outwit him. As always when she was heart-sore, Scarlett thought of Tara. If only Tara were hers, all hers. Scarlett's head snapped up. Rhett wanted her to stay, did he? Fine. She kept her voice cool. "You and I both know that you can force me to stay in Charleston and go to the balls and the receptions, and we both know that once you get me to one, there's not a single thing you can do about what I might say or do. I'm offering to stay and act however you want me to act, if you'll help me get something I want." Scarlett explained her plan about buying back Corinne's dowry. What good was a share of Tara to a convent in Charleston? "What touching faith you have in me, Scarlett. I know every rascal and crooked politician and dishonest businessman within 1,000 miles, but I have no influence at all with the good people in this world. I wish you all the luck in the world." Rhett left her room, then he laughed with genuine delight. Scarlett's bull-headed assault on the Mother Superior should be good entertainment. On the eve of the St. Cecilia's ball, the butler's former coachman Ezekiel had appeared like a magical genie from a bottle. Ezekiel had polished the carriage and groomed the horses until they looked fit to carry royalty. After the turn onto Meeting Street, the carriage moved into place at the end of a long line of carriages. One by one they stopped to release passengers, then slowly moved on. "I wish we'd walked," Scarlett thought. "It would be lovely to be out in the warm air." She was startled by the sharp clanging of a streetcar bell. Eleanor Butler said, "Isn't it nice to see the streetcar with nobody on it but people dressed for a ball? Did you know, Scarlett, that they always make special runs to take people to the St. Cecilia? They run another special at 2 when the ball's over." The carriage moved forward and stopped, and the door was pulled open. Scarlett looked out onto a scene that made her catch her breath. This was the way a ball should be. Tall black iron poles held a pair of enormous lanterns, brightly lit with a half-dozen gas jets. They illuminated the deep portico and towering white columns of a temple-like building set back from the street behind a tall iron fence. A gleaming white canvas walkway led from the scoured white marble carriage block. The ball of the season. The evening had been everything a ball should be. It was the same for everyone. Scarlett giggled when she saw her aunts dancing every dance. Even Eulalie's usually sorrowful face was alight with pleasure. There were no wallflowers here. It was shortly after 2 when the doors to the Hibernian Hall opened. People came pouring through the open doors, talking, laughing, pausing on the porch, reluctant to see the end of the evening. As they did every year, they said that this had been the best St. Cecilia ever, the best orchestra, the best food, the best punch, the best time they'd ever had. The streetcar driver pulled the handle near his head, and the brightly polished bell clanged its summons. Scarlett plucked Rhett's sleeve. "Oh, let's do ride the car, Rhett. The air feels so good, and the carriage will be stuffy." He took a deep breath of the fresh night air. "I'll go tell Mama. Go on to the car and save us a place." They hadn't far to ride. The streetcar turned east on Broad Street, only a block away, then moved grandly through the silent city to the end of Broad in front of the post office building. It was a merry, noisy continuation of the party. Almost everyone on the crowded car joined in the song started by 3 laughing men when the car teetered around the corner. Oh, the Rock Island line, it's a mighty fine line. The Rock Island line, it's the road to ride. When Red and Scarlett stepped down from the car, she continued to join in every time the chorus was repeated. Get your ticket at the station for the Rock Island line. Scarlett watched the lighted car become smaller, then stop, then start, then disappear as it turned the corner. It was very quiet and very dark outside the pool of light thrown by the street lamp. The air was balmy and soft. Rhett said quietly, "Listen." Scarlett listened. Everything was still. She held her breath to listen harder. Now! St. Michael's bells chimed once, twice. The notes hung in the warm night air for a long time. past. Their route took them past the docks. Rhett, look at the sky. The stars look so close. It's because of the sea. We're past the warehouse now, and there's only water. Listen, and you can hear it breathing. Scarlett strained to hear. The rhythmic slap-slap of the moving water against the invisible pilings of the seawall became audible. Gradually it seemed to get louder, until she was amazed she hadn't been hearing it all the time. Do you miss the blockade running, Rhett? Let's just say I'd like to be 10 years younger. I play with sailboats. It gives me the pleasure of being on the water and feeling the wind blowing free. Scarlett tasted the air and thought of the wing-like sails of the small boats that skimmed the harbor, almost flying. I want to do that. I want to go sailing more than anything in the whole world. Oh, Rhett, will you take me? Rhett thought for a moment. Very soon she'd be out of his life forever. Why not? It's a shame to waste the weather. Come on, let's hurry. It's late, and I want to get an early start. Just before they reached the house, Rhett stopped, stopping her. Oh, for heaven's sake, it was just St. Michael's clock again. The chimes ended, and the deep reverberating single bell tolled 3 times. The next morning, Scarlett was surprised to discover that the boat was so small, and that it was at the bottom of a long ladder that looked slimy wet. Scarlett was no stranger to ladders, and she had a good head for heights, but she was grateful for Rhett's steadying arm around her waist, and very glad to reach the relative stability of the small boat. She sat quietly on the board seat in the stern, while Rhett efficiently attached the sails to the mast and tested the lines. The white canvas lay in heaps on the covered bow and inside the open cockpit. Ready, Scarlett? Oh, yes. Scarlett was in a transport of delight with the wind and the sea. The suddenly increased speed brought water foaming onto the deep slanted edge of the hull. Scarlett let out a cry. Overhead the cry was repeated by a soaring seagull, bright white against the huge, wide, cloudless sky. Rhett looked up and grinned. The sun was warm on his back. He lashed the tiller and moved forward in a stoop to get the canvas bag. The sweaters he pulled out of it were stretched and misshapen with age, stiff with dried brine. He held one of them out to her. Put this on, Scarlett. Scarlett made a face, but she took the sweater from him. Rhett pulled the second, grimier sweater over his head. Then he helped Scarlett. Her head emerged, and the wind assaulted her disheveled hair, pulling it free from dislodged combs and hairpins and tossing it in long, dark, leaping streamers. She had never, in her life, looked so beautiful. Her face was alight with joy, rosy from windburn, glowing amid the wild, dark cloud of her hair. I don't suppose you have anything to eat in that bag of yours, do you? Only sailor's rations, hardtack and rum. That sounds delicious. We'll be home for dinner, Scarlett. Restrain yourself. Rhett was careless. He didn't see the dark patch of cloud that was spreading across the horizon behind them. The taut, billowing sails went limp. He looked then, too late, over his shoulder, and saw the squall racing over the water and the sky. Get down in the belly of the boat, Scarlett, and hold on. We're about to have a storm. Don't be frightened. I've sailed through much worse." Rhett was making rapid adjustments to the rigging. "We'll have to run before it. You'll get wet, but it'll be a hell of a ride." At that moment the squall hit. Day turned to liquid near night as the clouds blackened the sky and loosed sheets of rain on them. Scarlett's eyes were narrowed against the rain pouring down on her head with terrible pounding blows streaming down over her face. On all sides there were angry, surging, foam-streaked, mountainous waves. Oh, God, where was Rhett? She turned her head from side to side, trying to see through the rain. Then, just as the sloop dove furiously down the other side of the wave, she found him. God damn his soul! He was kneeling, his back and shoulders straight, and he was laughing into the wind. He's loving this fight with the wind, the death danger. He loves it. Rhett could manage anything, even the ocean itself. She lifted her head as his was lifted, and gave herself over to the wild, perilous excitement. Scarlett had no hint that anything was wrong until the crest of the wave was nearly under the keel, and Rhett shouted and threw his body painfully over hers. "Jibe! Jibe!" Scarlett didn't see the crosswind ruffle, then suddenly fill the wet canvas of the mainsail, and propel it to the opposite side of the whaler's sloop with an ever-mounting force so mighty that there was a crack like the sound of lightning striking. The thick mast broke and was carried into the sea. The hull of the boat bucked, then lifted to starboard and rolled slowly, following the pull of the fouled rigging until it was upside down, capsized in the cold, storm-torn sea. She had never known such cold rain pelting her, colder waters surrounding her, pulling at her. "I'm dying. Oh, God, don't let me die." The sound of her name was louder than the clacking of her teeth, and it penetrated to her consciousness. "Scarlett!" She knew that voice. It was Rhett's voice, and that was Rhett's arm around her, holding her. She opened her mouth to answer, and at once it was filled with water. "Rhett!" "Thank God. Now listen carefully, my darling. Listen harder than you've ever listened in your life. We've got one chance, and we're going to take it. The sloop is right here. I'm holding onto the rudder. We've got to use it for protection. That means we've got to go under the water and come up under the hull of the boat. Do you understand?" Panic seized her. "Stop it. You've got to live through this, and you'll never do it if you act like a gibbering idiot." "What should I do?" "I'm going to count. At 3, take a deep breath and close your eyes. I've got you. 1, 2... Then she was pulled down. In seconds it was over. She gulped air gratefully. Rhett moved his grip to her waist. "I'm going to cut the laces on your boots, Scarlett. Don't kick when you feel something grab your foot. It'll be me. Those heavy skirts and petticoats will have to go too. Just hold on tight." Scarlett used the time to assess her surroundings. Things weren't too bad, if she could ignore the cold. The overturned sloop made a roof over her head so that the rain was not hitting her. She felt Rhett's touch on her left foot. She'd had no idea how heavy and constricting boots were. Then suddenly a tremendous weight slid down her legs and her shoulders bobbed up out of the water. Rhett burst through the water. "How do you feel, Scarlett?" "Frozen to death, if you really want to know." "The water's cold, but not that cold. If we were in the North Atlantic." "Rhett Butler, if you tell me one of your blockade-running adventure stories, I'll drown you." His laughter filled the air around them, and it seemed somehow to make it warmer. "Now I'm going to cut the laces on your corset, Scarlett. You can't breathe easily in that cage, so just hold still so I don't cut your skin. Now breathe deep. Women today never learn how to breathe. Fill your lungs all the way. Massage your hands and arms. Keep breathing." Scarlett tried to do what Rhett said, but her arms felt terribly heavy when she lifted them. It was much easier to let her body rest and rise and fall, limp with the rise and fall of the waves. She was very sleepy. The sound was very loud. "Scarlett! Scarlett! You cannot go to sleep. You've got to keep moving." Rhett began to rub her shoulders vigorously, then her upper arms. His touch was rough. "Stop it. That hurts. Are we going to get out of this?" "The current is carrying us ashore. It's an incoming tide." "How long before we get there?" "I don't know. You'll need all your courage, Scarlett." "I don't need courage half as much as something to eat." Why the devil didn't you grab that dirty old bag of yours when we turned over? By God, Scarlett, your gluttony may be the saving of us. I'd forgotten all about it. Pray it's still there. The rum spread life-restoring tentacles of warmth through her thighs, her legs, her feet. The pain of returning circulation was intense, but she welcomed it. In the meantime, she was even able to join in Rhett's tribute to their prize. Yo-ho-ho, and a bottle of rum. Their voices echoed so loudly inside the hull that it was possible to pretend that they weren't growing weaker. Rhett put his arms around Scarlett and held her close to his body to share its warmth, and they sang all the favorites they could remember. Rhett shook her. Scarlett, I feel a change in the current. I swear it. We're very near the shore. You can't give up now. So cold. Damn you for a quitter, Scarlett O'Hara. I should have let Sherman get you in Atlanta. You weren't worth saving. The words registered slowly in her fading consciousness and produced a feeble stirring of anger. But it was enough. Her eyes opened. Rhett commanded, Take a deep breath. We're going in. Rhett bent one arm around Scarlett's neck and held her while he swam expertly through a breaking wave and used its power to carry them into the shallows. When the wave had passed over and spent itself, he rose unsteadily to his feet and stumbled forward onto the beach, clasping Scarlett to him. He ran clumsily through the deep, clinging sand to an opening in the line of immense sand dunes. There he gently placed Scarlett's body on the soft sand. His voice broke as he called Scarlett's name over and over again while he tried to bring life into her chilled whiteness. Her snarled, glistening black hair was spilled around her head and shoulders, and her black eyebrows and lashes were shocking streaks across her colorless, wet face. Rhett slapped her cheek softly. Scarlett's fingers half closed around the rain-hardened sand. Land. Rhett put one arm under her shoulders. With his free hand, he touched her hair, her cheeks, mouth, chin. My darling, my life. I thought I'd lost you. Don't cry, my dearest. It's over. You're safe. It's all right. And there was no cold, no rain, no weakness, only the burning of Rhett's lips, on her body, the heat of his hands. Yes, I did remember it. It wasn't a dream. Yes, this is the dark swirling that draws me in and closes out the world and makes me alive, so alive and free and spinning up to the heart of the sun. Yes, she shouted again and again, meeting Rhett's passion with her own, her demands the same as his, until in the swirling, spiraling rapture there were no longer words or thoughts, only a union beyond mind, beyond time, beyond the world. He loves me. What a fool I was to doubt what I knew. Scarlett's swollen lips curved in a lazy, surfeited smile, and she slowly opened her eyes. Rhett was sitting beside her. His arms were wrapped across his knees, his face hidden. She reached out her hand and traced Rhett's spine. He jerked away as if she'd burned him. I know where we are. There's a cottage. Get up. The cottages that some Charlestonians had built were designed to capture the cooler sea breezes in the hot, humid days of the long southern summer. In the cold, driving rain, the shelter Rhett had found looked derelict and inadequate to stand against the buffeting wind, but he knew these island houses had stood for generations and had kitchen fireplaces, exactly the shelter needed for shipwreck survivors. He broke open the door to the cottage with a single kick, and he brought dry wood in from a box on the porch. In a few minutes there was a small fire in the big fireplace. It lit his brooding face. We're only a couple of miles from Fort Moultrie. I'll go get help. Bother Fort Moultrie. You don't have to be so scary, Red. It's not like you compromised me or anything. We're two married people who love each other. That's all. Scarlett, what happened out there had nothing to do with love. It was a celebration of survival, that's all. You see it after every battle in wartime. The men who don't get killed fall on the first woman they see and prove they're alive by using her body. In this case, you used mine too, because you'd narrowly escaped dying. It had nothing to do with love. You can say anything you like, Red, but it won't change the truth. I love you, and you love me. I never thought you were a silly romantic, Scarlett. You disappoint me. You used to have some sense in your hard little head. A primitive, hasty coupling should never be confused with love. You do love me. You do. You do. Take me in your arms and tell me you don't love me, and then I'll believe you. Red's hands abruptly caught her head, and he kissed her with bruising, possessive strength. Scarlett's arms closed behind his neck as his hands moved down her throat and her shoulders. But Red's fingers suddenly closed around her wrists, and he pried her arms apart. He cast her away, stumbling backwards. I do want you, and sicken for you. You're a poison in my blood, Scarlett, a sickness of my soul. I've known men with a hunger for opium that was like my hunger for you. I know what happens to an addict. He becomes enslaved, then destroyed. It almost happened to me, but I escaped. I won't risk it again. I won't destroy myself for you. He crashed through the door and out into the storm. Her lips still felt warm from Red's kiss, but the rest of her was shivering. She curled up in front of the fire. She slid into a sleep so profound that it was more nearly a coma. Red brought an army doctor back from Fort Moultrie. Exhaustion, Mr. Butler, and exposure. It's a miracle your wife isn't dead. Let's hope she doesn't lose the use of her legs. Wrap her in those blankets and let's get her back to the fort. Scarlett's eyes opened. Her clouded mind registered the blue uniforms around her, then her eyes rolled back in her head. Better hurry, she's slipping away. Scarlett tossed fitfully while she slept. It was the dreams. They were disjointed, chaotic fragments of Scarlett's memories and fears. There was hunger, the never-ending, desperate hunger of the bad days of Tara, and Yankee soldiers coming closer and closer to Atlanta. And there was cold, with ice covering trees and shriveling flowers, and the cold forming a shell around her so that she couldn't move and couldn't be heard, although she was calling, "Red, Red, Red, come back." The voices changed, became women's voices, became hushed. Scarlett licked her dry lips and opened her eyes. "Why, it's Millie. Oh, she looks so worried, poor thing. Don't be frightened. It's all right. He's dead. I shot him." Ann Hampton's dark eyes were shining with earnestness. "The bad dreams are all over now, Scarlett." Eleanor Butler's face appeared over her shoulder. "We've come to take you home, my dear." Scarlett refused to leave the ferry in the wheelchair. She insisted that she was perfectly capable of walking to the house. But she was tired when they arrived, so tired that she accepted Anne's help to climb the stairs, and after a tray with hot bean soup and corn muffins, she fell again into a deep sleep. There were no nightmares this time. She knew that Rhett was only a few steps away. She slept for 14 strength-restoring hours. She saw the flowers the minute she woke up. Hothouse roses. There was an envelope propped against the vase. Scarlett touched it lovingly before she began to read. "There is nothing that I can say about what happened, except that I am profoundly ashamed and sorry to have been the cause of such great pain and danger for you. Your courage and valiant spirits were truly heroic, and I shall always regard you with admiration and respect. I regret, bitterly, all that occurred after we escaped from the long ordeal. I cannot, however, deny the truth of anything I said. I must not, and will not, ever see you again. According to our agreement, you have the right to remain in Charleston until April. I am frankly hoping that you will not choose to do so, because I will visit neither the city house nor the plantation until I receive information that you have returned to Atlanta. You cannot find me, Scarlett. Don't try. The cash settlement I promised will be transferred to you in care of your Uncle Henry Hamilton. I ask you to accept my sincerest apologies for everything about our lives together. I wish you a happier future. Rhett. Scarlett stared at the letter, at first too shocked to hurt, then too angry. "Not this time you don't, Rhett Butler. You ran away from me that time before, in Atlanta, after you made love to me. I know you can't get me out of your head. You can't live without me. You'll come back, just like you came back before. But you'll have to come and find me, wherever I am." She heard St. Michael's tolling the hour. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Every other Sunday she had gone to Mass at 10. She slid out of bed and ran to the bell pull. Pansy had better come quick. "Morning, Miss Scarlett. It's mighty fine to see you looking so fit. Stop that babbling and get out my valises. I'm going to Savannah. It's my grandfather's birthday." She'd meet her aunts at the train depot, and tomorrow she'd find the Mother Superior at her meeting in Savannah and make her talk to the bishop. No point in going home to Atlanta without the deed to Tara in her hand. "Pansy, I don't want those nasty old dresses. Get out the ones I brought when I came here. I'll wear what I like. I'm over being eager to please." Rosemary eyed Scarlett's fashionable clothes with curiosity. "Are you going someplace? Mama said you probably would sleep all day. She's already left for church." Scarlett scrawled a few sentences saying that she was going to her grandfather's birthday and was sorry to miss seeing Miss Eleanor before she left. She added, "Rhett will explain everything. I love you. Please give this to your mother, Rosemary. I must hurry. Goodbye." "Goodbye, Scarlett." Rosemary stood in the doorway to watch Scarlett and her maid move off down the street. Rhett hadn't been so well organized when he departed late the night before. It wasn't hard to figure that somehow Scarlett was driving him away. With slow, deliberate movements, Rosemary struck a match and burned Scarlett's note. Good riddance. Scarlett clapped her hands with delight when the hackney pulled up in front of Grandfather Robillard's house. Her aunts and Pansy could see to the luggage. She was dying with curiosity about the inside of the house. It was pink everywhere, pink and white and gold, with shiny white woodwork and columns all trimmed with glimmering gilt. Everything looked perfect, too, not peeling and shabby like most of the houses in Charleston and Atlanta. What a perfect place to be when Rhett came after her. He'd see that her family was every bit as important and impressive as his. The imposing black manservant, Jerome, who had admitted her now, gestured Scarlett and her aunts toward the open door at the end of the hall. Scarlett let Eulalie and Pauline go first. The bedroom was a tremendous, high-ceilinged space that had formerly been a parlor. It was crowded with furniture, plus a massive four-poster bed with gilt eagles crouching on top of the posts. In one corner of the room was a flag of France, and a headless tailor's dummy wearing the medal-hung uniform that Pierre Robillard had worn when he was a young man and an officer in Napoleon's army. The old man, Pierre Robillard, was in the bed, sitting erect against a mass of huge pillows, glaring at his visitors. Why, he shrunk up to almost nothing. "Hello, Grandfather. I've come to see you for your birthday. It's Scarlett, Ellen's daughter." Pierre Robillard's strong voice belied his fragile body. "I haven't lost my memory, but apparently your memory fails you. In this house, young people do not speak unless they are spoken to." He growled at his daughters. "Et vous, mes filles? Qu'est-ce que vous voulez cette fois?" My grief, Scarlett thought. Rhett better come after me soon or I'll go crazy in this house. The next day she sent a telegram to her Uncle Henry, giving her address in Savannah. She hesitated, then added a question. Had Rhett transferred any money to her? What if Rhett tried to play some kind of game again? It couldn't be true. He was only bluffing when he wrote all those hurtful things. He couldn't do without her, especially not after what happened on the beach. Scarlett felt a warm weakness traveling through her body, and she forced herself to remember where she was. She paid for the telegram and listened attentively when she asked directions to the convent of the Sisters of Mercy. Then she set off at such a rapid pace that Pansy almost had to run to keep up. While she was waiting for Rhett to come, she should have just enough time to track down Corinne's Mother Superior and get her to talk to the bishop. Savannah's convent of the Sisters of Mercy was a big white building with a cross over its tall doors. "Yes," said the elderly nun who opened the door. "Yes, Charleston's Mother Superior was there." No, she couldn't ask her to see Mrs. Butler right now. Perhaps Mrs. Butler would like to see the schoolrooms. Or was it possible that a tour of the new cathedral building should be arranged? They were building a new cathedral, were they? That cost money. Maybe her offer to buy back Corinne's share of Tara would be looked on favorably. Suppose she offered to buy a stained-glass window in the new cathedral as Corinne's dowry. The cost would be much higher than Corinne's share of Tara was worth. The bishop would listen to reason, and then he'd tell the Mother Superior what to do. What a bother it was that she'd left her rosary in Charleston. Oh, well, Scarlett could buy a new one at her O'Hara uncle's store. If she remembered correctly, they had everything in there from bonnets to blouse. Scarlett smelled fried chicken as soon as she opened the door. Eulalie looked at her with huge, mournful eyes when she entered the dining room. "Pierre wants to see you, Scarlett." "Can't he wait until after dinner? I'm starving," he said the minute she comes in. Scarlett picked up a steaming roll and took an angry bite as she swung on her heel. She finished it while she marched into her grandfather's room. The old man frowned at her over the tray that rested on his lap. His plate, Scarlett saw, held only mashed potatoes and a mound of soggy-looking bits of carrot. My grief, no wonder he looks so fierce. Even if he doesn't have a tooth in his head, they could feed him better than that. "I do not tolerate a disregard for the schedule of my house." "I'm sorry, Grandfather." "Discipline is what made the Emperor's armies great. Without discipline, there is only chaos." "I said I was sorry. May I go now? I'm hungry." "Don't be impertinent, young lady. I have not dismissed you." "Gauze and nightgown, Grandfather. I'm not one of your soldiers, and I'm not scared of you like my aunts, either. What are you going to do, shoot me for desertion? I'm hungry, and I'm going to go have whatever dinner is left." She was halfway out the door when a strange choking sound made her turn around. Dear God, have I given him apoplexy? Don't let him die on me. Pierre Robillard was laughing. "I'll go see Pa's brothers," Scarlett decided. "No matter they must be about 100 years old, Pa would want me to go and say hello, at least." She was trying to remember where her uncle's general store was, and having no luck. "I must be catching old folks' forgetfulness. Everybody I know in Savannah's old, and Pa's brothers are the oldest of all. I'll just say hello and let them give me a nasty, dry old man's kiss and leave." The bold gilt letters that spelled out O'Hara stretched across the wall above 5 gleaming windows. My, they've come up in the world since I was here last. Scarlett and Pansy plunged into the tangled traffic of wagons, buggies, and pushcarts that filled the busy streets. The O'Hara store smelled of fresh paint, not long-settled dust. Scarlett looked around enviously. The store was more than twice the size of her store in Atlanta, and she could see that the stock was fresher and more varied. She walked quickly to the counter and said to the tall, aproned man, "I'd like to see Mr. O'Hara, if you please." "I'm Mr. O'Hara. How might I be of service to you?" Scarlett explained hurriedly that she'd made a mistake. She was looking for an elderly Mr. O'Hara, Mr. Andrew, or Mr. James. "But this is their store. I'm their nephew." Oh, my goodness. Then you must be my cousin." "I'm Katie Scarlett, Gerald's daughter from Atlanta." "Jamie, that's me. Jamie O'Hara, at your service, Scarlett O'Hara. And what a gift you are to a weary businessman, to be sure. Pretty as a sunrise, and dropping from out of the blue like a falling star. Tell me now, how do you come to be here? Come, let me get you a chair. I'll talk like a rushing river while I can. Uncle James will be along to see you, Katie Scarlett. He's an old gentleman, but still active enough. He's here every day until dinner time. You may not know it, but his wife died, God rest her soul, and Uncle Andrew's wife as well. It took the heart out of Uncle Andrew, and he followed her within a month. May they all be resting in the arms of the angels. Uncle James lives in this house with me and my wife and children. Will you come to tea this afternoon and see them all? We're celebrating my daughter Patricia's birthday today. All the family will be there. Scarlett looked up at her cousin Jamie with carefully concealed curiosity. He was a middle-aged man running to weight and softness. When his son came in, she was shocked to be introduced to a grown man, not a boy, and a grown man with flaming red hair to boot. It took some getting used to. So did the sight of Jamie in daylight. He wasn't a gentleman. Scarlett couldn't specify how she knew that, but it was as clear as glass. Very soon Jamie turned onto the handsome, well-kept avenue called South Broad, and announced in front of a tall brick house, "Here we are." Scarlett said with all her heart, "How nice." It was almost the last thing she got to say for some time. Jamie opened the door and ushered her into the kitchen, and an overwhelming onslaught of people, all of them red-headed and all of them noisily welcoming, when he shouted out, "This is Scarlett, my Uncle Gerald O'Hara's beautiful daughter, come all the way from Atlanta to see Uncle James." There are so many of them, Scarlett thought when they rushed toward her. Then a large, stout woman, with hair redder than any of them, held out a roughened hand to Scarlett. "Welcome to the house. I'm Jamie's wife, Maureen. Pay no attention to these savages. Come sit by the fire and have a cup of tea. Quiet, you heathens. Let your pa catch his breath, can't you? Then wash your faces and come meet Scarlett, one by one." The noise died down at once when the thin, querulous tones cut through the racket. Scarlett looked across the kitchen and saw a tall old man who must be her Uncle James. "What's all this now?" Maureen raised her voice. "You have a visitor, Uncle James. Come special to see you. Come to the fire and see Scarlett." He sat in the chair next to Scarlett. God rest his soul. I always said Gerald had the most style of any of us. The runt of the litter and the quickest to fly off at an insult was Gerald. Do you know how he came by that plantation of his? Playing poker with my money, that's how. Maureen refilled the old man's cup. "Tell us about how he came to leave Ireland, Uncle James. Perhaps Scarlett never heard that tale." "Great balls of fire. Are we going to have a wake?" Gerald O'Hara loved to boast about fleeing Ireland with a price on his head after he killed an English landlord's rent agent with one blow of his fist. Everyone in Clayton County had heard it 100 times, and no one believed it. Gerald was noisy in his rages, but the whole world could see the gentleness underneath. "I'll never get them all straight," thought Scarlett desperately. "If only they'd stay in one place." But there was no hope of that. Patricia was holding her birthday party in the double parlors of her house, with the sliding doors between them open. The children, it didn't seem to matter whose child it was. All the adults played parent to all the children. A knife clattering against a glass demanded everyone's attention. Something that was almost silence came into the crowd. Jamie waved his knife. "We've come to celebrate Patricia's birthday, and we have further cause for celebration. A beautiful, long-lost O'Hara has been found again. I lift this glass for all the O'Haras, in a toast to Cousin Scarlett, and bid her welcome to our hearts and our homes. Bring on the feast and the fiddle." Scarlett had danced the Virginia reel 100 times or more, but she had never seen dancing like what happened next at Patricia's birthday party. Cousin Matt O'Hara began it. With his shoulders straight and his arms stiff at his sides, he looked like a soldier. Then his feet began to pound and flash and twist. The floor became a resounding drum under his heels. And then Cousin Katie danced out to face him, her skirts held up in her 2 hands. Mary Kate was next. Then Jamie joined his daughter. They're magic, all of them. The music's magic, too. I've got to learn to dance like that. I've just got to. Scarlett looked vaguely out the windows and was jolted back to reality. It was getting dark. "Oh, Maureen, I'm going to be late for supper. I've got to go home. My grandfather will be furious." "Let him be, the old lula. Stay for the party." "I wish I could." "You'll come again, Scarlett? There's no inviting done here. We're all family, and you're part of it. Come any time you like. Jamie, Scarlett's got to go. Put on your coat, man. Give her your arm. Scarlett was at the big city market with the O'Haras. Savannah's city market had the same purpose and the same excitement as the market in Charleston. Until she was back in the familiar hubbub of bargaining, Scarlett hadn't realized how much she'd missed it when the season took precedence for women's time. Still, she refused when Maureen invited her to come home for dinner with them. She hadn't told her grandfather's cook that she wouldn't be at the house, and she wanted to catch up on the sleep she'd missed. It wouldn't do to look like death warmed over if Rhett came in on the afternoon train. She kissed Maureen goodbye at the Robillard doorsteps and called goodbye to the others. They were almost a block behind, slowed down by the unsteady steps of the little children and Patricia's pregnancy pace. Jerome opened the door and looked at the straggle of O'Haras with unconcealed disdain. "Mr. Robillard, he wants to see you." Pierre Robillard gave Scarlett no time to speak. "You are disheveled, and you have ruptured the schedule of my house. While you were consorting with those Irish peasants, the dinner hour has passed. I'll thank you to keep a civil tongue when you refer to my cousins. If you're talking about Jamie O'Hara, I call him a successful, hard-working businessman. And no doubt you admire his garish wife, too." "Indeed I do. She's a kind and generous woman." "I believe that's the impression her trade likes to make. You are aware, are you not, that she was a barmaid in an Irish saloon?" Scarlett gasped like a landed fish. Common. Maureen was common. Well, they were all kind of common. Scarlett felt like crying. She'd been so happy with the O'Haras, she didn't want to lose them. But here, in this house where her mother had grown up, the gulf between Robillard and O'Hara was too broad to ignore. "Mother would be heartbroken if she could see me walking on the street with a woman in public without so much as a shawl to hide her pregnant belly, and 1,000,000 children running all over the place like wild Indians." Pierre Robillard's eyes were closed. He seemed to have slipped into the sudden sleep of old age. Scarlett tiptoed out of the room. When she closed the door behind her, the old soldier smiled, then went to sleep. And yet she couldn't not think of the O'Haras. That night she dreamed about her father. She woke in the morning with a smile still on her lips, but her cheeks stiff with a dried streak of tears. Her bad mood cleared. There was a note from the Mother Superior. The bishop was going to consider Scarlett's request to allow her to buy back Kareen's dowry. Tara. I'm going to get Tara. So busy was her mind with Tara's rebirth that she didn't notice the time passing at all. Oh, if only the bishop would hurry! Pierre Robillard escorted Scarlett to the dedication ceremonies at Hodgson Hall, the new home for the Georgia Historical Society. He was an imposing figure in his old-fashioned dress suit with its satin knee breeches and velvet tailcoat, the tiny red rosette of the Legion of Honor in his buttonhole. Scarlett had never seen anyone look quite so distinguished and aristocratic as her grandfather. He could be proud of her, too, she thought. Her pearls and diamonds were of the first water, and her gown was magnificent, a shining column of gold-brocaded silk, trimmed with gold lace and a train. Hodgson Hall had a handsome, serious interior, appropriate to its scholarly purpose. Huge brass chandeliers fitted with white glass-globed gaslights hung from the tall ceiling. They cast an unkind, bright, bleaching light on the pale-lined aristocratic faces below them. Old. They all looked so old. She felt panicky, as if somehow she was aging rapidly. Her 30th birthday had come and gone unnoticed while she was in Charleston. Scarlett's grandfather held her arm above the elbow and propelled her toward the receiving line. His fingers were cold as death. Ahead of her, the elderly officers of the Historical Society were welcoming elderly guests. I can't shake all those dead cold hands. I've got to get away." She sagged against her grandfather's stiff shoulder. "I'm not well, Grandfather. I feel ill all of a sudden." You are not permitted to feel ill. Stand straight and do what's expected of you. You may leave after the ceremony of dedication, not before. Pierre Robillard's progress along the lengthy receiving line was much slower than Scarlett's. He was still bowing stiffly over the hand of a lady halfway along when Scarlett was finished. She pushed her way through a group of people and hurried to the door. Mother left these people, Scarlett thought. She married Pa. She can't blame me if I run away too. She could hear the music and laughter through the door to Maureen's kitchen. Her fists beat on it until Jamie opened it. It's Scarlett. Come in, Scarlett, darling, and meet Colum. He's here at last, the best of all the O'Haras, saving only herself. Scarlett could see that Colum was years younger than Jamie. He was only as tall as Jamie's shoulder, and his figure was thick, stocky, a dark block. His florid, round face was bright, his eyes flashing blue, and his head a halo of silver curls. Colum smiled when Jamie introduced them, and his eyes were almost lost in a network of creases. Scarlett returned the smile. It was impossible not to. As the evening wore on, she noticed that everyone smiled at Colum a lot. He was leaning back in a straight chair, waving his hand to direct and encourage Jamie's fiddling and Maureen's rat-tat-tat with the bones. Scarlett's heart was refreshed by the music, but she couldn't stay very long. She had to be home and in bed before her grandfather returned. She barely made it when her grandfather's carriage rolled up to the door. She ran up the stairs with her slippers in her hand and her train bunched up under her arm. Playing truant was fun when you got away with it, but she didn't get away with it. Her instincts and her training were at war. Her mother's gentle inculcation had marked Scarlett for life. Ellen would have been proud of her in Charleston. She'd been recognized as a lady there, and she had liked it. Why, then, was it so hard to stop herself from envying her Irish kin? I won't think about that now, Scarlett decided. I'll think about it later. I'll think about Tara instead. And she retreated into the dream of her Tara. Then a note came from the bishop's secretary, and her dream exploded in her face. He wouldn't grant her request. Scarlett didn't think at all. She clutched the note to her breast and ran to the unlocked door into Jamie O'Hara's house. They'd understand how she felt. The O'Haras would. Pa told me so again and again. To anyone with a drop of Irish blood in them, the land they live on is like their mother. It's the only thing that lasts, that's worth fighting for, worth working for. She burst through the door with Gerald O'Hara's voice in her ear, and ahead of her she saw the compact, stocky body and silver head of Colum, so like her father's. Colum was standing in the doorway when Scarlett stumbled in, and he turned. He was dressed in a dark suit. Scarlett stared at the unexpected white line across his throat. That was his Roman collar. A priest! Thank God! You could tell a priest anything. Help me, Father. I need someone to help me. Colum sat at the head of the long table in Jamie's dining room. All the adults from the 3 O'Hara houses were in chairs around the table. Colum concluded. So there you have it. Now, what can be done to remedy Scarlett's problem? Scarlett was seated at Colum's side, her face swollen and blotched from earlier storms of weeping. She looked without hope at their solemn faces. What can they do? They're just Irish immigrants. But she soon learned that she was wrong, for there was quite a lot these Irish immigrants could do. Patricia's husband, Bill Carmody, was foreman of all the bricklayers working on the cathedral. He had come to know the bishop very well. There was a real urgency, Billy explained, because a cardinal from Rome itself would be touring America in the autumn, and he might come to Savannah for the dedication. A mention that the work might be slowed would make the bishop promise anything. Colum smiled around the table, then at Scarlett alone. Isn't it a grand thing to have a family, Scarlett O'Hara? You'll have your Tara. Wait and see. Old James demanded, Tara? What's this about Tara? 'Tis the name Gerald gave his plantation, Uncle James. That Gerald, for a small bit of a man, he always did have a high opinion of himself. Scarlett stiffened. No one was going to make fun of her pa, not even his own brother. Colum explained it later when he was escorting her back to her grandfather's house. Tara is a magical word to all us Irish, Scarlett, and a magical place. It was the centre of all Ireland, the home of the High Kings. Before there was a Rome or an Athens, far, far back, when the world was young and hopeful, there ruled in Ireland great kings. For hundreds and thousands of years they ruled their sweet green island, and there was music throughout the land. 5 roads led to the hill of Tara from every corner of the country, and every 3rd year did all the people come to feast and hear the poets sing. It was a noble dream your father had to build a new Tara in this new world of America. When next I go, I'll think of him and his daughter. You mean it's still there? It's a real place? As real as the road beneath our feet. It's a gentle green here with magic in it and sheep grazing on it. And from the top you can see for great distances all around the same beautiful world the High Kings saw. It's not far from the village where I live, where your father and mine were born, in County Meath. She felt like hugging him, the way she used to hug her father, but she simply said good night and went into the house. Colum walked away whistling, wearing of the green. The next morning, Scarlett opened the door a crack and stuck her head through. You sent for me, grandfather? Yes, Scarlett. I'm 94 years old. I am in good health, considering my age, but it is not likely that I will live much longer. I am asking you, my grandchild, to stay with me for the time I have left. I do not appeal to your sense of family duty. I am prepared to make you a fair offer, even a generous one. If you will remain in this house as its chatelaine and see to my comforts and conform with my wishes, you will inherit my entire estate when I die. It is not inconsiderable. Her grandfather continued to speak, precisely, coldly. I despise rashness and stupidity, and you have been stupidly rash, leaving your husband without thought for your position. If you had had the intelligence to consult a lawyer, as I have done, you would have learned that South Carolina law does not encompass divorce for any reason. You have fled to Georgia, it is true, but your husband is legally resident in South Carolina. Scarlett was so enraged she could barely find words to express it. How dare you! You will not raise your voice in this house, young woman. I detest noise, and you will conduct yourself with suitable decorum, as my granddaughter should. I am not one of your shanty Irish relations. Scarlett backed away until the chair stopped her. No wonder my mother left this house and never came back. There's not enough money ever been minted to keep me here. Money can't make living in a tomb bearable. You belong here. You are already dead, except you won't admit it. I'll leave first thing in the morning. The O'Hara houses were 3 tall brick houses in a row, with windows front and rear and shared interior walls. Inside, the layout was identical. Each floor had 2 rooms, kitchen and dining room on the street level, double parlors on the first floor, and 2 bedrooms on each of the 2 top floors. Scarlett's bedroom was on the 3rd floor of Jamie's house. Maureen had hung a mirror over the writing table and covered it with a lace cloth, so Scarlett had a dressing table. One of Jamie's younger sisters, Kathleen, was surprisingly good with her hair, and she was eager to learn how to please. Kathleen was a shy girl with a cloud of beautiful dark hair. During the day, with the men at work and older children in school, the row of houses was a world of women. Scarlett expected to hate it. But nothing in Scarlett's life had prepared her for the O'Hara women. There were no secrets among them, and no reticences. They said whatever they thought, confided intimacies, quarreled, and hugged one another, weeping when they made up. They treated all the houses as one, were in and out of each other's kitchens at any hour, shared the duties of shopping and baking and tending the animals in the yard. The evenings had a different pattern. The men worked hard and were tired when they got home. They wanted a good meal and a pipe and a drink, and they always got it. After that, the evening evolved by itself. Before too long, the music would begin. Later, when Colum came in, he would be leader. One evening, Colum suggested, "Jamie, I'm thinking I should take Kathleen with me when I go. She's been here long enough to get over being homesick, but her heart's still aching." Scarlett nearly poured boiling water on her hand instead of in the teapot. "Colum, where are you going?" "Back to Ireland. I'm only visiting here, but I'm not leaving this minute, Scarlett, darling." The kitchen was warm and dimly lit, the perfect setting for opening her heart. Scarlett had the muddled notion that because Colum was a priest, everything she told him would be kept secret from the rest of the family. "I don't know what to do about Red, Colum. I'm afraid I might have ruined everything." She started at the beginning. It was well after midnight when Colum knocked the dottle out of his long, cold pipe. "Because we wear our collars backwards, some people think that priests are not men. They're wrong. I can understand your husband. I can even feel great compassion for his problem. It's deeper and more hurtful than yours, Scarlett. He's fighting himself, and for a strong man, that's a mighty battle. He'll come after you." "But when, Colum?" "That I cannot tell you. I know this, though. It's he that must do the seeking. You can't do it for him. He has to fight himself alone until he faces his need for you and admits it is good." Scarlett nestled into the pillow and tried to fight the heaviness of her eyelids. She wanted to stretch this moment. Rhett would be here, maybe not as soon as she wanted, but she would wait. Maureen dropped the sudsy cloth she was holding. "And did know one thing to tell you, Scarlett. Your grandmother that you were named for is going to be a century old next month in Ireland." Colum chuckled. "And still as sharp-tongued as when she was a girl. It's something for all the O'Haras to pride themselves on." Kathleen glowed with happiness. "I'll be home for the feast." Scarlett clapped her hands. "Oh, I wish I could go. Pa used to tell so many stories about her." "But you can, Scarlett, darling, and think what joy for the old woman." Kathleen and Maureen rushed to Scarlett's side, urging, encouraging, persuading, until Scarlett was giddy. Why not, she asked herself. When Rhett came for her, she would have to go back to Charleston. Why not put it off a little longer? She hated Charleston. She hated their society. Charleston could wait until she got back. Rhett could wait, too. Lord knows she'd waited for him often enough. She'd be Irish and happy for a while yet before she settled down to Charleston's rules. Not long after that, Scarlett found herself in an open carriage with Colum and Kathleen on her way to the docks along Savannah's riverfront. The carriage turned beneath an arch, and they plunged, skidding and jolting, down a dark, slippery, cobblestoned ramp. Kathleen screamed, Colum laughed, Scarlett was breathless. Then they were at the river. The tumult and color and chaos were even more exciting than the precipitous ride down to it. Ships of every size were tied up to jutting wooden piers. Loaded wagons pulled by heavy dray horses rattled wooden or iron wheels over the wide cobbled street in a constant din. Men shouted. Barrels rolled down wooden chutes onto wooden decks with a deafening clatter. Flags in bright colors and gaudy decorated pennants snapped in the wind. Colum spoke quietly to Scarlett. "Do not forget what I told you about the name, Scarlett, darling. You'll be Scarlett O'Hara, and no other, on this voyage and in Ireland. It's nothing to do with you or yours, Scarlett, darling, but Butler is a powerful famous name in Ireland, and all of its fame is heinous." Scarlett didn't mind at all. She was going to enjoy being an O'Hara for as long as she could. The Brian Boru was, as Colum had promised, a fine, shining ship. Her hull was gleaming white with gilt scroll trim. A broad platform with sturdy railings was built across the top of the paddle wheel on which Scarlett stood with Colum to wave goodbye to her cousins. She blew excited kisses to the masked O'Haras. Slightly behind and to one side of the others stood quiet Cousin Stephen. He raised his hand once in a signal to Colum. It signified that Scarlett's trunks had been opened and repacked en route to the ship. Among the layers of tissue paper and petticoats and frocks and gowns were the tightly wrapped, oiled rifles and the boxes of ammunition he had purchased in Boston. Like their fathers and grandfathers and generations before them, Stephen, Jamie, Matt, Colum, and even old Uncle James were all militantly opposed to English rule over Ireland. For more than 200 years, the O'Haras had risked their lives to fight, sometimes even kill their foes in abortive, ill-fated actions. Only in the past 10 years had an organization begun to grow, disciplined and dangerous, financed from America. The Fenians were becoming known throughout Ireland. They were heroes to the Irish peasant, anathema to English landowners, and to the English military forces, revolutionaries fit only for death. Colum O'Hara was the most successful fundraiser and one of the foremost clandestine leaders of the Fenian Brotherhood. The Brian Boru moved ponderously between the banks of the Savannah River, pulled by steam-driven tugboats. When at last it reached the Atlantic, its deep whistle saluted the departing tugs as the ship's prow dipped into the gray-green waves at the river's mouth, and the tremendous paddle wheels began to churn. Scarlett and Kathleen stood side by side, watching the flat shoreline recede quickly into a soft blur of green, then disappear. Kathleen moaned, "Oh, I forgot the seasickness." That evening, Kathleen's chair at the captain's table was empty. Scarlett and Colum did full justice to the gargantuan meal that was served. Afterwards, Scarlett took a bowl of broth to her unfortunate cousin and spoon-fed her. "I'll be all right in a day or two, Scarlett. Thank heavens I haven't got a puny stomach," Scarlett thought. She woke abruptly when the first red streaks of dawn were on the horizon and ran with frantic clumsiness into the small convenience room that adjoined the cabin. There she fell to her knees and vomited into the flower-decorated china receptacle of the mahogany chaise privy. She couldn't be seasick. Not her. Not when she loved sailing so much. She couldn't imagine what was wrong with her. Slowly, Scarlett's bent head rose from its drooping weakness. "I'm pregnant. I'm pregnant. I remember. This is how it feels." Sudden tears of happiness poured down her cheeks, and her hands flew down to cover her middle in a protective cradling of the new life growing within. Oh, how she wanted this baby. Rhett's baby, their baby. It would be strong, she knew it. She could feel its tiny strength already. A bold, fearless little thing like Bonnie. Scarlett's mind flooded with memories. Bonnie's little head fit into Rhett's big hands like a doll. How he had loved her. His wide back bent over the cradle, his deep voice making silly baby talk sounds. Never in all the world was there a man so besotted with a baby. "I'm so happy, too," she thought. "This is the way it's supposed to be when you have a baby. Melly always said so." Oh, my God. Melly died trying to have a baby. And my insides are all messed up. Dr. Meade said after I had the miscarriage, "Suppose having this baby kills me." Then she shook her head angrily. She was strong and healthy, not like Millie at all. And Mammy always said it was downright shameful the way she dropped a baby with hardly more fuss than an alley cat. "Charleston, that's where I should be going. Not to Ireland. I want to see Rhett to tell him." No, she'd go to Ireland first. She'd never have another chance. Scarlett's eyes sparkled. County Meath. Pa talked like it was paradise, and I guess I can see why. She sniffed the sweet afternoon through the open window of the carriage, a blend of faint perfume from the flowers, a rich country smell of sun-warmed grass from the invisible fields beyond the thick hedgerows, and a pungent herbal tang from within the hedgerows themselves. They passed a tiny cottage, moving in hardly more than a walk, so Scarlett got a good look. Everything about the cottage charmed her. It was made of stone, and the walls were bright white with small square windows, their frames painted red. The door was red also, and divided in half, with the top half open into the house. Best of all, the cottage was topped by a straw roof. "My grief, Colum, it's a fairy tale." Colum grinned. "Scarlett, darling, if it's fairies you're wanting, sure you've come to the right place. Ireland is teeming with fairies." "Colum, be serious." "But I am serious, and you'll have to learn about the fairies or you might get in fearful trouble. Practical and business-like, Scarlett, darling, you're just the sort the leprechauns delight in tricking." "Fiddly-dee." There were 10 O'Hara cousins for her to meet in Adamstown, some with children and even grandchildren of their own. Kathleen and Colum's own father was one of Gerald O'Hara's older brothers. Patrick, God rest his soul, was dead these 15 years. In addition, there was her Uncle Daniel, who was still living, and his children and grandchildren. Of them, some were in Savannah, but 6 had stayed in Ireland. "I'll never get them all straight, Colum." She still got some of the O'Hara children in Savannah confused. Scarlett's brain was reeling. The carriage stopped. Kathleen caught Colum's sleeve. "Oh, Colum, darling, say, I could make my own way home. Scarlett won't mind. Will you, Scarlett?" She smiled at Scarlett with such shining hope. "It feels so good to be walking, Colum. That was a long ride. Is it far to grandmother's place?" "A quarter of a mile, no more, by this boreen." "Boreen, what pretty words you've got for things. We'd say track for a skinny little path like this. I think I'll try them at Tara instead of the fences." They emerged suddenly into a clearing. Ahead of them was a thatched cottage, its white walls and small blue-framed windows fresh and bright. A thick stream of smoke painted a pale line across the sunny blue sky from the low in the roof, and a calico cat was sleeping on the blue sill of one of the open windows. Scarlett confessed, "I'm nervous." "We'll not stay long. Kathleen's expecting us for a cup of tea." Scarlett followed him around the cottage to the front, and there was a strange smell, earthy and sort of sour. "Are you sniffing the peat fire, then, Scarlett, darling? You're smelling the true warm heart of Ireland. Maureen told me she dreams of it some nights and wakes with a heart full of longing." Her grandmother's voice was thin and cantankerous, but not cracked or weak. "Is that you at last, Colum O'Hara?" Scarlett pushed past Colum and went to kneel beside the old woman, who was sitting in a wooden armchair next to the chimney. "I am Gerald's girl, grandmother. He named me after you, Katie Scarlett." The original Katie Scarlett was small and brown, her skin darkened by nearly a century of open air and sun and rain. Her face was round like an apple and withered like an apple kept too long, but the faded blue eyes were unclouded and penetrating. "Let me look at you, girl. By all the saints, he told the truth. You have got eyes green as a cat's. Where'd they come from, I'd like to know? I thought Gerald must be drink-taken when he wrote me such a tale. Tell me, young Katie Scarlett, was your dear mother a witch?" "She was more like a saint, grandmother." "Is that so? And married to my Gerald? Oh, the wonder of it all. Or maybe it's that being married to him made a saint of her, with all the tribulation of it. Tell me, did he stay quarrelsome to the end of his days, God rest his soul?" "I'm afraid so, grandmother." "Afraid, is it? It's grateful I am. I prayed America wouldn't ruin him. Colum, you light a candle of thanksgiving for me in the church. I'll order another candle for the blessing granted me of seeing young Katie Scarlett with me own eyes before I go to my grave." "Thank you, grandmother." "Take her away, Colum. I'm ready for my rest now." She closed her eyes, and her chin dropped onto her warm, shawled chest. Kathleen ran out through the open red door of the cottage nearby, sending the hens in the yard scattering and complaining. Scarlett was amazed at the change in Kathleen. She looked so happy and so strong. She was wearing what Scarlett thought of as an Irish costume, an ankle-high brown skirt over blue and yellow petticoats. Her skirt was pulled up on one side and tucked into the top of the homespun apron that was tied around her waist, showing the bright petticoats. "Welcome to the house, Scarlett. Tea's in the pot stewing, and there's a fresh loaf of barmbrack for your pleasure." The barmbrack was delicious, fruit-filled, light bread. Scarlett went into Uncle Daniel's house. It was so small. Where did they all sleep? The outside door led directly to the kitchen. The most noticeable thing in the room was the big stone fireplace in the center of the right-hand wall. Perilously steep stairs rose up to an opening high in the wall to the left of the chimney. A door to its right led to another room. "My soul," Scarlett thought, "my family is really very poor. Why on earth did Kathleen cry her eyes out to come back to this?" In the hours that followed, Scarlett saw for herself why Kathleen had found the space and relative luxury of life in Savannah an inadequate replacement for life in the small, whitewashed, thatched cottage in County Meath. A succession of heads and voices appeared in the open top half of the door, calling out, "God bless all here," followed by the invitation to come in and sit by the fire. Women, girls, children, men, and babies came and went in overlapping ones, twos, threes. The musical Irish voices greeted Scarlett and welcomed her, greeted Kathleen and welcomed her home again, all with warmth so heartfelt that Scarlett could all but hold it in her hand. "This is the best vacation a person could ever have. I'll have so much to tell Red. Maybe we'll come back together sometime. Of course we couldn't live like this. It's too peasanty, but it's so quaint and charming and fun. Tomorrow I'm going to wear my Galway clothes, full skirts and striped stockings." Scarlett adjusted with astonishing ease to the simplicity of Daniel's two-room cottage. With a room of her own, a comfortable bed, and Kathleen's tireless, unobtrusive cleaning and cooking, Scarlett had only to enjoy herself on her holiday, and she did, enormously. During the following week, Scarlett was busier and in some ways happier than she had ever been. She felt stronger physically than she could remember ever feeling. Freed from the constriction of fashionable tight lacing and the metal cage of corset stays, she could move more quickly and breathe deeply for the first time in many years. In addition, she was one of those women whose vitality increased in pregnancy, as if in response to the needs of the life growing within her. Colum took her to the real Tara. Scarlett's cloak billowed around her when she reached the top of the uneven stone steps up the side of the low hill where Ireland's high kings had ruled and made music, and loved and hated and feasted and battled and, in the end, been defeated. Together they walked slowly across the rich grass to an uneven area of what looked to her like grassy lumps in the earth. Colum walked over some of them and stopped. St. Patrick himself stood where we are now standing. Then her gaze fell, and she saw Ireland before her. Green upon green, of fresh-growth fields and tender new leaves, and hedgerows thick with life. She could see so far to the mist-edged curve of the earth. Something ancient and pagan stirred within her, and the barely tamed wildness that was her hidden being surged hotly through her blood. Colum said, "Tara." The next day, Colum surprised her by showing up before breakfast, riding a horse and leading a second. "You said you liked to ride? I borrowed us some mounts." Scarlett hadn't ridden bareback and astride since she was a child. She'd forgotten the feeling of being one creature with a horse. It all came back, as if she'd never stopped riding this way, and soon she barely needed the reins at all. The pressure of her knees told the horse what they were going to do. The boreen ended, and the Boyne River was there. On the opposite bank, Colum dismounted. Trees grew close to the river here. Colum's face was dappled by their shade. Scarlett slid to the ground and handed him her reins. She found a sunny patch to sit in. Small yellow flowers with heart-shaped leaves carpeted the bank. She closed her eyes and listened to the quiet voice of the river, the sibilant rustle of the leaves, the songs of the birds. Colum sat beside her. "I've got a story to tell you, Scarlett. This land we're on is called Ballyhara. 200 years ago, less a few, it was home to your people, our people. This is O'Hara land." Scarlett sat up, suddenly awake. This was O'Hara land? And Ballyhara? Wasn't that the name of the deserted village they had driven through? 2,000 years ago, plus a few, the first O'Haras settled here and made the land their own. 1,000 years ago, the Vikings discovered the green richness of Ireland and tried to take it for their own. Irish, like the O'Haras, watched the rivers where the dragon-headed longboats might invade and built up strong protections against the enemy. The Vikings were driven away, and the O'Haras tilled their land and fattened their cattle for 200 years or more. They built a strong castle with room for themselves and their servants, because the Irish have long memories, and just as the Vikings had come before, invasion could come again. And so it did. Not Vikings, but English. More than half of Ireland was lost to them, but the O'Haras prevailed behind their strong walls and tended their land for another 500 years, until the Battle of the Boyne. After 2,000 years of O'Hara care, the land became English. The O'Haras were driven across the ford, those that were left, the widows and the babes. One of those children grew up a tenant farmer for the English, our grandfather. The English Ballyhara was built for a young lord. He determined to make Ballyhara the finest estate in all Ireland. His village, for he possessed Ballyhara to the last stone and leaf, must be more grand than any other, more grand than Dublin herself. He lived to see his grandson born before he went to hell. I remember him, the young lord of Ballyhara. The famine came, and with it the starvation and death. "I cannot stand to see my tenants under such suffering," said the lord of Ballyhara. "I will buy 2 strong ships and give them free and safe passage to America, where there is food in abundance." The farmers and villagers kissed his hand for his goodness, and many of them prepared for their voyage. But not all could bear the pain of leaving Ireland. My father raged at his 2 brothers, Matthew and Brian, for accepting the Englishman's gift, but they were firm to go. They drowned, with all the rest, when the rotten ships sank in the first heavy sea. They gained the name coffin ships. A man of Ballyhara lay in wait in the stables, and when the young lord came to mount his horse, he seized him and he hanged the golden-haired lord of Ballyhara in the tower by the Boyne, where the O'Haras watched for dragon ships. No one knows the name of the man in the stable. Some say one name, some say another. When the English soldiers came, the men left at Ballyhara would not point to him. The English hanged them all in payment for the death of the young lord. A cry burst from his throat, wordless and inhuman. He sank to his hands on the yellow bank of flowers. He raised his head and smiled, and the smile was almost convincing. "Forgive me, Scarlett, darling. We have time to ride across Ballyhara if you want to see it. It's been deserted for nearly 30 years, but there's been no vandalism. No one will get near it." Colum's horse broke a path through the brambles and tangled growth, and soon Scarlett could see the mammoth stone walls of the tower ahead of them. He held up his hand to alert her. He reined in. He cupped his hands. "Shocking! Shocking! That's Gaelic, Scarlett, darling. There's a Cailleach, a wise woman, lives in a hut somewhere nearby. She's a witch nearly as old as Tara, some say, and the wife that ran off from Paddy O'Brien of Trim 20 years back, if you listen to others. I called out to warn her we're passing. They rode on to the clearing around the tower. Scarlett wasn't afraid of it the way she'd been when Colin was talking in that unnatural way. She laid her hand against the stone. It was smooth from eons of weathering. She could feel the warmth of the sun in it, and the cold rain and the wind. An unaccustomed peacefulness entered her heart. The house at Ballyhara was built of stone as well, but its stone was dressed granite, each block a perfect rectangle. It looked strong, enduring. Scarlett sensed she'd better not admire the house to Colum. The town was derelict and despised, and it made Scarlett's flesh crawl. Hatred had done this. There had never been a party the likes of old Katie Scarlett's birthday celebration. O'Haras from all over County Meath and beyond came in donkey carts and wagons, on horseback, on foot. Half the population of Trim was there, and every soul that lived in Adamstown. Scarlett's grandmother received the stream of guests and gifts like a queen, dozing when it pleased her and drinking whiskey in her tea. And there was music. 2 pipers had come. There were fiddlers beyond counting, penny whistles, concertinas, and hands leaping with clacking bones. O'Hara women mounded plates with food. Daniel O'Hara presided over the barrels of poteen. Dancing filled the center of the farmyard, and no one slept at all. The Brian Boru arrived on the 24th, a Friday, with passengers and mail. The mail was sorted in Galway on Saturday, and on Wednesday a post-rider set out with a packet of letters for the postmistress at Trim. There was a big thick envelope for Colum O'Hara from Savannah, Georgia. Included in Colum's envelope from Jamie was a letter from the contractor for the cathedral. The bishop, with a little persuading, had agreed to allow Scarlett to redeem her sister's dowry. Tara, my Tara, I'll do marvelous things. May Day was everything that had been promised. There was food and dancing on every street in Trim, plus 4 tremendous maypoles on the green. Scarlett was starting to miss her cousins, all the people she'd met in Savannah. She was longing to get home to settle the details about Tara, to begin the work on it, but she was still glad that she'd stayed for May Day. There was only a week left now. Seemed a very short time. Kathleen's voice was rich with anticipation. "There's more post for you, Scarlett." Scarlett picked up the envelope and held it in the doorway so the light could fall on it. It was covered with writing and rubber-stamped dates. Honestly, her grandfather was the nastiest man in the world. The envelope had gone to her, care of her grandfather, and he hadn't sent it to Maureen's for weeks. She tore it open impatiently. It was from some government bureau in Atlanta, mailed originally to the Peachtree Street house. She hoped she hadn't missed paying some tax or something. The document was dated March 26, 1875, the day she'd sailed from Savannah on the Brian Boru. Scarlett's eyes skimmed over the first few lines, then stopped. It made no sense. "Kathleen, where's Colum, do you know?" "Why, I sound perfectly ordinary. That's funny. He's with the old one, I think." Colum was in the yard in front of the cottage. Scarlett's unnatural calm vanished when she saw him, and she was screaming when she reached his side. "Take me home, Colum. Damn you and all the O'Haras and Ireland. I should never have left home." Her hand was clutched painfully, nails biting into flesh. Crumbled in it was a statement from the sovereign state of Georgia that it had entered into its permanent records the absolute decree of divorce granted to one Rhett Kinnicutt Butler on the grounds of desertion by his wife, one Scarlett O'Hara Butler, by the military district of South Carolina, administered by the federal government of the United States of America. There is no divorce in South Carolina." She said it again and again, always the same words, until her throat was raw and she could no longer force sound through it. Colum led her to a quiet corner of the vegetable garden. He sat beside her and talked, but he couldn't make her listen, so he took her clenched hand in his for comfort. Through the light shower that came with twilight, through the brilliant sunset, into the darkness. Kathleen came looking for them when supper was ready, and Colum sent her away. "Scarlett's off her head, Kathleen. Tell them in the house not to worry. She only needs a bit of time to get over the shock. The news came from America. Her husband's grievously sick. She's afraid he'll die without her by his side." Scarlett's rasping voice was loud in the darkness. "What am I to do, Colum? I should have stayed. I'll never forgive myself. He'll never take me back. Not if his heart's so hard that he'd divorce me. I kept waiting for him to come after me, Colum. I was so sure he would. How could I have been such a fool? You don't know the all of it. I'm pregnant, Colum. How can I have a baby when I don't have a husband?" There. Doesn't that take care of it? You've only got to tell him." Scarlett's hands flew to her belly. Of course. Jagged laughter tore at her throat. There was no piece of paper ever written that would make Rhett Butler give up his baby. He could have the divorce cancelled, erased from all the records. Rhett could do anything. "I want to go right now, Colum. I'll go crazy waiting." "We're leaving early Friday, Scarlett, darling, and the ship sails Saturday. You should eat now, at least a cup of milk. You have to keep up your strength for the good of the baby." She was a little calmer, but still perilously edgy. Poor creature. If only he knew more about women and babies, he would feel a lot easier in his mind. She'd been going sleepless and dancing like a dervish of late. Could that bring on a baby too soon? If she lost it, he feared for her reason. Colum walked to Trim and arranged to get the carriage a day earlier. Then he made the rounds, spreading the word about Scarlett's terrible worry. When he was finished, it was late and he was tired, but now there'd be no one wondering why the American O'Hara had gone off like a thief in the night without saying goodbye. Scarlett sat silent in the carriage to Mullingar and in the train to Galway. Colum said, "I'll see you to your room, Scarlett. I'm just going to go down to the harbour and arrange about loading the trunks." "I'll go with you. I want to see the ship. I won't feel certain it's really there." The early evening breeze off the water was sweet with salt. Scarlett breathed deeply of it, remembering that Charleston always had salted air. Gangs were moving methodically to and from the Evening Star. She carried cargo as well as passengers. A uniformed man came off the Star's gangplank. The two big canvas sacks on his shoulders seemed to burden him not at all. He bellowed when he came near them. "And isn't that Father Colum O'Hara himself? Didn't he always say that the O'Haras have the devil's own luck with the ladies? Did you tell her you were a priest, Colum? I'm just taking the post from America over to the station. Will you want to look, Colum, or will you wait till you're back home again to read your perfumed love letters?" "That's kind of you. I'll take a look if you'll let me." Colum found the envelope from Savannah with ease. "Luck's in my pocket today. I knew from his last letter there'd be another one coming soon from my brother, but I'd given up hope of it. I thank you." "There's no need. I did it for the pleasure of breaking the English rules." Colum flicked through the letters. "Here's one for you, Scarlett." He put the blue envelope in Scarlett's hand, found Stephen's letter, tore it open. He had just begun to read it when he heard a high, prolonged cry and felt a weight sliding against him. Before he could throw out his arms, Scarlett was lying at his feet. The blue envelope and thin pages fluttered in her limp hand. The hackney cab jounced and swayed from the speed of their race back to the hotel. Colum shouted to the liveried attendants, "Call a doctor and get out of my way." Once in Scarlett's room, Colum laid her on the bed. The doctor left Scarlett's bedroom. "She fainted, that's all, Father, but it's a deep one. I've left some tonic for when she comes out of it. These ladies, they will cut off all their circulation for the sake of fashion. Nothing to worry about, though. She'll be fine." Colum sat heavily on a chair by the lamp-lit table, put his head in his hands. There was a great deal to worry about, and he questioned whether Scarlett O'Hara would ever be fine again. The crumpled, water-spotted pages of the letter were strewn on the table beside him. In their midst was a neatly trimmed clipping from a newspaper. Yesterday evening, in a private ceremony at the Confederate Home for Widows and Orphans, Miss Anne Hampton was joined in matrimony to Mr. Rhett Butler. That night, in the frightening darkness of an unseen hotel room in a country thousands of miles from her homeland, Scarlett O'Hara did the most courageous thing she had ever been called on to do. She faced up to failure. All the impetuous, unconsidered errors of her life crowded around Scarlett, and she forced herself to look at them. Charles Hamilton. She had married him to spite Ashley, and she hadn't cared for him at all. Frank Kennedy. She'd been horrid to him, lied to him about Sue Ellen so that Frank would marry her and give her money to save Tara. Rhett. Oh. She'd made too many mistakes to count. Then her hands clenched and her jaw hardened, and she stiffened her spine. She would not whine, not to anyone else, not to herself. She concentrated on the future, on realities, on consequences. Her temples began to throb, then to pound, then her whole head ached abominably. Just when the first sounds began in the street outside, all the pieces fell into place inside her mind, and Scarlett knew what she was going to do. After breakfast, she sat down at the writing table near the window. 30 minutes later, Scarlett knocked on the door of Colum's room. She was hollow-eyed from lack of sleep, but immaculately groomed and perfectly composed. She smiled at her cousin when he opened his door. "Will your caller protect your reputation if I come in? I have things to talk about that are private." "1,000 welcomes. It's good to see you smiling, Scarlett, darling. I understand what happened." "Do you? Then you're wiser than I am. I know, but I likely never understand. Still, that's neither here nor there. I'll tell you about these 3 letters in a minute. First, I have to tell you that I'm not going with you. I'm going to stay in Ireland. There's nothing for me in America any more." "I know, Scarlett, darling, you're being too hasty. Your husband got a divorce once. He'll do it again when you go back and tell him about the baby." "You're wrong, Colum. Rhett will never divorce Anne. She's like Melanie. That doesn't mean anything to you. You never knew Mellie. But Rhett did. He knew how rare she was, and he admired her the way she deserved. This girl he's married is worth 10 of me, the same Mellie was, and Rhett knows it. She's worth 10 of Rhett, too, but she loves him. Let him carry that cross." "Ah, the suffering," Colum thought. "You've got your Tara now, Katie Scarlett, and you've got such dreams for it. Won't that comfort you till your heart's healed? You can build the world you want for the child you're carrying, a grand plantation made by his grandfather and his mother. If it's a boy, he can be called Gerald." "You're not thinking anything I haven't already thought. One thing, I already have a son, a child you don't know about, if there's inheritance to consider. But the main thing is this baby. I can't go back to Tara to have his baby. I can't take this baby to Tara after it's born. No one would ever believe it was Rhett's baby. They'd call me a whore and my baby a bastard, and they'd smack their lips with pleasure in the calling." "Not so, Scarlett, not so. Your husband knows the truth." "Oh, he'd acknowledge it all right. He'd take this baby soon as it had the first breath in its little body. Don't think he couldn't do it, either. He'd change a law or make a new one. There's nothing he can't do. This is my baby. Mine alone. He'll never know about it until I want him to, when it's too late for him. I'm going to pray for a girl, a beautiful blue-eyed girl. I want you to take these letters to America for me, please, Colin. This one's to my Aunt Pauline. I want her to know I got her letter with the clipping about Rhett, so she'll get all the pleasure possibly out of her love for I told you so. And this one's to my Atlanta lawyer. There's business I have to settle. Both should be posted in Boston. I don't want anyone to know where I really am. This one I want you to hand deliver. It's to the bank in Savannah. I have a pile of gold, and I'm counting on you to bring it safe back to me. I'm going to buy Ballyhara, where the O'Haras began. I'll show Red a thing or two about roots that go deep. I plan to go back to Uncle Daniel's tomorrow and ask them to take me in again until Ballyhara's mine. The following day, Colin went to the market as soon as the first tables were set up. He took the purchases Scarlett wanted back to the hotel. Here you are, then, Mrs. O'Hara. Black skirts and shirts and shawl and cloak and stockings for the poor new widow I've wired Kathleen. Your husband was taken by sickness before there was time for you to reach his side, and here you are as well, a wee gift from me. I'm thinking that when widow's weeds pull your spirits down, you'll feel better for knowing you've got them on. Colum deposited a heap of bright-colored petticoats in Scarlett's lap. Fiddly-dee! And I'm never going to be squeezed into a corset again, ever. I'm Scarlett O'Hara, an Irish lass with a free swinging skirt and a secret red petticoat. Free, Colum. I'm going to make a world for myself by my rules, not anyone else's. Don't worry about me. I'm going to learn to be happy. Colum averted his eyes from the grimly determined expression on Scarlett's face. The first step proceeded without a hitch. Scarlett bought a pony and trap in Mullingar and drove it home to Adamstown. The family was shocked when she returned, and sympathetic for her loss in the best possible way. Once expressed, they never again spoke of their feelings. Instead, they asked was there anything they could do for her. You can teach me. I want to learn about an Irish farm. She followed Daniel and his sons through their work routines. She even set her jaw and forced herself to learn how to handle cattle. After she'd learned all she could about Daniel's farm, Scarlett put herself out to charm the agent of the entire estate. In a month, she knew almost as much about Adamstown as he did, and she'd identified at least 6 ways it could be improved. It was just about that time that she received a letter from her Galway lawyer, and she made a firm offer for the Ballyhara property. During the month she'd been back at Daniel's, the tower had become very important to her. She always went there when she was worried about anything, or bothered, or sad. Its great stones held heat and cool both. She could lay her hands on them, or a cheek against them, and find the solace and comfort she needed in its enduring, ancient solidity. Sometimes she talked to it as if it were her father. More rarely she stretched her arms over its stones and wept upon it. She never heard a sound other than her own voice and the whisper of the river. She never sensed the presence of the eyes that were watching her. Colum returned to Ireland on June 18th. He sent a telegram from Galway. Will arrive 25 June with Savannah goods. 2 hours later, another telegram for Scarlett from Galway. Offer accepted, stop. Letter and contract to follow. She was on her way to Ballyhara at last. Until everything was certain about buying it, she hadn't allowed herself to go any further than the tower. My houses in my town, my churches and my bars and my post office, my bog and my fields and my 2 rivers. Scarlett was determined that the baby would be born in the place that would be its home, the big house at Ballyhara. But everything else had to be done, too. Fields were most important, and a smithy in town. Scarlett concentrated on the life within her, but there was no movement. Smart, child, sleep while you can. We're going to be busy all the time from now on. She had only 20 weeks to work in before the birth. 9 months from St. Valentine's Day. She had to keep her mind on November the 14th and the work to be done before then. Late that evening, after the bar in Trim had closed for the night, its door was left on the latch for the men who quietly slipped in one by one to meet in a room upstairs. Colum laid out the details. "It's a God-sent opportunity, an entire town of our own, all Fenian men, all their skills concentrated in one place, where the English would never think to look. The whole world already thinks my cousin's daft for paying such a price for property she might have bought for nothing just to spare the owner paying taxes on it. She's American, too, a race known to be peculiar. We've long needed to secure headquarters. Scarlett's begging us to take it, though she doesn't know it." Scarlett stood in the centre of Ballyhara's famously wide street and looked at the activity everywhere along the length of it. Hammering could be heard from every direction. There was a smell of fresh paint. New windows sparkled in a dozen buildings, and in front of her a man on a ladder was putting up a gold-lettered sign. "You've done wonders, Colum. I'm really impressed. Did we really need to finish the bar first?" "You'll find more willing workers if there's a place for them to have a pint when the work is done, Scarlett darling. It's the national character to take the pleasures that life has to offer first and worry about duties later. It's what gives the Irish their charm and their happiness." Colum smiled at her. He said nothing about the soothing and pressuring he'd had to do to prevent the men putting down their tools and walking away. They didn't take well to being bossed by a woman, especially one as demanding as Scarlett. If the underground links of the Fenian Brotherhood hadn't committed them to the resurrection of Ballyhara, he didn't know how many would be left. Colum appeared at Scarlett's door late in August, when the sky was still rosy with dawn. 10 burly men stood silently behind him. "Here are the men to till your field, Scarlett. Are you happy?" The men were grouped glumly around Colum on the weed-choked drive inside the open gate. "A fine lot you are. Are you afraid to get your hands dirty? I'll show you how to get started." She put her left hand on the lower curve of her distended belly to support it. Then she leaned over, and her right hand grasped a big handful of nettles. With a grunt and a heave, she ripped them from the earth. "There! Now you're started." Scarlett threw the spiny plants at the men's feet. Blood was oozing from wounds all over her hand. Scarlett spit in her palm, then wiped her hand on her black widow's skirt and walked heavily away. The men stared at her back. First one, then another. Then all of them took their hats off. They were not the only ones who had learned to respect Scarlett O'Hara. She drove everyone hard and herself harder. Colum followed her into the kitchen. "You need a woman to help you." He expected Scarlett to protest, but she agreed. Colum smiled. He had just the woman for the job. She was experienced at managing work and people and money, too. She had knowledge of childbirth. Though she was no midwife, she'd had 6 children herself. She could come to Scarlett now. Scarlett was shaking her head furiously. "Stop! I need a woman to help me, I grant you that. But we'll have to live in that pile of stone to start with, so you'll have to ask this paragon of yours if she's willing. I doubt she'll say yes." Colum was sure she would agree, even if she had to scrub floors. Rosaline Mary Fitzpatrick was the sister of a Fenian who'd been executed by the English, and the daughter and granddaughter of men who'd gone down in the Ballyhara coffin ships. She was the most passionate and dedicated member of his inner circle of insurgents. Scarlett was more worried than she'd ever let Colum know. None of her earlier babies had given her so much trouble. She had an ache in her lower back that never went away, and occasionally there were spots of blood on her underclothes or sheets that made her heart turn over. Dr. Meade had warned her after her miscarriage that the fall had injured her severely, and she had taken quite a long time to recover, but she refused to admit there might be anything really wrong. The baby wouldn't be kicking so strong if it wasn't healthy, and she had no time to be vaporish. By the end of September, the town was done. Scarlett continued to ride over to Uncle Daniel's in the trap several times a week, and she worked as hard as ever. One afternoon, old Katie Scarlett's tiny cottage was quiet, except for the sound of the old woman's pull on the stem of her pipe. The peacefulness was balm. When Scarlett heard shouting outside, she was furious. Couldn't she have a half-hour's quiet? She hurried as best she could into the farmyard. There were soldiers in Daniel's farmyard, and constables, and an officer on a curvetting horse with a naked saber in his hand. She hobbled across to join Kathleen, who was weeping in the doorway. One of the soldiers said, "Here's another one of them. Look at her. These miserable Irish breed like rabbits." Scarlett called loudly, You on the horse! What are you and those common creatures doing at this farm?" "Are you addressing me, girl?" "I am not a girl, and you are not a gentleman, even if you pretend to be an officer. Explain yourself." "I'm executing an order from Majesty's government to evict the people resident on this farm for non-payment of rent." Scarlett's heart was in her throat. Beyond the soldiers, she could see Daniel and his sons running from the fields with pitchforks and cudgels, ready to fight. "There's obviously been a mistake. What amount is supposed to be paid?" The officer took forever to open the scroll. £38, 8 shillings, and 9 pence. Scarlett clawed frantically at the string around her neck, at the pouch of money. Her fingers felt the coins, the folded banknotes. She was carrying the wages of all the workers at Ballyhara, more than £50. She lifted the cord from her neck. "Here's extra for your trouble, you ill-bred cad." Her arm was strong, and her aim true. The pouch struck the officer in the mouth. Shillings and pence scattered down the front of his tunic and onto the ground. "Clean up that mess you've made and take away the trash you brought with you." She turned her back on the soldiers. "For the love of God, Kathleen, get over in the field and stop the men before there's real trouble." Mrs. Fitzpatrick was a tall woman, at least half a head taller than Scarlett. She was not thin, but there was no fat on her. She looked solid as a tree. It was impossible to tell how old she was. She was wearing a severe grey gown with plain white linen collar and cuffs. "I would like to express my pleasure at meeting you and in working for you. I shall be honored to be housekeeper for the O'Hara. No woman in our lifetime has ever done it, perhaps no woman in hundreds of years. They're calling you the O'Hara, head of the family O'Hara. In the days of the High Kings, each family had its leader, representative, champion. Today, that designation has been reborn in you." "Why, I don't understand. What do I have to do, Mrs. Fitzpatrick?" "You've already done it. You're respected and admired, trusted and honored. The title's awarded, not inherited. You are the O'Hara." Scarlett had never been in the big house. Curved colonnades connected the two large wing buildings to the main block of the house. Mrs. Fitzpatrick helped Scarlett turn the huge tarnished brass key in the great rusted lock and threw her weight against the door. The smell hit them. "Mildew. We'll need an army of women with pails and scrubbing brushes. Let's have a look at the kitchen first. No cook worth having is going to come to a house without a first-class kitchen." The weather turned rainy. Not the brief showers or misty days that Scarlett had gotten used to, but real torrents of rain that lasted sometimes 3 or 4 hours. Scarlett, forcing herself to walk daily to check on the progress at the big house, blessed the mud on the ungravelled drive because it cushioned her swollen feet. She gave up boots altogether and kept a bucket of water inside her front door to rinse her feet. Colum laughed when he saw it. "The Irish is rising in you every day, Scarlett, darling. Do you shout shocking before you throw the water out?" "Don't be silly, of course not. I don't put a bowl of milk on the doorstep either. I don't believe I'm likely to drench any fairies or give them supper. That's all childish superstition." "So you say. There's one thing I want to caution you about, Scarlett. Don't turn your nose up at people's beliefs. I'm talking about the fairies and all that. One of the mighty deeds you're praised for is moving back to the O'Hara land when everyone knows it's haunted by the ghost of the young lord. You can't be serious. I can, and I am. It matters not whether you believe or not. The Irish people do. One more promise, and I'll stop fussing at you. Stay in your house Saturday evening with your door shut tight and your curtains drawn. It's All Hallows Eve, and the Irish believe all the fairies are out. And as well goblins and ghosts and spirits and all manner of unnatural things. I'll do as you say. Why don't you come over? And be in the house all night with a seductive lass like you? I'd have me collar taken away. Scarlett stuck out her tongue. The 3 country girls stood in the wide doorway of the big house bedroom Scarlett had chosen for her own. They were holding hands and crowded together. Peggy spoke for them. The other girls nodded vigorously. We'll be going now, if it's all the same to you, Mrs. Fitzpatrick, before the heavy rain sets in. Very well, but come early Monday morning. Oh, yes, miss. Sometimes I despair, Mrs. O'Hara, but I've made good maids out of sorrier material than that. At least they're willing. Even the rain wouldn't have bothered them if today wasn't Halloween. I'm afraid that all this wet will keep us from finishing, Mrs. O'Hara. 2 weeks just isn't enough. Scarlett's jaw hardened. I'm going to have my baby in this house, Mrs. Fitzpatrick. I told you that from the beginning. They looked out into a sheet of water. Damn. Scarlett followed Mrs. Fitzpatrick's thoughtfully slow steps into the kitchen. Scarlett felt cross. Her back was hurting worse than usual. Then a new pain ripped through her side and down her leg, shoving the back pain into insignificance. She grabbed the side of the table for support and stared dumbly at the liquid streaming down her legs to pool on the scrubbed stone floor. The water broke, and it's red. Sorry, Mrs. Fitzpatrick. You're going to get very wet. Get me up on this table and give me something to soak up the water or the blood. Then hightail it and tell somebody to ride hell for leather for the doctor. The ripping pain was not repeated. I probably shouldn't have sent Mrs. Fitzpatrick off like that. I've only had 3 pains since she left. I'd really feel fine if there wasn't so much blood. Oh, Lord, more gushing. At least it doesn't hurt. Mrs. Fitzpatrick came in. Scarlett propped herself up. Who's getting the doctor? Colum. He tried to cross the river for the doctor in Adamston, but he couldn't make it. He's gone to Trim. Mrs. Fitzpatrick tried to hide the horror on her face when she saw the blood-soaked towel between Scarlett's legs. Rain was buffeting the windows now, propelled by a mighty wind. Colum O'Hara was nearly knocked down by a branch. Scarlett, darling, is it very bad? Oh, Colum, is the doctor with you? The baby's not kicking as much as before. There's no getting to Trim. The river's over the road. Lie back now, Scarlett. Mrs. Fitzpatrick wiped Scarlett's temples with a cool, damp cloth. Colum, go bring the smith. He doctors animals. A woman can't be that different. He'll not come, Rosaline. No one will come now. It's dark. Have you forgotten what night it is? If you don't bring him, Colum, I'll do it. I've a knife and a pistol in the desk. It only needs showing him there's more certain things to fear than ghosts. Joseph O'Neill, the blacksmith, crossed himself. His face glistened with sweat. I've doctored a horse once, same as this. But a woman I cannot do such violence to. It's against nature. I cannot. There were lamps along the edges of all the sinks, and lightning flashed one jagged bolt after another. Colum kept his voice steady. You've got to do it, man, else she'll die. She will at that, and the babe too, if it's not dead some time past. Scarlett stirred feverishly. Rosaline Fitzpatrick sponged her lips with water. Scarlett's eyelids quivered, then opened. She moaned piteously. The smith shuddered. He raised his thick-muscled arm over Scarlett's mounded belly. Lightning glittered on the blade of the knife in his hand. Scarlett said distinctly, Who is that? Who's that lovely lady, Colum, in the beautiful white gown? The smith cried, "St. Patrick preserve me!" The wind swirled, caught a branch, hurled it crashing through the window above the sink. Shards of glass cut Joseph O'Neill's arms. He fell on the floor screaming, and through the open window the wind screamed in above him. The flames in the lamps jumped and wavered, and some went out. Quietly, in the midst of the storm's intrusion, the kitchen door was opened and closed again. A wide, shawled figure walked across the kitchen, among the terrorized people, to the window. It was a woman with a creased, round face. Colum recognized the Cailleach, the wise woman who lived near the tower. One by one, the wise woman piled blood-stained towels atop one another, until the hole in the window was filled. Then she turned. Her voice was hoarse, as if she had rust in her throat. "Send O'Neill home, father. The storm is passing. Then come hold 2 lamps high by the table. I'll ready the O'Hara." A cord around her waist held a dozen or more pouches made of different-colored rags. She reached into one and withdrew a vial of dark liquid. Lifting Scarlett's head with her left hand, she poured the liquid into her mouth with her right. Scarlett's tongue reached out, licked her lips. The rusty voice began to hum a tune that was no tune. The old woman took a leaf from one of her pouches and put it on Scarlett's belly. Then she extracted a tin snuff-box and put it beside the leaf. Colum and Mrs. Fitzpatrick stood like statues with the lamps, but their eyes followed every move. The leaf, unfolded, contained a powder. The woman sprinkled it over Scarlett's belly. Then she took a paste from the snuff-box and rubbed it over the powder and into Scarlett's skin. Her small old eyes looked first at Mrs. Fitzpatrick and then at Colum. "She will scream, but she will not feel pain. You will not move. The light is vital." Before they could reply, she took a thin knife, wiped it with something from one of her pouches, and stroked it the length of Scarlett's belly. Scarlett's scream was like the cry of a lost soul. Before the sound was gone, the Cailleach was holding a blood-covered baby in her 2 hands. She blew into the baby's mouth, once, twice, thrice. The baby's arms jerked, then its legs. Colum whispered the Hail Mary. The baby was laid on the folded sheets, and the woman was back beside Scarlett. Her hands and fingers moved quickly, sometimes with a flash of the knife, as the bloody bits of membrane fell to the floor. She poured more dark fluid between Scarlett's lips, then into the horrible wound in her belly. Her cracked humming accompanied the small, precise movements as she sewed the wound together. "Wrap the O'Hara while I wash the babe." The woman returned with Scarlett's baby swaddled in a soft blanket. Her chuckle brought an answering, throaty sound from the baby, and the infant girl opened her eyes. The blue irises looked like pale-tinted rings around the unfocused pupils. She had long black lashes and 2 tiny lines for eyebrows. She was not red and misshapen like most newborns, because she had not passed through the birth canal. Her tiny nose and ears and mouth and soft, pulsing skull were perfect. Her olive skin was very dark against the white blanket. Scarlett refused to take any more painkiller. The long red scar on her body was like a streak of white-hot steel, but it was forgotten in the overwhelming joy she felt whenever she touched her baby or looked at her. A healthy young wet nurse was brought in. "Send her away. Time after time I had to bind my breasts and suffer agonies while the milk dried up, all to be a lady and keep my figure. I'm going to nurse this baby and make her strong and see her grow." The baby was baptized in Scarlett's bedroom because Scarlett was too weak to walk. Father Flynn from the village stood near the bed where she was propped up against lace-trimmed pillows, holding the baby in her arms until she had to give her over to Colum, who was godfather. Kathleen and Mrs. Fitzpatrick were godmothers. The baby wore an embroidered linen gown, thin from washings, that had been worn by hundreds of O'Hara babies for generation after generation. She was named Katie Colum O'Hara. Colum took Katie from Father Flynn when the ceremony was over and put her in Scarlett's outstretched hands. After that, he escorted the doddering old man to Kennedy's bar, where he bought a few rounds for all there in honor of the occasion. He hoped against hope that it would stop the rumors that were already flying all over County Meath. Joe O'Neill, the blacksmith, had cowered in a corner of Ballyhara's kitchen until daylight, then scuttled back to his smithy to drink himself brave. He told anyone who would listen, and there were many. "Ready was I to save the life of the O'Hara when the witch come through the stone wall and throws me with terrible force onto the floor. She cast a spell on the O'Hara then and ripped the babe from the womb. All bloody was the babe, and blood on the floors and the walls and in the air. A lesser man would have sheltered his eyes from such a fearful sight, but Joseph O'Neill saw the babe's fine strong form beneath the blood, and I'm telling you it was a man-child, with manhood plain between its legs. 'I'll wash the blood away,' says the demon, and she turns her back and presents Father O'Hara, a spindly, frail, near-lifeless creature, female and brown as the earth of the grave. If I didn't see a changeling, what was it I saw on the terrible night? There's no good will come of it, not to the O'Hara nor any man who's touched by the shadow of the fairy babe left in place of the O'Hara's stolen boy." A week later, Mrs. Fitzpatrick took a tray of tea and sandwiches to Scarlett's room and stood patiently while Scarlett bombarded her with the same complaints she'd been making for days. "I don't see why I had to stay stuck here in this room forever. Look at the lovely sunshine today. I want to take Katie out for a ride in the trap, but the best I can do is sit by the window and look out at the leaves falling. I'm sure she's watching. Her eyes look up and then follow them floating down. Oh, look. Come, look. Look at Katie's eyes here in the light. They're changing from blue. I thought they'd turn brown like Rhett's because she's the spit of him, but I can see the first little specks and they're green. She's going to have my eyes. You're Mama's little girl, aren't you, Katie O'Hara? No, not Katie. Anybody can be a Katie. I'm going to call you Kitty Cat with your green eyes." She lifted the solemn baby up to face the housekeeper. "Mrs. Fitzpatrick, I'd like to introduce you to Cat O'Hara." Rosaline Fitzpatrick felt frightened. More frightened than at any time in her life, frightened for the safety of Scarlett's child. Scarlett waited until she was sure Mrs. Fitzpatrick wouldn't catch her, and then she got ready to go out. Mrs. Fitzpatrick had told her about the old woman who had appeared, as if by magic, to deliver Cat in the middle of the Halloween tempest. Scarlett owed the wise woman her life and Cat's. She had to thank her. Scarlett shouted at the thicket of undergrowth beneath the trees that bordered the tower's clearing. "I know you're in there someplace. You might as well come on out here and talk to me, because I'm going to stand right here freezing to death until you do. The baby, too, if that matters to you." A few minutes later, Scarlett heard a rustling in the thick growth of holly bushes. The wise woman stepped out. "This way." The clearing in the center of the grove held a small mud hut thatched with reeds. A thin plume of gray smoke curled upward from its chimney. The old woman examined every aspect of Kat's body. "She's a fine child. Katie Column, 'tis a weak, soft sound for this strong child. My name is Groinia, a strong name." The woman rapped Kat. Then she lifted her and whispered so quietly in her little ear that Scarlett couldn't hear, even though she strained for the words. Kat's fingers caught hold of Groinia's hair. "You would not have understood even if you had heard O'Hara. I spoke in the old Irish. It was a charm. There are few feel thankful when I enter their lives. I wonder you don't feel anger at what I did to your body. I lifted the womb with the baby, and I had not the skills to restore it. You will never have another child." Scarlett had never understood how Melanie could have risked her life to have another baby, but she did now. Kat made a soft mewing sound. "I'm not going to lose my milk fretting about imaginary babies when my cat is real and wants her mother. I've got to go." "One more word, O'Hara, a warning. Keep your babe close. There are those who say she was brought by a witch and must be bewitched therefrom." Groinia's stained fingers gently undid Kat's grasp. "I will call her Dara. It means oak tree. Do not bring her again. It is not wise for her to have aught to do with me. Go now." Scarlett was glad to obey. On New Year's Day, Scarlett got her first hint of what it was really like to be the O'Hara. Mrs. Fitzpatrick came into her room with morning tea instead of sending the breakfast tray. "The blessings of all the saints on mother and daughter in the new year to come. I must tell you about the duty you have to do before your breakfast." "A tradition, a ritual, a requirement," said Mrs. Fitzpatrick. "Without it, there'd be no luck all year. The first food eaten in the house must be the special New Year's barmbrack. 3 bites had to be eaten in the name of the Trinity. Before you start, though, come into the room that I've got ready, because after you have the Trinity bites, you have to throw the cake with all your might against a wall so that it breaks into pieces." Scarlett put on her wool wrapper and obeyed. She had a swallow of tea to moisten her mouth, then bit 3 times into the edge of the rich fruited cake. Then she repeated the prayer against hunger during the year that Mrs. Fitzpatrick taught her, and heaved with both arms, sending the cake flying and crashing against the wall. Bits flew all over the room. Scarlett laughed. "What an awful mess! But the throwing part was fun." "I'm glad you liked it. You've got 5 more to do. Every man, woman, and child in Ballyhara has to get a little piece for good luck. They're waiting outside." "My grief! I should have taken littler bites." After breakfast, Colum accompanied her through the town for her next ritual. It was good luck for the whole year if a dark-haired person visited the house on New Year's Day. And don't you dare laugh. Any dark-haired person is good luck. The head of the clan is 10 times over good luck. Scarlett was staggering when it was over. February 1st was considered the beginning of the farm year in Ireland. Accompanied by everyone who worked and lived in Ballyhara, Scarlett stood in the center of a big field, and after saying a prayer for the success of the crops, sank a spade into the earth, lifted, and turned the first sod. Now the year could begin. After the feast of apple cake and milk, of course, because February 1st was also the feast day of St. Bridget, Ireland's other patron saint, who was also the patron saint of dairy. "This is for you, Pa. It's O'Hara soil, and it's ours again." Scarlett saw the clouds and knew that it would soon rain. Soon after that it would clear again until the next rain. "I'll feel the baking heat of Georgia's sun one more time," Scarlett decided. "I'm entitled to that. I miss it sometimes so terribly. But somehow Tara's more like a dream than a memory. It belongs in the past. I am the O'Hara of Ballyhara. I will keep my shares of Tara for Wade and Ella's inheritance, but I will sell everything in Atlanta." On the day before she was to leave for Georgia, Scarlett ran, half dancing, to Ballyhara town to pick up the last of Kat's frocks from the dressmaker, and saw Colum going into the abandoned Protestant Church of Ireland. "Oh, good," she thought. "He's going to do it after all. It makes no sense at all for the whole town to be squashed in that dinky little chapel for Mass when there's that great big church standing empty." She hurried along the weed-ridden path that led to the small side entrance, tapped on the door, and pushed it open. A loud noise sounded, then another, and Scarlett felt something sharp hit her sleeve, heard a shower of pebbles on the ground at her feet, a booming reverberation inside the church. A shaft of light from the open door fell directly onto a strange man who had spun to face her. His stubbled face twisted into a snarl, and his dark-shadowed eyes were like a wild animal's. He was pointing a pistol at her. Scarlett saw Colum's right arm around the neck of the man. "Drop it, Davy boy." Quickly, Colum made 2 fists and clubbed the man with them. The unconscious form fell at Colum's feet. "It's an unfortunate thing, to be sure, Scarlett darling." "Don't you Scarlett darling me. That man tried to kill me. What is going on here?" Colum told her about the Fenian Brotherhood. When he had finished, she found her voice. "You filthy, lying traitor! I trusted you." He'd been using her, deceiving her from the moment they met. They all had. All her cousins in Savannah and Ireland, all the farmers on Ballyhara, all the people of Ballyhara town. She hated Colum's voice, the music of it, the charm. Remember your South, with the boots of the conqueror upon her, and think of Ireland, her beauty and life's blood and the murdering hands of the enemy. Do you but think of it now, Scarlett, when your Tara was being taken from you. You battled for it, you've told me how, with all your will, with all your heart, all your wit, all your might. Where lies needed, you could lie, deceptions you could deceive, murder you could kill. So is it with those of us who battle for Ireland." "Is that man a Fenian?" "Yes, he's on the run. A man he thought was his friend denounced him to the English." "You gave him that gun?" "Yes, Scarlett. I have concealed weapons throughout this English church. I am the armourer for the Brotherhood. When the day arrives, as soon it will, many thousands of Irishmen will be armed for the uprising." "But you're a priest. You can't kill." Colum was still for several moments. "When I was a boy of 8, I watched the wagons of wheat and the droves of cattle on the road from Adamstown toward Dublin, and the English banquet tables there. I also watched my sister die of hunger because she was but 2 years old and had no strength to carry her without food. 3, my brother was, and he, too, had little strength. The smallest were always the first to die. They cried because they were hungry and were too young to understand when they were told there was no food. I understood, for I was 8 and wiser, and I did not cry because I knew that crying uses strength needed to survive without food. Another brother died, and then the 6-year-old, and the one who was 5. My mither went then, but I have always thought she died more from the pain of her broken heart than from the pain of her empty belly. It takes many months to starve to death, Scarlett. It is not a merciful death. For all those months, the wagons of food rolled past us. It is my vocation now to turn over those carts, to drive out the English from their banqueting tables, to give Ireland the love and mercy that God has denied her." Scarlett gasped at his blasphemy. "You go to hell." "I am in hell, When I see evictions, floggings, the groaning carts of grain pass in a family, I say that all of Ireland is hell, and I will gladly suffer death and then torment for all eternity to spare the Irish 1 hour of hell on earth. Scarlett knew what it was to be helpless before an army. She knew the feeling of hunger. They were memories no amount of gold could ever quite erase. "How can I help you, Colum?" He was fighting for Ireland, and Ireland was the home of her people and her child. Scarlett did her best thinking on the ocean voyage to America with a salt wind in her face. She had to find a buyer for her store, and there was the house on Peachtree Street, and the saloon. She had to make sure Ashley was all right, and Beau. She'd promised Melanie. Then, when she was done with Atlanta, she would go to Tara. That must be last, because once Wade and Ella learned they were going home to Ireland with her, they'd be anxious to get going. The long, slow miles up the Savannah River from the sea to the city seemed to go on forever. At last, there was the city and the docks. Oh, and listen, Cat. Listen to the singing. Those are black folks' songs. This is the South. Feel the sun. It will last for days and days. Oh, my darling, my cat, Mama's home. Maureen's kitchen was just as it had been. Nothing had changed. The family was the same, the affection. Cat was embraced at once into the daily rhythms of the three-house home. Scarlett was jealous. She won't miss me at all, and I cannot bear to leave her, but I have to. Too many people in Atlanta know Rhett Butler and might tell him about her. The sooner I go, the sooner I'll be back, and I'll bring her own brother and sister as a gift for her. In the meantime, Scarlett would simply enjoy the hot Georgia sun and the pleasure of being all dressed up. She'd had to wear mourning on the ship, but now she was radiant in emerald green Irish linen. She sent telegrams to Uncle Henry Hamilton and Pansy at the house on Peachtree Street and took the train for Atlanta. The hubbub at the Atlanta depot and the shouting daredevil drivers made Scarlett's heart race with excitement. How alive it all was, and vital, and always changing. And there was her house. Scarlett recognized Ashley's voice immediately. "Is Mrs. Butler at home?" She hurried from the sitting room into the hall. "Ashley, dear, I'm so happy to see you." "Scarlett, you've never looked lovelier. Foreign climates agree with you. Tell me where you've been. Uncle Henry said you'd gone to Savannah, then he lost touch." "Sit here beside me, Ashley, do. I want to look at you." "Thank the Lord he's lost that hangdog look he had." Ashley Wilkes was still a handsome man. His thin aristocratic features had become more distinguished with age. It was good to see him, especially looking so fit. Her obligation to Melanie didn't seem so burdensome now. "How's Aunt Pitty? And India? And Beau? He must be practically a grown man." "Pitty and India were just the same," said Ashley with a quirk of his lips. "Pitty got the vapors at every passing shadow, and India was very busy with committee work to improve the moral tone of Atlanta. They spoiled Beau abominably, two spinsters trying to see which one was the better mother hen." Ashley added with intensified pride, the boy might have the makings of a scholar. He'd already won a school prize for Latin composition, and he was reading books far above his age level. "But you must be bored by all this, Scarlett. Proud fathers can be very tedious." "Not a bit, Ashley. Books, books, books. That was exactly what was wrong with the Wilkses. They did all of their living out of books, not life. But maybe the boy would be all right." Scarlett put her hand on Ashley's sleeve. "I've got a big favor to beg. I'd like for you to promise that you will let me send Beau to university and then with Wade on a grand tour. It would mean a lot to me. After all, I think about him as practically my son, too, seeing that I was there when he was born. And I've come into really a lot of money lately, so that's no problem. Scarlett, look at me, dear. I know how you came into that money. Uncle Henry let it slip. I understand how you must feel, but there's no need. He was never worthy of you. You're well rid of Rhett. Great balls of fire, thought Scarlett. Ashley's going to propose. You're free of Rhett. Say you'll marry me, Scarlett, and I'll pledge my life to making you happy the way that you deserve to be. There was a time when I would have traded my soul for those words. It's not fair that now I hear them and don't feel anything at all. Oh, why did Ashley have to do that? It was because of the old gossip. So long ago it seemed to be now. Ashley was determined to redeem her in the eyes of Atlanta society. He would do the gentlemanly thing even if it meant tearing up his whole life. Dearest Ashley, I don't want to marry you. I'm not going to play bell games with you. I'm too old for that, and I care for you too much. Of course, my dear. I'm honored that you feel that way. I won't distress you by referring again to marriage. He smiled, and he looked so young, so much like the Ashley of 12 Oaks. He mustn't ever guess that she'd clearly heard relief in his voice. It took much longer than she'd expected for Scarlett to accomplish her business in Atlanta. Almost a month away from Cat already. But once on the train to Jonesboro, she was able to relax. In spite of the delays, she had done everything she'd set out to do. No more obligations in Atlanta. Nothing binding her in. Scarlett smiled to herself, just like her corsets. She had never been laced up again after Galway. Her waist was a few inches bigger, but she was still slimmer than most of the women she saw on the street. And she was comfortable. She could dress herself, too, not be dependent on a maid. And the thick chignon she wore was no trouble to do on her own. It was wonderful to be self-sufficient. Will Benteen was waiting for her at the depot. Scarlett looked at his weather-worn face and deceptively slack-looking body and grinned from ear to ear. Will must be the only man God ever made who could look like he was lounging on a peg-leg. She hugged him ferociously. Land's sake, Scarlett, you ought to warn a man. Nearly knocked me off my pen. Good to see you, Will. I expect I'm gladder to see you than anybody else this whole trip. Tell me the news, Will. I haven't heard anything for such a long time. Well, let me see. I reckon you want to hear about the kids first. Ella and our Susie are thick as thieves. You ain't hardly going to know Wade when you see him. He started shooting up about the day he hit 14 last January, and it don't look like he's ever going to stop. For all the weedy look, though, he's strong as a mule. Works like one, too. Thanks to Wade, there's 20 fresh acres under crop this year. Scarlett smiled. A born farmer. She'd never have thought it. Must take after Pa. Will continued. I agreed to talk to you for Wade, though I don't generally cotton to sticking my nose into other folks' business. He's always been kind of scared of you, Scarlett, you know that. Anyway, what he wants me to tell you is he don't want no more schooling. He's done with the school around here this month, and the law won't make him do no more. Scarlett shook her head. No, Will. You can tell him, or I'll do it. His daddy went to university, and so will Wade. No offense, Will. No offense taken. Wade can read and write and do all the calculations a farmer's ever going to need, and that's what he wants. Farm in Tara, to put a finger on it. He says his grandpa built Tara with no more schooling than he's got, and he don't see why he should have to be any different. That's what he is, Scarlett, a country boy, and he's happy at it. I'd hate to see you mess him up. Long as you've got your dander up, I might as well finish what I've got to say. They showed me the new papers about Tara over at the county courthouse. Seems like you done got hold of Kareen's share, and I don't know what your thinking is, Scarlett, and I ain't asking, but I'm telling you this. If anybody comes up the road flapping something legal at me about taking Tara, I plan to meet 'em at the end of the drive with a shotgun." "Well, I swear on a stack of Bibles, I'm not planning to do anything to Tara." "Well, I'm glad to hear it. My figuring is it should be Wade's. I'm hoping you leave him where he is, Scarlett, to be my right hand and like a son to me, just the way he is now. I said all I got to say." Scarlett was glad she hadn't told anyone in Savannah about her plan to take Wade and Ella back to Ireland with her. Now she didn't have to explain why she'd left them at Tara. It would have been so humiliating to tell the truth, that her own children didn't want her, that they were strangers to her, and she to them. Everything hurt at Tara. She'd felt like a stranger. Cat healed all Scarlett's hurts in a second. The baby's face lit up when she saw Scarlett, and the little arms reached out to her, and Cat even wanted to be hugged and tolerated being kissed a dozen times. It was not until Scarlett was on the gangplank for the return voyage that she saw the big notice of departure with the ship's itinerary, or she would have refused to go. The Golden Fleece loaded passengers in Savannah, Charleston, and Boston. Scarlett turned in panic, ready to run back to the dock. She couldn't go to Charleston. She just couldn't. Rhett would know she was on the ship. Rhett always knew everything somehow, and he'd walk right into her stateroom and take Cat away. Anger drove away her panic, and Scarlett turned again to walk up onto the ship's deck. All her luggage was already on board, and she knew that Cousin Stephen was smuggling guns to Colum. They were all depending on her. "Damn fool boat!" Scarlett could see that the gangplank of the Golden Fleece was still in place. The ship's officer explained, "There are more to come." The sooner she got away from Charleston, the happier Scarlett would be. This must be the hottest place on the face of the earth. Poor baby Cat must be practically cooked. As soon as they got out of the harbor, she'd bring her up on deck. Clattering hoofbeats and feminine laughter caught her attention. She glanced down at the open Victoria. Slowly her brain registered what she was seeing. Rhett was bowing, kissing one gracefully extended hand after another. How well he looked! His skin was brown, his smile as white as his linen suit. "He's the only man in the world who doesn't wrinkle in linen. Is that more gray in his hair at the temples? It looks so elegant, the silver streaking that crow-black hair." The ship's whistle shrieked loudly. She could hear rapid footsteps, the rumble of the gangplank, but she kept her eyes fixed on Rhett. He was smiling, looking over there to her right, looking up. "Don't go," cried Scarlett's heart. Rhett glanced over his shoulder as if there had been a sound. His eyes met hers, and surprise stiffened his lithe body. For a long, immeasurable moment the two of them looked at each other while the space between them widened. Then blandness smoothed Rhett's face as he touched two fingers to his hat brim in salute. Scarlett lifted her hand. He was still standing there on the dock when the ship turned into the channel, into the sea. In August, the potatoes were harvested. It was the best crop they'd ever had, the farmers said. Then they began to reap the wheat. Scarlett loved to watch them. The shiny sickles flashed in the sun, and the golden stalks fell like rippling silk. At the Harvest Home celebration, Scarlett looked at the long, laden tables set up the length of Ballyhara's wide street. Each was decorated with a ribbon-tied sheaf of wheat. Each was surrounded by smiling people enjoying themselves. This was the best part of being the O'Hara. There was food and drink, sweets, and a small carousel for the children, a wooden platform for dancing later. The air was golden with afternoon light. This was exactly what Harvest Home was meant to be. A group of militia rode into the end of the street. 3 men, 3 officers, their polished brass buttons more golden than the wheat. One of the officers asked, "Which way to the big house? I'm here to talk to the owner. Scarlett stood up. I am the owner. The officer looked at her tumbled hair and bright peasant clothes. Very amusing, girl, but we're not here to play games. Scarlett stepped onto the bench and put her hands on her hips. No one invited you here, soldier, to play games or anything else. Now what do you want? I am Mrs. O'Hara. We're to deliver this, Mrs. O'Hara. The garrison is going to second the detachment to Ballyhara for its protection. She turned the full force of her smile on the officer looking up at her. That's mighty sweet of the colonel, but I'm not really interested, and he can't send any soldiers to my town without my agreement. Will you tell him that for me? I don't have any unrest here in Ballyhara at all. We all get along real fine. You all look a mite parched. Would you like a glass of ale? The admiring expression on her face had enchanted men just like this officer from the day she turned 15. He blushed and stammered like dozens of young men she'd beguiled in Clayton County, Georgia. Thank you, Mrs. O'Hara, but regulations, that is, personally, I'd like nothing better. The first toast of Harvest Home was to the O'Hara. It would have been the first toast anyway, but now the salute was a loud roar. Winter made Scarlett restless. She was overjoyed when St. Bridget's Day arrived on February 1st and the growing year had begun again. She turned the first sod with such enthusiasm that soil flew out in a wide circle around her. But the new fields put an impossible burden on the farmers. There was never enough time to do everything that needed doing. Scarlett nagged at Colum to move some more laborers into the town, but she understood the need for secrecy about the Fenians. Finally, Colum found a compromise. She could hire men just for the summer. He would take her to the hiring fair at Drogheda. The horse fair would be on, too, and she could buy the horses she thought she needed. Colum laughed. Scarlett, darling, you look like a village lass, not landed gentry. She really did look like a girl dressed up for a fair. Her green shirt made her eyes look even greener, and her blue skirt was the color of the spring sky. My grief, I've never seen so many horses in one place in all my life. I'll have all the choice I need. She elbowed her way from one place to another, looked over one horse after another. After an hour, though, she'd found only 3 horses that she liked. She needed 3 more plow horses. While her eyes accustomed themselves to the shaded interior of the tent, Scarlett leaned against one of the thick tent supports. She was starting to get tired. I'm losing my mind. That sounds like Rhett's voice. Where is this Pegasus of yours, Bart? I don't see anything flying over the jumps. It was Rhett. He turned to speak to the slightly built, fair-haired man beside him. The other man said something, pointed with his crop, and Rhett nodded. Then the fair-haired man walked away, out of her sight, and Rhett was there alone. She burst from the shadows and ran after him. Rhett! He stopped awkwardly. Rhett, who was never clumsy, and he spun around. An expression she couldn't recognize flickered on his face, and his dark eyes seemed very bright. Then he smiled, the mocking smile she knew so well. You do turn up in the most unexpected places, Scarlett. Hello, Rhett. How are you? I'm remarkably well for a dead man. Or was I mistaken? I thought I glimpsed a widow at the dock in Charleston. And may I assume from your cheerful attire that you're no longer mourning my death? Shame on you, Scarlett. I'm not yet cold in my grave. I love you, Rhett. How unfortunate for you, Scarlett. You always seem to be in love with another woman's husband. I have another commitment. Please excuse me. Goodbye. Scarlett stood there, a brightly colored, small island figure, amid the noise of the horse fair, and she saw Rhett and his friend near another tent. Her feet moved by themselves, marching across the space separating her from them. The horse dealer's voice was like some ritual chant, cadenced, and hypnotic. "You know that's a handsome price, even for a beast as grand as this one. You, sir. 140? Scarlett stepped into the triangle of the seller, buyer, and dealer. Her face was shockingly white above her green shirt, her eyes greener than emeralds. 140. Scarlett spit into her right hand and slapped it loudly against the dealer's. Then she spit again, looking at the seller. He could only spit and seal in acquiescence. She looked at Rhett's friend. "I hope you're not too disappointed." Rhett broke in. "Bart, I'd like you to meet Mrs. O'Hara. I'm a widow." He bowed, kissed her spit-wet hand, then smiled ruefully into her blazing eyes. "John Morland. Please call me Bart. You must be something to see taking offense, Mrs. O'Hara. I'd be honored if you'd join me sometime during the hunt from my place. It's near Dunsany, if you're familiar with that part of the county." No wonder the name John Morland was familiar. She'd heard all about Sir John Morland, the English landlord. "That's not far from the friends I'm visiting." "Saturday next, Mrs. O'Hara?" "Done." She smiled wickedly and spit in her palm. He spit in his, slapped hers once, twice. For the first time since she'd pushed in on them, Scarlett looked at Rhett. "Great balls of fire! You'd think he'd never met me or something. Mr. Butler, a pleasure to see you." Her skirt swirled when she turned and walked away. John Morland said, "What a remarkable woman." Rhett smiled. "Astonishing." When Saturday dawned, Scarlett was as ready as she'd ever be. Her horse was a bay gelding named Half Moon, and the side saddle was a serious handicap. "I'll probably fall off before I even get to Dunsany," she thought with despair, "and I'll certainly break my neck if I get as far as the first race." Rhett would be glad to see her cowardly and weak, she was convinced, and she'd much prefer to break her neck than give him that satisfaction. Colum had described a fox hunt to Scarlett, but she wasn't prepared for the first impact of it. The square courtyard was filled with mounted riders and excited hounds. Sir John Morland rode over to her, his gleaming top hat in his hands. "Mrs. O'Hara! Welcome! I didn't believe you'd come, although Mr. Butler said wild horses wouldn't keep you away." Up ahead the pace was picking up. Scarlett shifted her weight without knowing she should, and felt Half Moon moving faster, sure-footed veteran of 100 hunts. Scarlett laughed aloud. The spectres of her father and Bonnie that had plagued her were gone. There was only the excitement of the misty air streaking past her skin, and the power of the animal that she controlled. That, and the new determination to overtake and pass and leave Rhett Butler far behind. Scarlett stood with the muddy train of her habit looped over her arm and a glass of champagne in her right hand. The paw of the fox that she'd been awarded would be mounted on a silver base. Rhett was at her side, and she hadn't seen him approaching. "Congratulations, Scarlett, and I'm sorry for my boorish behavior at the horse fair. My only excuse is that I was shocked to see you there." "You were shocked? Imagine what I was. What on earth are you doing in Ireland?" "Buying horses. I'm determined to win at the races next year. What brought you to Drogheda in local costume?" Scarlett looked from side to side, searching for John Morland. "Oh, Rhett, you know how I love to dress up. I've got to make my manners and get going. My friends will be furious if I'm not back pretty soon." In the weeks that followed, Scarlett was invited to more house parties. She wrote proper, stilted refusals. The wheat was a ripe yellow, almost ready to harvest, when a rider brought a note to her. Charlotte Montague would like to call on her if it was convenient. Who on earth was Charlotte Montague? Scarlett had to rack her brain for nearly 10 minutes before she recalled the pleasant, unobtrusive older woman at John Morland's. Scarlett's curiosity was piqued. she invited Mrs. Montague for tea. Charlotte Montague was wearing a grey linen jacket and skirt with a lace jabot. The older woman took off her grey kid gloves and grey feathered hat before she sat. "Thank you for receiving me, Mrs. O'Hara. I have learned that you're a successful businesswoman, both here and in America. I'm a businesswoman, too. I would like to tell you about my business." To put it at its most basic level, she arranged things, said Charlotte Montague. What she had was intelligence, education, taste, and entree to all the best houses in Ireland. "I am, in a manner of speaking, a professional house-guest and friend. I give generously of advice in clothing and entertaining and decorating and arranging marriages or assignations, and I am paid generous commissions by dressmakers and tailors, bootmakers and jewellers, furniture dealers and rug makers. I am skilful and tactful, and it is doubtful that anyone suspects that I am being paid. I have a business proposal for you. You have beauty and brains and money. If you put yourself in my hands, under my tutelage, I will make you the most admired, the most sought-after woman in Ireland. It will take 2 to 3 years. You will be famous, and I will have enough money to retire in luxury. I've been waiting nearly 20 years for someone like you to come along. Write to me when you decide." Rosaline Fitzpatrick's account of Scarlett's visitor infuriated Colum. "Why did Scarlett ever let her in the door?" "Scarlett's lonely, Colum. No friends save you and me. A child is all the world to its mother, but not much company. I'm thinking some fancy socializing might be good for her, and for us, if you put your mind on it. What better than to have comings and goings to distract the English? Mark my words, the first thing Charlotte Montague will do is tell Scarlett that the big house must be furnished and furbished, and there'll be strangers coming through Trim to Ballyharry every day, with their paints and velvets and French fashions." Colin promised to put his mind on it. He'd been so worried of late that he didn't always think clearly. There had been reports of some men losing their commitment to the Fenian movement. Good harvests for 2 years in a row were making men comfortable, and comfort made it harder to risk everything. It mustn't go wrong now. They were so close. When the sunrise came, he walked to the big house, let himself in, and went to Rosaline's room. "I believe you're right." And Mrs. Fitzpatrick urged Scarlett to start creating a social life for herself with Charlotte Montague's help. "I've decided it's a silly idea. I'm too busy." Harvest home celebration, golden autumn days, golden leaves beginning to fall. Scarlett rejoiced in the rich crops, mourned the end of the growing year. She gave a big party for Kat's 2nd birthday. All the Ballyharra children 10 and under played in the big empty rooms on the ground floor, tasted ice cream, ate barmbrack with tiny favours baked in it, as well as currants and raisins. Every one of them went home with a shiny coin. Scarlett made sure they went home early because of all the superstitions about Halloween. Down in Ballyharra town, mothers were scrubbing their children with water in which angelica root had steeped all day. It was a known protection against witches and spirits. The horn did it. Scarlett was exercising half moon when both of them heard the horn and then the hounds. Somewhere close by in the countryside, people were hunting. For all she knew, Rhett might even be with them. She wrote to Charlotte Montague that day. 2 weeks later, 3 wagons rolled heavily up the drive. The furniture for Mrs. Montague's rooms had arrived. "Now, Scarlett, we begin." Scarlett rode to Sir John Morland's hunt in style. The skirts of her new habit flowed elegantly over her new side saddle, and she was very pleased with herself. Bart Morland's hunt was no place for Scarlett to make her emergence into the world of Irish society, said Charlotte. I can, and I will. She repeated it until Charlotte gave in. Scarlett needed to go someplace where she felt at least a little bit comfortable. She kept thinking of what Mammy had said about her once. Just a mule in horse's harness. As the Paris-inspired wardrobe came into the house, Scarlett thought of the saying more and more often. Scarlett smiled graciously at the young Member of Parliament for County Meath. He was very handsome, Mr. Parnell. She'd heard the name before, she remembered now. Colum really detested this Parnell. She'd have to pay attention so she could tell Colum all about him. Scarlett had passed from enthusiasm to explanation to rage. I can't for the life of me understand how you can be so stubborn, Colum. You've never even bothered to go hear the man speak, for pity's sake. Well, I heard him, and he wants exactly what you always talked about. Ireland for the Irish, and no evictions, and even no rent and no landlords. What more can you ask? I can ask that you not be such a trusting fool. Do you not know that your Mr. Parnell is a landlord himself, and a Protestant? He's looking for votes, not justice. It's simply no talking to you. Why, he said right out that he supports the Fenians. You take me for a fool and lecture me for a fool, but I am not a fool. And I know this much. There's no reason to smuggle in guns and start a war if you can get what you want without it. I lived through a war that a bunch of hotheads started because of some highfalutin principles. All it did was kill most of my friends and ruin everything. No more money for Stephen to buy guns with, do you hear? And no more guns hidden away in my town. I want them out of that church. Colum took her hand in his and held it very tight. Oh, Scarlett, darling, it's the Irish temper in the two of us talking, not Colum and Scarlett. The fearful pity of it, the two of us scowling and shouting. Forgive me. Colum, you're charming the birds from the trees again, but I'm not going to let you charm me into forgetting. Promise me that you'll get rid of those guns. I'm not asking you to vote for Charles Parnell. Just promise me you won't start a war. Before she went home, she detoured to the little chapel and made her confession to Father Flynn. Scarlett was there to be absolved of the sin that made her own blood run cold. She had thanked God when John Morland told her that 6 months earlier Rhett's wife had lost her baby. Not long after Scarlett left, Colum O'Hara entered the confessional. He had lied to her, a heavy sin. After doing his penance, he went to the arsenal in the Anglican church to make sure the arms were sufficiently well concealed. Charlotte Montague and Scarlett left for the house party that was Scarlett's debut. Scarlett's future in the fashionable world would be decided by the way she impressed people this week. Charlotte's future also. She glanced at Scarlett to reassure herself. Those eyes of hers were a gift from God, so distinctive and memorable, and her slim, uncorseted body was sure to set tongues wagging and the pulses of men racing. She looked precisely like what Charlotte had insinuated to chosen friends, a beautiful, not too young American widow, with fresh colonial looks and charm, somewhat gauche but refreshing as a result, romantically Irish, as only a foreigner could be, substantially, perhaps even phenomenally wealthy, well-bred, with an aristocratic French bloodline, unpredictable but well-mannered, naive yet experienced, all in all an intriguing and amusing addition. By the end of the house party, Scarlett's success was assured. Charlotte Montague had to be vigilant, or she'd be caught looking like a cat who had just finished a bowl of thick cream. On the way back to Ballyhara, Charlotte asked, "Did you enjoy yourself, Scarlett?" Every minute, Charlotte. Bless you for getting me invited. Everything was perfect. Charlotte began to make preliminary schedules in her mind for her retirement. Only a few more months to go, and she'd never again suffer through boredom at a fashionable party of any kind. I shall arrange for the delivery of the Irish Times every day, and you must study every word of it. Everyone you meet in Dublin will expect you to be familiar with the news. Dublin? You didn't tell me we were going to Dublin. Didn't I? I thought I surely had. Dublin is the center of everything. You'll love it. It's a real city, not an overgrown country town like Drogheda or Galway. The castle in Dublin is ruled by Her Majesty's representative, the Viceroy. You will be presented to him and to the Viceroy in the throne room. Mrs. Montague painted a word picture for Scarlett of pomp and splendor beyond anything she'd ever heard of. That would put Rhett Butler in his place. Scarlett had no idea Dublin was so near. It seemed she was barely settled in the train before Dublin was announced. She pressed her nose to the window of the hackney in her excitement. Charlotte was right. She was going to love Dublin. All too soon the hackney stopped. I saw at least 8 shop windows that looked wonderful. You'll have all the shopping your heart desires, but only in the afternoons. In the mornings you'll be sitting for your portrait. That's nonsense, Charlotte. What do I want with a portrait of myself? I had one done once, and I hated it, and I looked mean as a snake. The next morning Scarlett was awakened by the sound of traffic. Then she obediently put on the silk stockings and combinations Charlotte unpacked for her. Scarlett drew in her breath. The white satin glistened in the light, and the light made the silver embroidery shine as if it were a living thing. Charlotte led Scarlett to the center of the room. Mrs. O'Hara, please allow me to present Monsieur Francois Hervé. Scarlett looked at the rotund, bold man who walked in front of her and bowed. Was she supposed to shake hands with a portrait painter? How do you do? Fantastique. He snapped his fingers. 2 men carried the enormous pier glass to a spot between the windows. When they stepped away, Scarlett saw herself. The white satin gown was more décolleté than she'd realized. She stared at the daring expanse of bosom and shoulder. Her hair was piled high on her head in a mass of curls so artful they looked happenstance. The white satin glimmered the narrow length of her body, and a silver-encrusted white satin train spread in a sinuous semicircle around the white satin slippers with silver heels. Why, I look more like Grandma Robilaud's portrait than I look like me. The years of habitual girlishness fell away. She was mystified and excited by this stranger. Her soft lips quivered faintly at the corners, and her tilted eyes took on a deeper, more mysterious sheen. Her chin lifted in supreme self-confidence, and she looked directly into her own eyes with challenge and approval. The next day began the 6 weeks known as the Castle season. She and Charlotte had a suite of rooms at the Shelbourne Hotel. The Shelbourne was the place to stay in Dublin for the season. The heavy white envelope bearing the Chamberlain's seal was delivered to the hotel the day after Scarlett arrived. Charlotte opened it with steady fingers. First drawing room, as expected. Day after tomorrow. Scarlett waited in a group of white-gowned girls and women on the landing outside the closed double doors to the throne room. Another name was called, not hers. God's nightgown, were they going to make her last? Madam the O'Hara of Ballyhara. Oh, Lord, that's me. Scarlett looked at the throne room. Well, Pa, what do you think of your Katie Scarlett now? Scarlett was the season's hit. Her goings and comings were reported faithfully in the gossip column of the daily Irish Times. All the guests at her coffees and teas admired her portrait. Scarlett looked at it every morning and every afternoon. She was learning herself. The practiced flirt vanished, replaced by a serene, somewhat amused woman who had only to turn her smoky green eyes on man, woman, or child to draw them out, mesmerized to her side. Scarlett paused in the doorway of the throne room to enjoy the spectacle of the Viceroy's dance. The great room glimmered in gold. Gilded columns supported the ceiling. Gilt armchairs, upholstered in crimson, surrounded the supper tables along the walls, each table centered with a gold candelabrum. Many of the men wore bright sashes slashed across their chests, pinned with jeweled orders. The men were almost more splendid than the women. Almost, but not quite, for the women wore jeweled at neck, breast, ears, and wrists. Many wore tiaras as well. Their gowns were made of rich materials, embroidered often in glowing silks of gold and silver threads. A body could be blinded just looking. The music started. A gold-braided arm crooked to offer support for her hand. He was awfully sweet and attractive, even though he was an English officer. They weren't all like the Yankees, no matter what column said. She rested her hand lightly on his arm, and he escorted her into the pattern of the quadrille. The pattern shifted, and he was gone. She looked up at her new partner. It was Rhett. "Oh, my God!" And then, before she could speak again, the quadrille took him away. She smiled automatically at her new partner. When it ended, her eyes met Rhett's almost immediately. What a pleasant surprise. "May I have this dance, Mrs. O'Hara?" His hand was warm at her waist, strong, supporting, directing her body as they turned. "What the devil are you doing here, Rhett?" "I couldn't resist my curiosity. I was in London on business, and everyone was talking about an American who was taking Dublin Castle by storm. Could that be Scarlett of the striped stockings? I asked myself. Bart Moreland confirmed my suspicions. He even made me ride with him through your town. According to him, you rebuilt it with your own hands." His eyes raked over her from head to toe. "You've changed, Scarlett. The charming girl has become an elegant, grown-up woman. I salute you. I really do." "Well, thank you, Red." "Are you happy in Ireland, Scarlett?" "Yes, I am." "I'm glad." An aide-de-camp approached them when the waltz ended. "His Excellency requests the honor of the next dance, Mrs. O'Hara." Rhett raised his eyebrows in the quizzical mockery Scarlett remembered so well. Her lips curved in a smile for him alone. "In Clayton County, we'd say that I was in high cotton." She heard his laugh follow her as she walked away. When the St. Patrick's Day ball ended at 4 in the morning, the castle season was over. Charlotte Montague thanked Scarlett for making her an independent woman. "You are independent now as well, Scarlett. You don't need me any more. You're in the world now. Do with it what you will." "What are you going to do, Charlotte?" "I will have what I've always wanted. A small apartment in a Roman palazzo. Good food, good wine, and a day after day of sunlight. I abhor rain." The blackthorn was already blooming in the hedges, and it was still April. What a season they were having! Scarlett slowed the buggy for a long sniff. She was driving to Trim for a package of summer clothes her dressmaker had sent. What on earth is going on? It's not market day. Why is the bridge all jammed up with people like this? Scarlett leaned down from the buggy and touched a hurrying woman on the shoulder. "What's happening?" "It's a flogging. Better hurry or you'll miss it." "A flogging?" She tried to turn the buggy around, but the pushing, hurrying mass of people, avid to see the spectacle, caught her up in their press. Scarlett could hear the whistling of the lash and the dreadful liquid sound it made when it landed. She wanted to cover her ears, but she needed her hands to gentle the frightened horse. It seemed to her that the ghastly noises went on forever. She heard, 100, that's it. Scarlett didn't shut her eyes until too late. She had already seen the mutilated body, and the picture was burned on her brain. A pair of soldiers were holding the arms of a silent, straining woman in a hooded black cloak. "What about the wife, Sergeant?" "Let her go. It's over. The cart will come later to take him away." The woman ran after them. She caught the sergeant's gold-striped sleeve. Her desperate words were English-accented. "Your officer promised I could bury him. He gave me his word." The sergeant shoved her away. The black-cloaked figure stood alone on the street. She made one sound, a shuddering sob. She ran to the wheel, the blood-covered body. "Danny! Oh, Danny! Oh, my dear!" She crouched, then kneeled in the mud, trying to lift torn shoulders and lolling head onto her lap. Her hood fell away, revealing a pale, fine-boned face, neatly chignoned golden hair, blue eyes in shadowed circles of grief. Scarlett was frozen in place. She had to do what little could be done. "I know a doctor in Trim. I'll go get him. He'll prepare your husband for burial." The woman's bloody hand seized the hem of Scarlett's skirt. She lifted it to her lips, an abject kiss of gratitude. "My God, I don't deserve this. I would have turned the buggy if I could." The woman's name was Harriet Stewart, her husband's Daniel Kelly. That was all Scarlett knew until Daniel Kelly was in the closed coffin inside the Catholic chapel. Then the widow, who had spoken only to answer the priest's questions, looked around her with wild, darting eyes. The priest found out that there was a son locked in a room at the hotel to keep him from the flogging. "They were very kind. They let me pay with my wedding ring, though it's not gold." Billy Kelly was a sturdy blond boy, big for 8, loud with anger at his captivity at the hotel, at the British soldiers. "I'll get a rod of iron from a smithy and smash their heads till they shoot me." Scarlett's sharp words were like cold water thrown in the child's face. "Don't be a fool, Billy Kelly. Your mother needs you, and you want to add to her grief?" The boy sounded as young and frightened as he was. "Where is my mother?" "Come with me." Harriet Stewart Kelly's story was revealed slowly. She and her son had been at Ballyhara for more than a week before Scarlett learned even the bare bones of it. Daughter of an English clergyman, Harriet had taken a post as assistant governess in the family of Lord Whitley. She was well educated, 19, and completely ignorant of the world. One of her duties was to accompany the children of the house on their rides before breakfast. She fell in love with the white smile and playful, lilting voice of the groom who also accompanied them. When he asked her to run away with him, she thought it was the most romantic adventure in the world. The adventure ended on the small farm of Daniel Kelly's father. There were no references, and so no jobs, for a runaway groom and governess. That Billy was her only child was testimony to the death of the romance. Danny Kelly missed the world of fine horses in grand stables and the dashing striped waistcoat, top hat, and tall leather boots that were a groom's dress livery. He blamed Harriet for his fall from grace, consoled himself with whiskey. His family hated her because she was English and Protestant. Danny was arrested when he attacked an English officer in a bar. His family gave him up for dead when he was sentenced to 100 stripes of the whip. They were already holding the wake when Harriet took Billy's hand and a loaf of bread and set out to walk the 20 miles to Trim. She pled for her husband's life. She was granted his body for burial. "I'll take my son to England, Mrs. O'Hara, if you will lend me the fare. My parents are dead, but I have cousins who might give us a home. I'll repay you from my wages. I'll find some kind of work." "What nonsense, Harriet! Haven't you noticed that I have a little girl running wild as a woods goat? Cat needs a governess. Besides, she's already attached herself to Billy like a shadow. She needs a friend even more. You'd be doing me a mighty big favor if you'd stay." It was true. What Scarlett didn't say was that she had no confidence in Harriet's ability to get herself on the right boat to England, much less earn a living once she got there. The only thing Harriet knows are things she learns out of books. Scarlett's opinion of bookish people had never been very high. By the end of May, the waters of the Boyne were so low that one could see the stones laid centuries before as footing for the ford. The farmers were looking anxiously at the clouds blown by the west wind across the beautiful low sky. The fields needed rain. The brief showers that refreshed the air wet the soil only enough to draw the roots of wheat and timothy grass toward the surface, weakening the stalks. Scarlett went to a house party at Roscommon early in June. She heard from general conversation about the violence against landlords that was cropping up all over Ireland. Fields were torched, cows had their throats cut, an agent for a big estate near Galway was ambushed and hacked to pieces. There was hushed, anxious talk about a resurgence of the White Boys, organized bands of marauders that had terrified landowners more than 100 years before. After Sunday Mass, all the villagers and O'Haras from County Meath came to Ballyhara to welcome cousin Stephen O'Hara home and to hear about America. There were long trestle tables on the lawn, with steaming platters of boiled salt beef and cabbage, baskets piled high with hot-boiled potatoes, and foamy pitchers of porter. The French doors were open to the drawing-room as invitation into the big house for anyone who cared to enter. It was almost a good party. Stephen talked no more in Ireland than he had in America, but the family didn't seem to mind. He had brought back one delicious piece of news. Grandfather Robillard had died and left his estate to Aunt Pauline and Eulalie. They were in the pink house together and took their constitutionals every day. Scarlett's guests heard thunder in the distance at the O'Hara party. Everyone stopped talking, stopped eating, stopped laughing, to look up in hope at the mocking bright blue sky. It would be a celebration indeed if the rains returned and the crops saved. The storm broke at first dark, in a cannonade of deafening cracks of lightning that lit up the sky brighter than day, and a deluge of rain. People fell to the ground and covered their heads. Hail peppered them with stones of ice as big as walnuts. Cries of pain and fear filled the moments of silence between lightning cracks. Scarlett was leaving the big house for the music and dancing at the bonfire. She ducked back inside, soaked to the skin, and ran upstairs to find Cat. She was looking out the window, her green eyes wide, her ears covered by her hands. It lasted a half-hour. Then the sky was clear, star-studded, with a gleaming 3/4 moon. The bonfire was sodden and scattered. It would not be lighted this night, and the fields of grass and wheat were flattened by the hail that covered them in gray-white, misshapen balls. A keening rose from the throats of the Irish of Ballyhara. Its piercing sound cut through the stone walls and glass panes into Cat's room. Scarlett was standing on a table in the middle of Ballyhara's wide street, facing people of the town. "We've lost our harvest, but there's plenty to be saved. The grass will still dry to hay, and we'll have straw from the wheat stalks, even though there'll be no kernels to grind for flour. I'm going now to Trim and Drogheda to buy supplies for the winter. There'll be no hunger in Ballyhara. That I promise you. My word as the O'Hara." They cheered at her then. But at night, by their hearths, they talked about the witch and the changeling and the tower where the changeling had stirred the ghost of the hanged lord to vengeance. Scarlett had never seen Harriet looking so excited. "Such good news, Scarlett! A letter came from one of my cousins in England. I told you, did I not, that I'd written of my good fortune and your kindness? This cousin has arranged for Billy to be admitted to the school his son attends." "Wait a minute, Harriet. What are you talking about? Billy's going to the school in Ballyhara, I thought." "Naturally he'd have to if there was no alternative. It's a good Irish village school. I want something better for Billy. Surely you understand." Scarlett was prepared to defend Ballyhara's school, Irish schools, Ireland itself, at the top of her lungs, if need be. Then she took a good look at Harriet Kelly's soft, defenseless face. Harriet's eyes were normally hazy with dreams. Now they looked like steel. She was ready to fight anyone, anything, for her son. Scarlett had seen the same kind of look before, the lamb turned lion, when Melanie Wilkes took a stand about something she believed in. "I'd like to suggest a different alternative, Harriet. You and I both know that in England Billy will always be branded the Irish son of an Irish stable groom. In America, he can become anything you want him to be." Early in September, Scarlett held a stoically silent cat in her arms to wave goodbye to Billy and his mother as their ship left for America. Billy was crying. Harriet's face had the radiance of resolve and hope. Scarlett hoped at least part of the dreams would come true. She had written to Ashley and Uncle Henry Hamilton, telling them about Harriet and asking them to watch out for her and help her find a place to stay and work as a teacher. The rest was up to Harriet and circumstances. Back at Ballyhara, Scarlett helped Cat turn the tower into Cat's private place to be visited only by invitation. They finished just in time for what would have been Harvest Home in a normal year. Colum had advised Scarlett not to try to make a celebration when there was nothing to celebrate. He helped her distribute the sacks of flour and meal, salt and sugar, potatoes and cabbages that came to the town on wide wagons from all the suppliers Scarlett had found. "They didn't even say thank you. My wheat and grass were ruined the same as theirs, and I'm losing my rents. And I bought all that stuff." She couldn't verbalize the deepest hurt of all. The land, the O'Hara land, had turned against her, and the people, her people of Ballyhara. Scarlett poured all of her energies into Cat's tower. She listened with pride in Cat's determination to create a world. She could learn from her 4-year-old daughter, she thought sadly. On Halloween, she gave Cat the birthday party that the little girl designed for herself. There were 4 small cakes, each with 4 candles. They ate one of the cakes themselves, sitting on the floor of Cat's tower sanctuary. They gave the second one to Gronya, eating it with her. Then they went home, leaving the other 2 cakes for the birds and the animals. The next day, not a crumb was left, Cat reported with excitement. She didn't invite her mother to see. The tower was all hers now. Like everyone else in Ireland, Scarlett read the newspapers that autumn with alarm that grew into outrage. For her, the alarm was caused by the number of evictions reported. The farmers' efforts to fight back were perfectly understandable as far as she was concerned. At nearby hunts, the talk was always about the same thing, and the landowners were much less tolerant than Scarlett. But her reactions became the same as her neighboring estate owners when the white boys entered in. The white boys were more organized now, and more brutal. Night after night, barns and hayricks were torched. Cattle and sheep were killed, pigs slaughtered, Donkeys and plough horses had legs broken or tendons cut. Shop windows were smashed, and manure or burning torches thrown inside. And more as autumn turned to winter, there were attacks from concealment against military men, English soldiers and Irish constables, and gentry in carriages or on horseback. Scarlett took 2 grooms along on the roads to the meets, and she worried constantly about Cat. She was only 4, and it made Scarlett nervous now that Cat went off by herself so much. Scarlett set off for a long-awaited hunt with the Galway blazers. She first noticed the hawk-faced man on the black horse when he made an impossible jump ahead of her, and she reined in abruptly to watch, nearly losing her seat. He rode with an arrogant fearlessness that made her own recklessness seem tame. Afterwards, people surrounded him at the hunt breakfast. He was tall enough for her to see his aquiline face and dark eyes and hair almost blue, it was so black. Scarlett asked a woman, "Who is that bored-looking tall man?" "My dear, isn't it too fascinating for words? Everyone says he's the most wicked man in Britain. He's the Earl of Fenton. His Christian name is Luke. He's terribly grand, and so outrageously attractive." Scarlett made no comment out loud. Privately, she thought he looked like he needed taking down a peg or 2. Returning from the Kill on Saturday, Fenton walked his horse alongside Scarlett's. She was glad she was on half moon. It put her almost at eye level. Fenton touched the brim of his hat. "Good morning. I understand we're neighbors, Mistress O'Hara. I'd like to call and pay my respects, if I may." "That would be very pleasant. Where is your place?" "Don't you know? I'm on the opposite side of the Boyne, Adamstown." Scarlett was glad she hadn't known. Obviously he expected her to. What conceit! "I know Adamstown well. I have some O'Hara cousins who are tenants of yours." "Indeed? I've never known my tenants' names. It is quite charming, that American candor about your humble origins. It was mentioned in London, even, so you see it's serving your purposes very well." He touched his crop to his hat and moved off. "The nerve of that man! And the bad manners! He didn't even tell me his name." When she got home, she told Mrs. Fitzpatrick to give instructions to the butler. She was not at home to the Earl of Fenton the first 2 times he called. Then she concentrated on decorating the house for Christmas. Scarlett opened the parcel from Atlanta as soon as it was delivered. Harriet Kelly had sent her some cornmeal, bless her heart. Ah, here it is, a nice fat letter. Scarlett settled herself in comfortably with a pot of coffee to read it. Harriet's letters were always full of surprises. The first one she wrote when she arrived in Atlanta had brought the unbelievable story that India Wilkes had a serious beau, a Yankee, no less, who was the new minister at the Methodist Church. India Wilkes, Miss Confederacy Noble Cause herself. Let a Yankee in breeches come along and give her the time of day, and she'll forget there ever was a war. Scarlett skimmed the page about Billy's accomplishments. Then she found what she was looking for. Ashley had asked Harriet to marry him. "Oh, for heaven's sake, Aunt Pitty can't live alone in the house with Ashley after India's wedding because it wouldn't be proper? I do not believe it." "Yes, I do. It's just what Aunt Pitty would swoon over, worrying about how it would look for her, the oldest spinster in the world, to be living with a single man. At least that gets Harriet married pretty soon. Not exactly the most passionate proposal in the world, but I'm sure Harriet can do it up with lace and rosebuds in her mind." "Have you another cup in that pot, Mistress O'Hara? It was a chilly ride over here." Scarlett stared up at the Earl of Fenton, her mouth gaping in surprise. She blurted, "I told my butler to say I'm not at home." "But I came the back way. May I sit down?" "Well, I'm amazed you waited to be asked. Please do. Ring the bell first, though. I've got only 1 cup, seeing I wasn't at home to visitors. I'll use your cup, if you don't mind. It will take a week for another to get here." Fenton looked a little less overbearing when he laughed. Scarlett and Luke raced their horses on the roads around Ballyhara and Adamstown, also over fences, ditches, hedges, and the Boyne. Almost every morning for a week he forded the cold river and strode into the morning room with a demand for coffee and challenge to a race. Scarlett was always waiting for him with seeming composure, but in fact Fenton kept her constantly on edge. His mind was quick, his conversation unpredictable, and she could not relax her attention or her defenses for a minute. Luke made her laugh, made her angry, made her feel alive to the ends of her fingertips and toes. The all-out racing across the countryside released some of the tension she felt when he was around. The battle between them was clearer, their common ruthlessness undisguised. But the excitement she always felt when she forced her courage to its reckless limits was threatening as well as thrilling. Mrs. Fitzpatrick warned her that the townspeople were disturbed by her behavior. "The O'Hara is losing their respect. Your social life with the Anglos is different. It's distant. This racketing around with the Earl of Fenton rubs their noses in your preference for the enemy." "I don't care if the damn noses are rubbed bloody. My life is my own business." "Is it like that, then? Are you in love with him, Mrs. O'Hara?" "No, I'm not, and I'm not going to be. So leave me alone and tell all of them to leave me alone, too." Rosaline Fitzpatrick kept her thoughts to herself after that, but her instincts as a woman saw trouble in the feverish brightness of Scarlett's eyes. "Am I in love with Luke?" Mrs. Fitzpatrick's question forced Scarlett to ask herself. "No," she answered at once. She thought about what she learned from the letters of friends. The Earl of Fenton was notorious, they all said. He possessed one of the greatest fortunes in Britain, owned properties in England and Scotland, as well as his estate in Ireland. He was an intimate of the Prince of Wales. He had been the favoured target of matchmaking parents for over 20 years, ever since he had inherited his title and wealth at the age of 18, but he had escaped capture by anyone, even several noted beauties with fortunes of their own. There were whispered stories about broken hearts, shattered reputations, even suicides, and more than one husband had met him on the duelling field. He was immoral, cruel, dangerous, some said evil. Therefore, of course, the most mysterious and fascinating man in the world. Fenton whipped his horse into a burst of speed and passed Scarlett, laughing aloud. She bent forward, crying to Half Moon to go faster. Almost immediately she had to pull back on the reins. The road curved between high stone walls, and Luke had stopped ahead with his horse turned to block the way. "What are you playing at, Luke? I could have crashed right into you." Exactly what I had in mind. Before Scarlett understood what was happening, he had caught hold of Half Moon's mane and drawn the 2 horses close. His other hand closed over the back of Scarlett's neck and held her head immobile while his mouth fastened over hers. His kiss was bruising, commanding her lips to open, drawing her tongue between his teeth. His hand forced her to succumb. Scarlett's heart pounded with surprise, fear, and, as the kiss lasted on and on, a thrill of surrender to his strength. When he released her, she was shaken and weak. She mustn't do this. She mustn't give herself to him, give in to him. If she did, he'd lose interest as soon as he conquered her. She knew it. Scarlett stroked Half Moon, calming him. When she turned to face Fenton, her swollen lips were stretched in a smile. "Why don't you put on an animal's pelt and drag me to your house by my hair? You may follow me to Ballyhara for coffee. If you want more than that, I can offer you early luncheon or late breakfast." Scarlett had already dismounted when Luke rode into the stable yard. He swung a leg over and slid down from his horse, throwing the reins to a groom. She led Half Moon inside the stable to find another boy. When Scarlett's eyes were adjusted to the dim light, she stopped in her tracks, afraid to move. Cat was in the stall directly in front of her, standing barefoot and bare-legged atop Comet, with her small arms outstretched for balance. As usual, her black hair had escaped its braids and was a mass of tangles. She looked like an urchin or a gypsy child. Scarlett spoke quietly. She knew the big horse's edgy disposition. A loud noise could spook him. "What are you doing, Cat?" "I'm starting to practice circus, like the picture in my book of the lady on the horse. When I go in the ring, I'll need a parasol, please." This was more frightening than Bonnie learning to drive her cart. Comet could shy Cat off, then crush her. "It would be more fair if you waited to start next summer. Your feet must feel very cold on Comet's back." "Oh, I didn't think of that." Cat slid onto the floor at once, next to the metal-shod hooves. Scarlett held her breath. Then Cat climbed over the gate with her boots and woolen stockings in her hand. Scarlett saw Luke standing quietly and staring at Cat. "This is my daughter, Katie Colum O'Hara." "My name is Cat. What is your name?" "Luke." "Good morning, Luke. Would you like the yellow of my egg? I'm going to eat my breakfast now." "I would like that very much." Cat said goodbye and ran outdoors after breakfast, but Fenton stayed. "Tell me about your daughter." Scarlett warmed to his genuine interest and talked until her throat was raw about the marvels of Cat O'Hara. "You should see her on her pony, Luke. She rides better than I do, or you. There's not a nervous bone in her body. She's so fearless that it terrifies me sometimes, and she never carries on when she gets a bump or a bruise. Didn't you see how straight and strong she is? She eats like a horse, too, and never gets sick. My grief, I've been bragging for an age. It's all your fault, Luke, for egging me on so." "Not at all. I'm interested." "Watch out or you'll make me jealous. You act like you're falling in love with my daughter." "Love is for shopkeepers and penny romances. I am interested in her." He stood and bowed, lifted Scarlett's hand from her lap, and brushed it with a light kiss. "I'm going to London in the morning, so I'll take leave of you now. I'll call on you and Cat when I return." "Well," thought Scarlett after he was gone, "he didn't even try to kiss me goodbye." She didn't know whether it was a compliment or an insult. Luke was very much on Scarlett's mind during the following weeks. She was restless, and on bright mornings she raced alone over the routes they'd followed together. Sometimes she closed her eyes and tried to remember the way it felt to have his arms around her, but every attempt made her tearfully angry, because Rhett's face and Rhett's embrace and Rhett's laughter always filled her memory instead. New Year's Day of 1880 began with laughter as the barmbrack shattered against the wall, showering crumbs and currants all over Cat's dancing body and upturned, open-mouthed face. But afterwards the sky darkened with clouds, and an icy wind tore Scarlett's shawl when she made the rounds of New Year's visits in her town. Colum took a drink in every house, liquor, not tea, and talked politics with the men until Scarlett thought she would scream. Scarlett trudged slowly up the drive to the big house. Hot coffee and a hot bath, she promised herself as she pushed open the heavy front door. She heard a stifled giggle when she entered the hall, and her heart tightened. Cat must be playing hide-and-seek. She dropped her shawl on a chair, then looked around. "Happy New Year, the O'Hara." The Earl of Fenton was on the landing on the staircase. "Happy New Year." Luke stepped to one side, and Scarlett saw Cat on the stairs behind him. Both Cat's arms were held up for her two hands to steady the gleaming jeweled tiara on her tousled head. She walked down the stairs to Scarlett, her green eyes laughing, her mouth twitching to keep from grinning. Behind her trailed a long, wide slash of color, a crimson velvet robe bordered with a wide band of ermine. "Cat's wearing your regalia, Countess. I've come to arrange our marriage." Scarlett's knees gave way, and she sat on the marble floor in a circle of red with green and blue petticoats spilling from beneath. A flicker of anger mixed with her shocked thrill of triumph. This couldn't be true. It was too easy. It took all the fun out of everything. Luke untied the heavy silk cords at Kat's neck and took the tiara from her hands. "It seems our surprise was a success, Kat. You may go now. I have to talk to your mother." Kat looked at Scarlett, smiled, then ran giggling up the stairs. "We're going to the library, Scarlett. There's a fire and a bottle of champagne for a toast to seal the bargain." Luke held a glass out to her. Scarlett took it. Her mind was beginning to register what was happening, and she found her voice. "Why did you say bargain, Luke?" "What else is marriage but a bargain, Scarlett? Our respective solicitors will draw up the contracts, but that's just a matter of form, you know surely what to expect. You're not a girl or an innocent." "I would like for you to tell me, please, what to expect." "Very well. You'll find me quite generous. I assume that is your chief concern." He was, he said, one of the wealthiest men in England, although he expected she had found that out for herself. He genuinely admired her astuteness at social climbing. She could keep all her own money. He would naturally provide her with all her clothing, carriages, jewels, servants, etc. He expected her to be a credit to him. He had observed that she had the ability. She could keep Ballyhara for her lifetime. It seemed to amuse her. After her death, Ballyhara would go to their son. The joining of contiguous land had always been one of the chief causes for marriage. "For, of course, the essential feature of the bargain is that you provide me with an heir. I'm the last of my line, and it's my duty to continue it. Once I get a son on you, your life is your own, with the usual attention to maintaining a semblance of discretion. I had, needless to say, no thought of making you the Countess of Fenton. You're the kind of woman I enjoy playing with. The stronger the spirit, the greater the pleasure in breaking it to my will. It would have been interesting, but not as interesting as that child of yours. I want my son to be like her, fearless, with indestructible, rude health. The Fenton blood has been thinned by inbreeding. Infusing your peasant vitality will remedy that. I note that my tenant O'Hara's, your family, live to a great age. You are a valuable possession, Scarlett. You give me an heir to be proud of, and you won't disgrace him or me in society." Scarlett threw her glass into the fire. The alcohol flared in an explosion of flame. "There's a toast to seal your bargain, Lord Fenton. Get out of my house. You make my flesh crawl." "You disappoint me, Scarlett. You really do. I attributed more shrewdness to you than you are demonstrating. Forget your injured vanity and consider what you have in your grasp. An impregnable position in the world for yourself and your daughter. It's unprecedented, but I have the power to overthrow precedent, even law, if I choose. I shall arrange an adoption, and Kat will become Lady Catherine. As my daughter, she will have immediate and unquestioned access to the best of everything she will ever need or want. I will never harm her. She's too valuable to me as a model for my son to follow. Can you deny all that to her because your lower-class yearning for romance is unfulfilled? I don't think so." "Kat doesn't need your precious titles, my lord, and neither do I. We've done very well without you, and we will keep on the way we are." For how long, Scarlett? Don't rely on your success in Dublin too much. You were a novelty, and novelties have short spans of life. Cat needs the protection of a name and a father. I'm one of a very few men with the power to remove the taint from a bastard child. No, save your protests. I don't care what tale you concoct. You would not be in this God-forsaken corner of Ireland if you and your child were welcome in America. Enough of this. It's beginning to bore me, and I detest being bored. Send word when you've come to your senses, Scarlett. You can't force everything, Fenton. Suppose I was barren, or you couldn't father a child. My manhood is proven by the bastards I've scattered through all the cities of Europe, so your attempted insult doesn't touch me. As for you, there's Cat. Send word when you capitulate. I'm going to Dublin to open my house there and prepare for the season. He bowed to her with full courtly flourishes and left, laughing. Scarlett held her head proudly high until she heard the front door close behind him. Her mind was filled with the picture of Cat on the stairs, crowned and laughing with delight. What should she do? Scarlett cried brokenly, "Red, Red, we need you so much." Scarlett gave no outward sign of her shame, but she condemned herself savagely for the emotions she'd felt for Luke. Hatred burned in her heart. Scarlett extended it to all the English, and she threw herself passionately into renewed support of Colum's Fenian Brotherhood. He told her, "But I have no use for your money, Scarlett, darling. The work is now in planning the moves of the Land League. You heard us talking on New Year's, do you not remember? Tell me again, Colum." Land League membership was open only to tenant farmers, and there would be no action until rents came due in the spring. One farmer on each estate would pay, all the others would refuse, and if the landlord evicted, all would go live at the cottage where the rent was paid up. Scarlett couldn't see the reason for that. The landlord would just rent to someone else. "Ah, no," said Colum. "That's where the League came in. They'd force everyone else to stay away, and without farmers the landlord would lose his rent and also his newly planted crops, because there'd be no one to tend them. It was the idea of genius. He was only sorry he hadn't thought of it himself." Scarlett's second season in Dublin was an even greater triumph than her first. Invitations awaited her at the Shelbourne for all the castle events. Scarlett laughed deep in her throat. She was the O'Hara of Ballyhara, Irish and proud of it. Let Luke sneer all he liked. So what if the social world of Dublin was Anglo? She knew enough now to recognize that society's smiles and frowns, rules and transgressions, honors and ostracisms were all part of the game. None of it was important, none of it mattered. But games were made to be played, and she was a good player. She liked to win. Scarlett returned to Ballyhara for her first Sunday office hours, thankful to get away from Dublin. It was good to be home, good to be thinking about something real, like Paddy O'Whalen's request for a bigger allocation of peat. When the last dispute had been settled, the last request granted, Scarlett went to the morning room for tea with Cat. "Where shall we go for our walk, Cat?" Cat said she'd like to visit Groyne. Scarlett would be glad to go to the tower first. It gave her a feeling of serenity, and there was little serenity in her heart. Scarlett closed her eyes and rested her cheek on the ancient smooth stones for a long moment. Cat fidgeted. Then Scarlett pulled on the rope ladder to test it. It was weathered and stained. It felt strong enough. Still, she thought she'd better see about having a new one made. "Groyne will be expecting us, Mamma. We made a lot of noise." The wise woman looked no older, no different from the first time Scarlett had seen her. Cat busied herself in the small, dark cottage, getting cups from their shelf, raking the ancient-smelling, burning peat into a mound of glowing embers for the kettle. She was very much at home. Grania watched her lovingly.
Dara visits me often. I haven't the heart to send her away, for she sees the right of it. Lonely knows lonely.
She likes to be alone. She doesn't have to be lonely. I've asked her time and again if she'd like to have children come play, and she always says no.
It's a wise child. They try to stone her, but Dara is too quick for them.
Scarlett was aghast. Her precious cat, tormented by the children of Ballyhara? She'd whip every single one of them with her own hands. She'd evict their parents and break every stick of their furniture into splinters. She started up out of her chair.
You will burden the child with the ruin of Ballyhara. Sit down, woman. Others would be the same. They fear anyone different to themselves. There's no stopping ignorance. Dara has found her own way, and it is enough for her. The stones do not wound her soul. She is safe enough in her tower room.
Cat was carefully pouring steaming water into an old brown china teapot. A sweet smell rose from the steam. Watch me, Mamma. I put in all the right leaves. Scarlett caught the old woman's shawl. Tell me what to do.
You must do what's given to you to do. God will guard Dara.
Scarlett drank Cat's brew in the companionable silence and warmth of the herb-scented shadowy room, glad that Cat had this place to come to, and the tower. Before she returned to Dublin, Scarlett gave orders for a new, stronger rope ladder. Scarlett went to Punchestown for the races this year. To her delight, John Morland was also a guest. To her dismay, the Earl of Fenton was there. Scarlett rushed over to Morland as soon as she could. "Bart, how are you? You're the biggest stay-at-home I've ever heard of in my life. I look for you all the time, but you're never anywhere." Morland was gleaming with happiness and cracking his knuckles loudly. "I've been busy, the most splendid kind of busy, Scarlett. I've got a winner, I'm sure of it, after all these years." He'd talked like this before. Bart so loved his horses that he was always sure each foal was the next grand champion. Scarlett felt like hugging him. She would have loved John Morland even if he had no connection at all to Rhett. Scarlett was trying to think of some way to mention Rhett. What Morland was saying didn't register at first. "Be really sunk. My tenants are doing that rent strike thing the Land League dreamed up. Leaves me without money for oats. I wonder now how I could ever have thought so highly of Charles Parnell. Never thought that fellow would end up hand in glove with those barbarian Fenians. All I've got are my rents. I've never evicted, never even bloody thought of it. But now I'm up against it. I might have to. Be a bloody shame." Scarlett never dreamed the Land League would be used against anyone like Bart. She was thinking about Ballyhara. At least she was safe from any trouble. She'd forgiven all rents until the harvest was in. "I say, Scarlett, I forgot to mention it. I received some good news from our American friend, Rhett Butler." "Is he coming over?" "No. I was expecting him. Wrote to him about this new horse, Dijon, you see, but he wrote back that he couldn't come. He's about to be a father. They took extra care this time, kept the wife in bed for months. She's happy as a lark, he says. He is, too, of course. Never saw a man in my life cared so much for being a proud father as Rhett." Scarlett caught hold of a chair for support. Whatever unrealistic daydreams and hidden hopes she might have had were over. When the riders came onto the track, Scarlett cheered and applauded along with the rest. All the time her mind was methodically making its way through the options. It would be highly dishonorable to marry Luke. He wanted a child, and she could not give him one, except a cat, who would be safe and secure. What kind of honor do I owe Luke? He has none himself. Why should I feel he's entitled to it from me? Under the cover of the happy rowdiness, Scarlett turned to Luke Fenton. Tell your solicitor to see mine about the contracts. I choose late September for the wedding date, after harvest home. A few days later, a messenger from Fenton came with a letter and a package. In the letter he said that he would be in England until the week of the wedding. The announcement would not appear until after the London season, and Scarlett should have her gown designed to complement the jewels sent by the same messenger as the letter. She still had 3 months to herself. No one would press her with questions or invitations until the news of the engagement was released. Peggy Quinn, one of Scarlett's parlour-maids, lost no time telling the news to the other servants and her family in Ballyhara. The O'Hara was going to wed the rack-renting villain Earl of Fenton, and what will become of us? The questions and apprehensions spread from hearth to hearth like brush-fire. Scarlett's fears about another bad harvest gradually went away. The bonfire for Midsummer Night was what she'd been needing to relax her tense muscles and restore her spirits. When, as timeless tradition demanded, the toast to the O'Hara was shouted over the fields of Ballyhara, Scarlett felt that all was right with the world. There was just enough time in the morning to dash to the early train to Galway for the races. Scarlett settled herself comfortably and opened the newspaper. Margaret, there it is. The Irish Times had printed the announcement of the wedding plans on the front page. The Times had added a great deal of its own commentary to the formal announcement. Scarlett smiled at the part about the O'Hara of Ballyhara, a beautiful ornament to the innermost circles of vice-regal society, and exquisite and dashing equestrian. Scarlett had brought only a single case with her, so she needed only one porter to accompany her from the station to the nearby hotel. Phew, what a smelly crowd! Must be raining on their tweeds at the track. She bumped headlong into Sir John Morland and hardly recognized him. There was no color in his normally ruddy face, and no light in his usually warm, interested eyes. Bart, my dear, are you all right? He seemed to have trouble bringing her face into focus. Oh, sorry, Scarlett, not quite myself. One too many, and all that kind of thing. At this hour of the day? Before luncheon? Scarlett walked him to the dining room. What on earth could have happened to him? After a great deal of coffee, she found out. John Morland broke down and cried when he told her. They burned my stables, Scarlett. They burned my stables. I'd taken Dijon to race, and when we came home, the stables were just black ruins. My God, the smell! I hear the horses screaming in my dreams, in my head, even when I don't sleep. Scarlett felt herself gagging. It couldn't be. It was my tenants. Because of the rents, you see. How could they hate me this much? I tried to be a good landlord. I always tried. Why couldn't they burn the house? They could have burned me in it. I wouldn't care. Not if they'd spare the horses. Name of God, Scarlett. You've got Dijon, Bart. You can start over. Breed her. She's such a wonderful horse, the most beautiful I've ever seen. I'm going to England tonight on the 8 o'clock boat. I never want to see an Irish face or hear an Irish voice again. I put Dijon in a safe place while I sold up. She's entered in the claiming race this afternoon, and when it's over, so is Ireland for me. Then, as she watched, a transformation took place. Sir John Morland, Baronet, came back to life by effort of will. Poor Scarlett, do forgive me. I'll soldier on. One does. Finish your coffee, there's a good girl, and come along to the track with me. Scarlett spit in her palm, held it out. Mullen spat, slapped, smiled. On the way to the race course, Scarlett tried to dredge up from her memory what she'd heard about claiming races. All the horses were for sale, their prices set by their owners. At the end of the race, anyone could claim any one of the horses, and the owner was obliged to sell for the price he'd set. Unlike every other horse sale in Ireland, there was no bargaining. When they reached the race course, she asked Bart for the number of his box. She wanted, she said, to tidy up. As soon as he was gone, she got directions to the official's office where the claiming would take place. She hoped Bart had put a whopping big price on Dijon. She intended to buy her and send her to him later when he settled in England. What do you mean Dijon's already been claimed? That's not supposed to happen until after the race. The top-hatted official was careful not to smile. You're not the only one with foresight, madam. It must be an American trait. The gentleman who put in the claim was American, too. I'll double it. It cannot be done, Mrs. O'Hara. Scarlett felt desperate. She had to have that horse for Bart. I might suggest one thing, Mrs. O'Hara. You might ask the new owner if he would be willing to sell. His name is Butler. That wouldn't, by any chance, be Rhett Butler? It seemed to take an eternity for the man's eyes to return to the page in his hand. Yes, that is the name. Rhett! Here! Scarlett realized that she was running, pushing people aside without apology. To the devil with everyone, everything. Rhett was here, only a few 100 yards away. She climbed the 2 steps into the bunting-trimmed box. All around Scarlett, people were shouting, urging on the horses. She didn't hear a thing. Rhett was watching the race through field glasses. Even 10 feet away, she could smell the whiskey on him. He was rocking on his feet. Drunk? Not Rhett. He could always hold his liquor. Hello, Rhett. She saw his dark eyes. They held nothing for her, nothing but anger. Why, hello, Countess. You are certainly looking expensive. He turned abruptly toward John Moreland. You should have warned me, Bart, so I could have stayed in the bar. Let me by. Her eyes followed him hopelessly as he plunged into the crowds. Then they filled with tears. I say, Scarlett, I apologize for Rhett. He's had too much to drink. Not much fun for you. I hope he falls over his own drunken feet and breaks his neck. Don't be too hard on Rhett, Scarlett. He had a rare tragedy last spring. I'm ashamed to feel sorry for myself about the stables when there are people like Rhett. I told you about the baby, didn't I? Beastly awful thing happened. His wife died having it, then the baby only lived for 4 days. Scarlett shook his arm so fiercely that Moreland's hat fell off. Where did he go? Is he going with you to England tonight? No, he said he had some friends to look up. He's a really astonishing fellow, has friends everywhere. I must say, I'm surprised he got so drunk. He took me to my hotel last night, put me to bed and all that, was in fine fettle, a strong arm to lean on. I was counting on him, actually, to get me through the day, but when I came downstairs for breakfast this morning, the porter fella told me Red had ordered coffee and a newspaper while he waited for me, then suddenly bolted without even paying. I went in the bar to wait for him. Scarlett, what is it? I can't fathom you today. Scarlett's eyes were flooded. Red came after me. That's why he came to Ireland. He came for me as soon as he was free again. The wedding announcement shocked him, and I'm glad. But it won't stop him. Nothing stops Rhett Butler from going after what he wants. I know he'll come to Ballihara. I've got to be there when he comes. Goodbye, Bart. I've got to go now. John Moreland shook his head. She was gone. Americans. Fascinating types, but he'd never understand them. Something's wrong. Ballihara town's up ahead, and there are no lights in the windows. Usually the bars are glowing like moons by now. Scarlett kicked her horse with the heels of her battered boots. She had passed the first 5 dark houses before she saw the group of men at the crossroads in front of the big house drive. Redcoats. Militia. What did they think they were doing in her town? How bothersome, tonight of all nights, when she was about to drop from fatigue. She reined in. It was hard not to groan when she swung her leg over the back of the horse. She could see a soldier, no, an officer, walking toward her from the group at the crossroad. He stopped in front of the post office. He could, at the very least, have the manners to come all the way to her. Scarlett walked stiffly down the center of her town's wide street. "You there with the horse, halt or I'll fire. The rest of you in your houses, there'll be no trouble if you'll send out the priest, Colum O'Hara. I have a warrant for his arrest. No one will be hurt if he gives himself up." Scarlett stopped short, not because of the officer's command. It was his voice. It was Charles Ragland. She'd met him at a house party. He made no secret of his admiration for her, and his handsome face blushed every time she spoke to him. Well, at least she could be sure of one thing. Charles Ragland was the one officer in the entire British Army who would do what she wanted him to do, go away and leave her and her cousin and her town alone. She strode forward. "Charles?" Just as she called his name, Charles Ragland shouted, "Halt!" He fired his revolver into the air. There was the crack of a second shot, and Ragland seemed to jump into the air, then fall sprawling. Scarlett started to run. She heard more shots, heard shouting, ignored it all. "Charles!" "Scarlett!" she heard, and "Scarlett!" from another direction, and "Scarlett!" weakly from Charles, where she knelt by him. He was bleeding horribly from his neck. Colum was somewhere nearby, but she couldn't look at him now. "Scarlett, darling, get down! Scarlett, darling!" There was a terrible noise all around. Something whined past her hand. Dear God, those were shots. People were shooting. The British were trying to kill her people. She would not allow it. Someone shouted, "There's the priest!" Shots fusilladed from the dark windows of the houses of Ballyhara. A soldier staggered and fell. An arm closed around Scarlett from behind. She threw up her arms to defend herself. "Later, my dear. No fighting now. This is the best chance we'll ever have. I'll carry you. Just go limp." Rhett threw her across his shoulder and ran crouching into the shadows. He lowered her to her feet. His big hands closed on her shoulders, and he pulled her to him impatiently, then kissed her briefly, firmly, and let her go. "I'd hate to be shot without getting what I came for. Now, Scarlett, get us out of here." The firing was loud and close, and she ran for the safety of the boreen. The hedgerows were high and thick. As soon as Scarlett and Rhett ran 4 paces into the boreen, the sound of battle became muffled and indistinct. "We've got to get to the house. We'll be safe there." "Wait, Scarlett. Maybe you shouldn't go to the house. I've just come from there. It's dark and empty, darling, with all the doors left open." Scarlett wrenched her arm from his clasp. She moaned with terror as she grabbed up her skirts and ran, faster than she had ever run in her life. Where was Cat? Rhett's voice was speaking, but she paid no attention. She had to get to Cat. Behind the boreen, in the wide street of Ballyhara, there were 5 red-coated bodies and 3 wearing the rough clothing of farmers. The bookseller lay across the sill of his shattered window, blood-streaked bubbles falling from his lips with the whispered words of prayer. Colum O'Hara prayed with him, then traced a cross on his forehead as the man died. Colum seized the twig broom on the hearth by its handle and thrust it into the bed of coals. It made a crackling sound for a moment, then burst into flame. A shower of sparks flew from the torch onto Colum's dark cassock when he ran into the street. His white hair was brighter than the moon. He plunged toward the deserted Anglo church. "Follow me, you English butchers, and we'll die together for the freedom of Ireland." 2 bullets tore into his broad chest, and he fell to his knees. But he staggered to his feet and forward for 7 uneven steps more, until another 3 shots spun him right, then left, then right again, and to the ground. Scarlett raced up the wide front steps and into the dark great hall, Rhett 1 stride behind her. "Cat! Cat! Cat!" Rhett grabbed her up her arms. "Scarlett, we've got to get away. The servants must have known something. The house isn't safe." "Cat!" "Stop that. The cat's not important. We're the stables, Scarlett. We need horses." "Oh, you fool. Let me go. I've got to find Cat. She's your daughter." "What the devil are you talking about? Answer me, Scarlett." "Let go of me, damn you. It happened when we went sailing and the storm came. You remember? How was I to know you'd be married to Anne before you could hear about the baby?" "Good God, Scarlett. Where do we look?" Scarlett led him at a rapid pace through the dining room and morning room. Her voice was strong but no longer hysterical. It would not frighten a little girl. "Kitty Cat? Where are you? Cat?" Rosaline Fitzpatrick ran from Kennedy's bar into the middle of the British troops, pushing, shoving to get through, then down the center of the street toward Column's sprawled body. "Column!" An officer shouted. "Don't shoot! It's a woman!" Rosaline threw herself on her knees and put her hands over Column's wounds. She rocked from side to side, keening. The firing stopped. The intensity of her grief commanded respect, and the men looked away. She closed the lids over the dead eyes with gentle fingers stained with his blood and whispered goodbye in Gaelic. Then she caught up the smoldering torch and leapt to her feet, waving it to bring the flame back to life. Her face was terrible in its light. So quick was she that not a shot was fired until she reached the passageway that led to the church. "For Ireland and her martyr Colm O'Hara!" She ran into the arsenal, brandishing the torch. For a moment there was silence. Then the stone wall of the church exploded into the wide street in a tower of flame and deafening blast of sound. The sky was lit brighter than day. The breath was knocked out of Scarlett's body. She covered her ears with her hands and ran, calling to Cat, as one explosion followed another, then another and another, and the town of Ballyhara burst into flame. "Kitchen! She loves the kitchen. Kitty Cat, please answer Mama if you're down there. It's important, sweetheart." Orange light flickered in the copper pans. Red coals glowed on the hearth. The enormous room was still, filled with shadows. Scarlett was just about to turn away when the very small voice spoke. "Cat's ears hurt." "I know, baby. That was an awfully loud noise." "Scarlett, look. We must hurry." The open windows framed a distant cluster of light, torches moving toward the house. Scarlett slammed the kitchen door behind them. Rhett took the iron bar, dropped it into its slots. Cat walked out from the shadows near the hearth. "What's your name?" "Rhett." "You two can make friends later. We've got to get to the stables." "Are we running away, Mama?" "Yes, Kitty Cat. The people who made the awful noise want to hurt us." "The tunnel would be faster." "What tunnel, Cat?" "The tunnel to the servants' wing. The footmen have to use it." "Cat, take your mother and me to the tunnel, please." Rhett knelt, held out his arms, and his daughter walked trustingly into them. He was careful not to clasp her too tight. "Onto my back, then, Cat, and hold around my neck. Tell me where to go. Come on, Scarlett. You can bawl your eyes out later. Cat is going to save our unworthy necks." From the servants' wing, Cat directed them through a door into a stable yard. The horses were maddened with fright, rearing, neighing, kicking at the gates to the stalls. Bart Moreland's story was vivid in Scarlett's memory. Together they released all the horses except Comet and Half Moon. They could see torches moving inside the house now. Suddenly a ladder of flame raced up a curtain. Scarlett handed his daughter up to Rhett and climbed onto Half Moon. Cat, you show Rhett the way to the ford. We'll go the way we always do, remember? Then we can take the Adamstown road to Trim. It's not far. There'll be tea and cakes at the hotel. They stopped at the tower. Rhett said evenly, Cat says she'll invite us to her room. Over Rhett's broad shoulder, Scarlett could see flames licking into the sky beyond. Adamstown was on fire, too. Their escape was cut off. She jumped from the back of her horse. Hop down, Cat, and run up that ladder like a monkey. She and Rhett sent the horses running along the riverbank, then followed. Rhett, pull up the ladder. They can't get to us then. But they'll know we're here. I can keep anyone from getting in. Only one can come up at a time. Quiet now. I hear them. Scarlett crawled into Cat's cubbyhole and drew her little girl into her embrace. Cat's not afraid. Shh, precious. Mama's scared silly. Cat covered her, giggling with her hand. The voices and the torches came nearer. Scarlett recognized the boasting of Joe O'Neill, the blacksmith. And didn't I say we'd kill the English to a man if they ever dared to march into Ballihara? Other voices overlapped O'Neill's. The O'Hara had gone over to the English. Did I not say it long ago? Aye, that you did, Brendan, and fool I was to argue. Shooting's too good for her. I say we hang her with a choking rope. Burning's better. Burning's what we want. The changeling's what we've got to burn, the dark one that brought the afflictions. I say the changeling spelled the O'Hara. Scarlett held her breath. The voices were so close, so inhuman, so like the yowling of wild beasts. She looked at the outline of Rhett's shadow in the darkness beside the opening of the ladder. He could kill any man who dared to climb the ladder, but what could stop a bullet if he showed himself? Oh, Rhett, be careful. The mob reached the tower and stopped. Then O'Neill's voice cut through the others. Not there. See the rope still hanging down? But if they're up there, the O'Hara and the changeling, we need to kill them for the ill they've done us. Ech, isn't slow starving a death as good as burning? Put your torches to the ropes, then, lads. They'll not get down without breaking their necks. Scarlett smelled the rope burning, and she wanted to shout in jubilation. They were safe. No one could come up now. Tomorrow she could make a rope from strips of the quilts on the floor beneath her. They'd make their way to Trim somehow when daylight came. It was a long time before the voices and the sound of trampling boots faded completely away. Even then, Rhett did not speak. He came to her and to Cat and held them both in his strong embrace. Much later, when Cat's heavy looseness told of deep sleep, Scarlett laid her down and covered her with a quilt. Then she turned to Rhett. Her arms circled his neck, and his lips found hers. When the kiss ended, she whispered, "Wow, Mr. Butler, you fairly take my breath away." It happened again. My darling, hot-tempered, pig-headed, wonderful, infuriating Scarlett, do you realize we've been through this before? Missed signals, missed chances, misunderstandings that need never have happened. We've got to stop it. I'm too old for all this drama. They talked through the night, sitting close together on the cold floor with their hands clasped. Rhett said he had left Charleston. It had been a mistake to think that he could ever be content there. In the end, he began to feel the nagging pain where his wings had been clipped. He loved Charleston. God, how he loved it! Its beauty and its grace and its soft-scented salt breezes and its courage in the face of loss and ruin. But it wasn't enough. In a quiet voice, Scarlett asked about Anne. Rhett was silent for what seemed to her a very long time. She deserved better than me, better than life granted her. Anne had a quiet bravery and strength that puts every so-called hero to shame. I was more than half crazy about that time. You'd gone. No one knew where you were. I believed that you were punishing me, so, to punish you, And to prove that I didn't care about your leaving, I got the divorce. An amputation. Rhett stared into space, unseeing. He prayed he hadn't hurt Anne, he said. She was too young, and she loved him too much to suspect that tenderness and affection were only the shadows of a man's loving. She'd been happy. One of the injustices of the world was that it was so easy to make the innocent and caring ones happy with so little. Scarlett nestled her head into the hollow of his neck and yawned. While she slept, Rhett moved her, lifted her into his arms, and sat down again, holding her as she had held Cat. The gentle Irish rain made a curtain of soft silence around the old stone tower. At sunrise, Scarlett stirred and woke. I heard all over, and I'm starving to death. Consistency, thy name is woman. Get up, my love. You're breaking my legs. Scarlett took Rhett's hand and drew him with her to a window. The sight that met their eyes was sobering. Dozens of dark fingers of smoke reached up from every direction, making dirty stains on the tender rose color of the sky. Rhett put his arm around her shoulders. We can build it all back, darling. No, Rhett. I don't want to. Cat's not safe in Ballyhara, and I guess I'm not either. I don't belong here, not anymore. Maybe I never did, really, or I wouldn't have been so ready to go off to Dublin and house parties and hunts. I don't know where I belong, Rhett. I don't even feel at home anymore when I go to Tara. To Scarlett's surprise, Rhett laughed. You belong with me, Scarlett. Haven't you figured that out? And the world is where we belong, all of it. We're not home and hearth people. We're the adventurers, the buccaneers, the blockade runners. Without challenge, we're only half alive. We can go anywhere, and as long as we're together, it will belong to us. But, my pet, we'll never belong to it. That's for other people, not for us. He looked down at her, the corners of his mouth quivering with amusement. Tell me the truth on this first morning of our new life together, Scarlett. Do you love me with your whole heart, or did you simply want me because you couldn't have me? Why, Rhett, what a nasty thing to say. I love you with all my heart, and I always will. The pause before Scarlett answered his question was so infinitesimal that only Rhett could have heard it. He threw his head back and roared with laughter. I can see that our lives are never going to be dull. I can hardly wait to get started. A small, grimy hand tugged on his trousers. Rhett looked down. Cat will go with you, said his daughter. He lifted her to his shoulder, his eyes glistening with emotion. Are you ready, Mrs. Butler? The blockades are waiting for us. Cat laughed gleefully. She looked at Scarlett with eyes that were bright with shared secrets. The old ladder is under my quilts, Mamma. Grania told me to save it.